currencies as an equivalent to the real money that is used to purchase them. And
they are. They are. Just undeniably they are. Like, you don't just get to change it into something else and then say, oh, it's not real money. If you're spending real money to buy something in order to buy something else, because that's the only way to do it, this is functioning as real money. It's dishonest to say otherwise.
That for them means that they are just as worthy of legal scrutiny. So you can see how that is, in a way, a mindset shift that paves the way for actually treating these as they are. So
The right heroes could make all the difference.
That had a premium currency in it. Whatever
Be
that
wary.
is,
No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
The various different practices of this hardness. So, priced for premium currency packs that are a little more than the available products. Whatever it may be. Obfuscation of how much currency is worth by all.
I don't think that you need a rule for this. I think that you just need to have the option for the individual to purchase the amount of currency that they need exactly. For the
I fought for mutant kind's future. Our time has finally arrived.
They'll be coming in 30
having
seconds.
It where, like, you have
Stay
different
strong.
price points for things, I feel like this would get very confusing, especially with like big stores.
I've visited hundreds of boons. How come they don't all
You should
have
just
their own
allow people
personal
to purchase
nights?
the items directly
Don't know, don't
for
care.
what the currency
One move is
conversion
more
rate
than
would
enough
be.
for me.
Well,
It's
you're
so
missing
simple.
a huge opportunity, dude. Have you ever thought about
Pairing currency.
Yeah, it's so simple.
Don't give Conchu the ideas.
As an example, I
The battle starts in 5,
may actually
4,
fall for that.
They all
3,
It includes
2,
Tender in
1.
one of the new mount bundles.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
You guys are actually here, right?
So the one has to be reached. That's something that
You're welcome. Here they come. Much better. Some assistance, please. I'll patch you up. You cannot hurt me.
So whenever I look at like are both parties contributing to
You always were a petulant child. I feel like myself again.
FOMO having a limited time offer, this is something that's worth its time. And so if you abstract the idea of limited time offers or FOMO and FOMO is bad, I think that you paint with such a broad brush, the painting effectively becomes irrelevant. So what I think is more important
It seems we have company.
is that the person who's buying something, they have that's
Us against the world! Disappear!
Rise, my friend!
Judge, jury, executioner!
Well, you got one. I can't
And
believe it.
so I think again, it goes back to what I said initially, where it's about
Your attacks are
it's not about
futile.
doing something that
Some uninvited guests.
like. It's about doing something that's fun.
I feel like myself again.
Turn around!
By the eye of Agamotto!
With full understanding of this agreement. And with the extra currencies, they do not bring that with the same degree of
Patience. I'll be ready soon enough.
Hopefully you guys can see what the difference
Only
there is.
60 seconds left.
You are under my protection. Rise, my friend!
It's hard to dabble
Judge, jury, executioner!
Final 10 seconds.
Electronic Arts and Blizzard Entertainment are being done.
You'll have to keep fighting until you have a winner.
Absolutely.
I'm opening a portal.
That the BEUC will be holding workshops to help European countries.
It seems,
A shortcut through space.
Isn't. And that,
The current score is
that's just
0
my
to
God. That is
0.
what the
Time to
industry
switch
response
things
has
up,
been.
including
So
which
we
side
know
you're
they're
on.
shaking in their boots.
this
It ain't
is
surprising
another
the industry
thing.
bodies aren't thrilled about
This
it.
is
Open
another
your
thing, like,
eyes.
You'll need a
feel
top-notch
that
team to win this one.
I don't think that you should be able to say
No
that this is a
timeline
bonus.
exists where Magneto yields.
Because there's not like a bonus implies an anchoring point, and the anchoring point doesn't exist because the only price point that exists is inside of the context of this bonus. So it's like basically putting something out there for normal price, but then telling the consumer that it's on sale.
Round 2.
Like,
Not the
and
man I
hopefully you
used
guys
to
can
be.
see kind of like how
I
there's
have
like
found
a
a
philosophy
greater
behind this with me.
cause.
This is again, this is doing something that is misleading. You are intentionally misleading the customer.
30 seconds
Which
before
I
you
think is
attack.
effectively
Get
fraud.
ready.
Armor packs here. Hey,
And a big shout out to the
Like the golden sun. Gosh, you wouldn't like you one bit.
European Game
Believe it or not,
and
I have a dark side.
two groups basically.
Or at least
They
I
published
did.
a joint statement
Until I
expressing their
expelled it.
with the
It
findings.
became its own being.
Quote, we
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I feel like myself again. Tiny little creatures skipping about.
Wow. So the consumers are going to be confused because using elements of the game.
No escaping us now.
Much better.
Misleading customers. Then you don't have a money.
That was all it took.
It's
Final
that simple.
score 1, 2,
If the way for
0.
you to do business is unethical and breaks laws, then you can't afford to do business.
Another epic victory! Big win!
Interesting. So, understandably, right, representing the powerful players in the industry did quite well. They were. Change is dangerous, especially to the bottom line, and especially change like this. But in a way, they're not inherently wrong. It is true that audiences do actually understand premium currencies by and large right now, and when implementing
I think that audiences understand premium currencies, but children don't. And these games are advertised towards children. And if every single audience understood premium currencies, you wouldn't see as much obfuscation and how many. Because, like, if there is. So think about this logically, right? If audiences understood premium currencies to a degree that it was not an effective tool of obfuscation, the companies would no longer have any premium currencies because the extra effort in designing and programming values for them wouldn't be worth it because they wouldn't make any extra money. So by the fact that they're continuing to use premium currencies, that defines the reality.
You'll need a
that
top-notch
premium
team to win
currencies
this
are
one.
effective in getting people to cause them
No
spend.
timeline exists where Magneto
It's just,
yields.
it's an obvious lie. It's an obvious lie, and you can instantly think about this by using just the slightest amount of logic.
currencies, these companies were following, their best legal guidance, and now that guidance has changed. Like, guess, just like how so many phones have like a bespoke charging cable. Those rules just changed when the game. So now they've got to get used to these rules. And what will sting is the impact on the bottom line.
Round one,
I am not the man I used to be. I have found a greater
Do you
cause.
truly believe you can stop my grand scheme?
Building their premium
30 seconds before you attack. Get
probably
ready.
stand a whole lot to try and figure out ways around these principles.
Look at
As for
us.
smaller companies,
There's always
practically
going to be a
match.
cat and mouse.
This is
Asgard has been invaded yet again.
And
designed by Jimbo
Location.
so easy. But where things will be dramatic is the group's final warning, because it's the most threatening one. It's the idea that players in the EU may just
The
be
battle
locked out
starts
of
in
video
5,
games.
4,
Let's say with
3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I suppose that helped.
Reaver is a mutant's greatest gift.
A nice deep freeze.
if you can literally abandon the
Get that vehicle moving again.
now you have
A nice deep freeze. Hits the ground. What are those things doing?
They shall not escape our wrath now.
It's party time!
Some
that's where the
rejuvenation.
money is. That's where you really
Disgust me,
get
Namor.
the players that are spending
Mutants
$100
always
a month,
rise
right?
again.
So like you can't just trade
Get
like
that
you
vehicle
can't
moving
go
again.
from like $400
Deep freeze.
I feel like myself again.
and make it the same. I wonder if there is going to have more GDP that's going to be able to spend on these.
A nice deep freeze. Only 60 seconds left.
Yeah, a hell of a lot of that GDP globally will be in other countries like say
My
I
power
could
cannot
be
be
a little outdated
quelled.
with this. America's
Always
GDP
glad to
is
help.
Born again!
5 trillion, I believe, and China's GDP is between I think 13.
Down to 30 seconds.
You shall not be harmed.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
It's party time! Let's keep fighting until we have a winner. You belong to me!
myself again. Again!
They shall not escape our wrath now.
I used to I originally say now
This day we prove ourselves what have a curious
this is the
place.
highest
Certainly.
priority, most
Valiant, I feel like myself again. You shall not be caught, insignificant gnats.
But I feel there's almost a
The
full
current score is
so much
0 to
because these
0.
psychological hooks, these psychological
Time to
triggers,
switch
they
things up,
do actually
including which
we're in
side
a
you're
world
on.
where you can very easily make, I think, some
Be
sound
wary.
enough.
No
You know,
timeline exists where Magneto yields.
The right heroes
the
could make
entire
all
idea
the
that
difference.
These tricks don't work is the same thing as like, oh, marketing doesn't work. Listen, guys, I've run marketing campaigns. I've seen the back end, and I've been on the front end. Marketing campaigns work extremely well.
It's regulation and all of that, and I totally get that. I'm fairly sympathetic in many cases, but the thing is,
They wouldn't keep doing it if it
Round
wasn't.
2,
So wrong. I fought for mutant kind's future. Our time has finally
and
arrived.
the fact of the matter is, these practices are not popular. People do not like them.
No, nobody
Yet,
They'll be
likes
coming in 30
Behaviors
seconds.
don't
That's,
Stay
that's
strong.
another very good point. Nobody likes
And these
strange
obviously are
alliance.
bad.
We should be
As
at
people
odds,
who enjoy
right?
video games,
Why do you
we
say
see
that,
that as
man
these
of
types of
gold?
practices
I seek
derive
to save
more and more revenue,
souls. You
they
seek
then
to
become
collect
what
them.
the companies focus on.
But if they all
Worse
cease
for
to
the
exist,
actual
we would
video
both be
games.
out of
it is.
business.
It definitely
The battle
lowers the
starts in
quality of the
5,
product. Well, I
4,
think that a company
3,
has the autonomy to decide to
1.
make a worse quality product. It's undeniable that
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
where
Because I suppose in a way, how much of the revenue comes essentially from psychological manipulation and these various business strategies?
at least 10%, because
Better
the
stop
moment
that
you put
vehicle!
in
I'm opening a
psychological
portal.
manipulation and the practice of doing so was put at risk of
Counting on you, friends.
Tencent lost 10% of
Hawkeye.
its
A shortcut
business
to space.
to resend it because
I am fighting for that. Leave me, darkness.
Like,
I'd say 40%.
Leave me, darkness. These mechanics.
If your job exists inside of the context of taking
Final
advantage of
score,
people and
0
manipulating them
to
in a
1.
way that they didn't consent to, you don't deserve to have a job.
are no longer viable.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Absolutely. That companies fail,
That's
and
right.
those jobs go down. I would
That's
wonder
right.
if there should be a dialogue between the private and public sector. In a case like this, I think it's an example of the public sector, right? The people essentially saying, we actually do not like this practice. We don't want this to be the rules of the game.
Yeah.
We want the rules of the game to change, to be more robust. And
Also, like, we really need to get ahead of the curve on this with automobiles. Because as everything becomes computer in automobiles, you're seeing certain subscription services that are withheld from cars. And I find this to be like an incredibly
The right
dangerous
heroes could
precedent
make
to set.
all the difference.
And
Be
I'm
wary.
very,
No
very concerned
timeline
about
exists where Magneto yields.
yeah,
BMW
the
heated
market
seats.
will,
Yeah,
once it adapts to that, find a solution. and if the new rule set is a better rule set, then that should be a net good. But of course, none of this will matter if there's no enforcement.
That's right.
Enforcement, because one country
That's
making
right.
a digital consumer policy often will find difficulty in enforcing it because you're just one little guy, Mr. Belgium. That's why even though Belgium has banned
Belgium and the Netherlands are both having rules against this.
loot boxes, so many that is still
allow
operating in the country.
Krakoa to
Like in
suffer
World
the
of
same
Warcraft, in the
fate
new
as
raid, one of the
Genosha.
bosses is basically a slot machine boss. We
They'll be
always
coming in
have the
30
joke
seconds.
that for
Stay
the
strong.
person in our team that's in Belgium, that boss just can't drop any loot. I don't know, there's
Your
an EU
ceremonial
firewall.
garb is truly
That's a
stunning.
joke, but
A
you get the
perfect
point.
look for this
As
year's
much as-
Hellfire
Except it's not a
Gala.
joke when you're talking about Balatro, which is still rated 18 plus. Meanwhile, you have FIFA that's advertised to 3-year-olds and it has gacha and gambling. But because Balatro uses cards,
The
and
battle
it's
starts
not
in
actual
5,
gambling,
4,
but because they call
3,
it a different name,
2,
so it's okay.
1.
Many people
You have to
kinda
stop
went,
them from
"Oh,
securing the mission area."
Take them down. It hasn't really mattered because
Gotta
it's
try to
just
keep my
Belgium,
cool,
just one
which for
guy.
me is
It's a
not
bit
easy.
different here, and that's
That's why the
because
European Union is so strong.
hurt.
It's because of collective bargaining. I would assume that
Ah, here they are now. Much better. A grand illusion. Your attacks are futile.
I've done that.
A nice deep freeze.
I feel like myself again.
Well, the way the Romans going, they made a change to USBC. No one wanted to go back to just making EU only foes. And yeah, I'm thinking about the fact that
I will never allow Krakoa to suffer the same fate as Genosha.
Well, whenever you have a manufacturing
You need to stop that
line
vehicle
for
in its
anything,
tracks.
You have a combination of fixed costs versus variable costs.
Andy needs
And
help.
a factory that for some reason somewhere can only sell to a small amount of people, that fixed cost will create a situation
Better
where
stop that
you
vehicle.
won't be able to make that money back.
I'll patch you up.
You cannot hurt me.
So, like, for example, like the machine, the stamps, the printers, the assembly line, all of that. So, if you create a small enough target audience, effectively the economics of certain types of products. No, and by the way, guys,
Against the world.
I guarantee you, you've played video games. Armed and dangerous! Schedule 1 operates on the same premise as well. This is a very easy to understand premise.
Rebirth is a mutant's
Even
greatest
though it might
gift.
seem
it
complex.
does kind of make sense. We can see though software
Better stop
examples
that
where it's
vehicle!
not really the same thing. It's not like you can just go and get an emulator for your iPhone in America.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Now your prisoners are not respected.
A grand illusion.
Hey, Teeny, enjoy the amplifier.
So it puts in a fun little dilemma where the American gamers may get
Your attacks are futile.
and so the Europeans
You should be ashamed.
Take the bad guy.
America will also like players in America
He stopped them in their tracks.
for comparison, this is one thing that if you look at like
Make sure their path ends
I
here.
don't want to get like super political about this, right? But a lot of the things that like he's advocating for like why the fuck is it that
Your attacks are futile. You are under my
this is a conversation that's happening at this very moment. So like we joke around about Europe having a right? but you guys really nail it with these consumer protection laws.
I'm opening
And,
a
like,
portal.
hey, I think we should steal them. Like, we should. 100%.
Sorry about your little lump.
Europe is by far away.
Pentagram of Ferrara. Good medicine. Maximum pulse! I purged the dark. The moon haunts you!
Knock that grin off your shiny face, Stark.
Is honestly something.
Cute. Oh boy. Another Ubisoft Dead video. I like the sound of that. We'll watch that tomorrow.
He's stuck in their tracks.
Yeah, I have to look at that. And so anyway, I don't like the protection. It's too long.
Good medicine.
Us against the world.
And so
Enemies are here. I purged.
Only 60 seconds left.
Maximum pulse! Good medicine.
Down to 30 seconds.
Keep your balance, you two. Stay in control.
He's stuck in their tracks.
is that consumer protections.
By the eye of Agamotto,
Final 10 seconds.
the moon haunts you.
Again, people that don't like regulation, they're complaining about it on the internet.
The current score is
People that are
0
complaining about
2 1.
your keyboard is regulated. Your mouse
Time
is
to switch
regulated.
things up,
The monitor
including
that
which
you're looking
side
at is
you're on.
regulated. The PC that you're using
Open
is
your
regulated.
eyes.
The
Reality
internet
is
itself
but an
is regulated.
illusion.
The
You'll need a
ISP
top-notch
that is
team to
giving
win
you
this
internet
one.
is
Be
regulated.
wary. No
Everything about
timeline
this is
exists where
regulated.
Magneto
Like down, like the
yields.
cord that you have the internet go through is regulated. So yeah, 2-year warranty by law. Yeah, exactly right. And so everything is, yeah, you're sitting in a chair that's regulated. Everything is, and so to be against this is, I think, very short-sighted. I think this is absolutely I'm really happy to see.
I fought for mutant kind's future. Our time has finally arrived.
And
I feel like I'm
hopefully we
being
can do
watched.
the same thing. We can follow their lead.
I feel like I'm
And,
being watched.
I'm glad to see the Europe doing this.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I've been playing this game a little bit off screen.
Is that diamond skin of yours actually impenetrable?
I haven't found anything that's been able to damage it yet.
I'm sure I've got something in my arsenal that could do the trick.
Whatever it is, I'd prefer if you aimed it at our opponents, darling.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Just find her
1.
on OnlyFans.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
The Japanese have returned to Hawaii this time. I've been in worse
After
games.
84 long years, the Japanese have returned.
It seems we have company. I feel like myself again.
I'm opening a portal.
That's right. That's right.
A shortcut through space.
Wait.
Us against the world!
I am strengthened for battle.
They even have better representation.
I'm doing this my way.
They had an entire mini game that's basically Duck Hunt instead of
Yeah, they have a mini game in one of the Yakuza games where you can literally basically just watch the
Castle went down fighting.
I don't know how that happened.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
flying out of the trees. God.
I am strengthened.
Magneto!
Incoming! I've never understood how good these were until I played this. Like, I'm getting close to being done with this in a while. At least I kind of feel like I'm no longer just playing finding it. The Pirate Yakuza game is so good. And after I finish it, I'm going to play another Yakuza game.
Shape track such a beautiful weapon, Castle.
We deliver this to Null. He's done for.
I am strengthened for battle.
That shows how simple fun can be.
Keep pushing ahead no matter what.
To make something that is fun. Like, let's say, for example, I don't know, you throw the GDP of Bosnia on making a pirate, and then you don't just put any shit.
Judge, jury,
Your friend.
execution!
Spending the better part of a decade.
By the eye of Agamotto! Must resist.
Doesn't even make pirate games. They make a spin-off.
We are undefeatable!
Medicine.
Deliver this to Null. He's done for.
But you're not being strong. It's like you're losing a race to a person who's not even in.
I purge the darkness.
Then you make an entire character
Final
that
score,
can fucking kill or be
2-1.
stealthy. Pilfer the Singaporean government's booty and only
Yep.
have this mini game to show for it. Pirate Yakuza was made in a game.
Another epic victory! Big win!
Assholes and elbows of all the other Yakuza make probably about a goddamn year to get their weakest mini game is fucking gold. That's right, the entire goddamn sport. A sport that I lost an entire evening to, by the way. Listen, we'll get back to the Ubi
I
slot.
tried to play that one where they do the batting at the explosive things in this game. I could not fucking figure it out. I was so bad at it actually.
Second, I'm like the John Daly of Putt. That's right, I'm severely
This guy,
overfed
by the
Ubi
way-
slop in a second. I'm like the John Daly.
This guy, I watched a video about this dude. This dude's a fucking legend. Like he is. He's a fucking legend. Like, yeah, all he does is smoke cigarettes, drink Diet Coke, and eat candy.
Daily of Putt. That's
Yep.
right, I'm severely overweight and I have a gambling problem. What the fuck are you gonna do
He beat
about
Tiger
it? The trick
Woods.
to sticking your
No,
balls-
didn't he beat Tiger Woods while he was drunk? I think it was even more than that.
Pick your hero.
Yeah,
Or
or maybe he was
villain. I'm
drinking
not
while he
judging.
was doing the tournament. Yeah, exactly.
Be wary. No timeline
hungover, okay,
exists
yeah.
where
There you go.
Magneto yields.
Always.
And that hole is a gentle touch. I'm telling you, it's way
Ooh,
harder to
that's
lose
a good
this
one.
game than it is to win it. Wow! Or the trick could be aiming your balls towards the audience and then cranking it as hard as you possibly can.
Nice.
Or the trick could be aiming on top of the hole, then cranking the ball in the opposite direction of the wind.
Oh.
Or the trick could just be not cranking the ball at all.
That's what I did.
Listen, the point is, the trick can be whatever you
30
want it to
seconds
be
before
as
you
long as
attack.
have a copy
Get
of
ready.
Mario Pro. But for now, let's circle back to Ubisoft. I mean, if we're already talking about the mini games, let's just talk about them, right? I thought I wouldn't enjoy playing bingo until I was old and couldn't get hard anymore, but as it turns out,
I will never
you don't
allow
have to be
Krakoa
a
to suffer the same fate as Genosha.
And even better,
Gathering
we
across
can beat it
roads
using
in
the
Rome.
same trick that we just used on regular golf. Can't get your platform to work with you.
The battle starts in
It
5,
happens to the best
4,
of us. Yeah, the
3,
trick here is
2,
taking
It's like,
One.
dude, this is like Mario Party.
all
but
you need to do is
Japanese
capture the
gangsters.
mission area. Got it?
$50 and heading on down.
Perhaps
to your
next year
house.
we should consider a more private affair.
See, what did I tell you? History is written by the autist with pirated Adobe software. You never
True.
forget that. Mini games and pirate yakuza range from being hit by a Honda while delivering.
It seems we have company.
Seniors and pros being guys with a man who out to get
I feel like myself again.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I suck at it. I was so bad.
Enemies on your tail.
Enemy located.
Your powers are mine! Us against the world!
Us against the world! Shields up!
This is real firepower!
Bring on the chaos!
At the same time. At this random fucking arcade. It was nuts. Turn around!
You are under my protection. Nature itself bends to my will.
Mission area is yours!
I feel like myself again.
You should all be the one-shot challenge so hard they had me redo the same level over and over so they could marvel at my greatness.
Jesus.
The audacity, you know, you're but I just gotta tell you about the house.
You shall not be hurt.
Extra protection.
You cannot hurt me. Much better. You need not fear.
I don't know why they don't
We got company.
Yes, the guy gets it exactly. This is finished the game. Most games are done.
Shields up! You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going!
That's just how I am.
Get in there.
Another fearsome foe.
Fixed with just a little bit of drifting, and also the best
Yeah, that is
your crew is gonna be who boards with you, fights with you, and ideally the better the rank is,
You need not
This is real firepower!
Chief Antonio!
Against the world! Reasonable fear!
Get in there. Your powers are mine!
Shields up!
Your attacks are futile. The moon haunts you!
This game for years.
I still want you. Throwing game. Am I wooing you with my power?
I'm opening a portal.
Are your lungs tingling? Join my crew, please.
Pentagram of Haran. Good medicine.
Control lost.
This is amazing.
Fantastic.
Oh my god.
Hair him for your good buddy, then quintuply cuck him at the end. Or there's mine,
my God.
handing $5,000
Shields
to a
up.
buddy.
Leave them
I'll
to
skip the
consume!
world.
How does that get her to join our crew? Well, it's the implication. Now, if you're wondering how you get the foe is here.
This is real firepower!
Maximum pulse!
Bring on the I'll got you! Alright, that feels better.
Those
Rebirth
were all
is a
silver and
mutant's
blonde.
greatest
They weren't
gift.
qualified
Their team's
for the
capture
job.
progress has
Don't
passed the halfway
these
point.
high hires and had half my crew under level. If that was a well-oiled machine, it'd be the Dilton, like the landed over.
They shall not escape our wrath now.
They didn't do their job. They just had oiled up ties and done it better. Don't let it move.
Feel the pull.
You want to bet on it? But I don't fuck with all these Japanese card games because those make my brain go all mushy.
I don't know what the fuck
I
that
tried
is.
playing one hand of that
They've
Ocho
almost got it.
Cabo shit.
What
and here-
the fuck is this? Is this magic again? Is this this? I think this is actually Yu-Gi-Oh, isn't it?
That's how that went down. What the fuck is going on?
Is this Yu-Gi-Oh?
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Get ready to do some damage.
Maximum pulse!
Double KO. Chaos.
Time to heal.
I don't know what. It's like this is. You know what it's like? It's like going to an alternate universe where U.S. game companies didn't go the way they did, and
I will
get
do
to
what it
imagine
takes to
what
protect
it'd be like
my
if you
people.
got to play a
Magic.
game
No
like
matter the
Killzone
price.
with this level of attention to detail and quality. Can you imagine that?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Crazy. I don't even
You
know what
will
to say.
always have a place on Krakoa, Wanda.
At least you can pet the dog in Yakuza.
But your fellow mutants may not be as welcome.
I think you can pet the dog.
Give them a chance to know the true you,
Oh, sorry,
and
sorry,
they will
in
see the
Ubisoft.
error of their ways.
You can pet the dog in this game
You
too.
know
I'm
who
pretty
I
sure.
have
I'm like
become
90% sure you can pet the dog.
The
you
battle
can
starts
feed
in
the dog.
5,
There's like
4,
a dog
3,
loot system.
2,
The dog will
1.
get items for you. There's a
All you
dog
need to do is capture the
reputation
mission
system.
area.
There's
Got
also
it?
the chicken reputation system,
Yeah, the
which is a
postcard
lot
made
different than
Krakoa
the dog
look like
reputation
paradise.
system.
How's that for false
and then there's the
advertising?
tiger. Oh yeah, I forgot about the tiger. It's not a dog. Yeah, this is insane. This is an education thing stuff. Guys, they have lots of these mini games with the other YouTubers. Yeah, but like, when I play say something like
I'll take a shield.
I feel like myself again.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
A Metal Gear Solid 5. I've got to do the marathon of Metal Gear Solid, man. I think we're gonna
Rest
start.
easy, Ben.
I'm honestly,
You've earned it.
I'm gonna
Is a
stop
mutant's
lying.
greatest
I'm just
gift.
gonna
Capture
start
the
with
mission
Metal Gear
area.
Solid 3 when it comes out. The remake comes out. We're gonna start with that since that's technically the beginning, and then we play the other ones after that.
With the house's money, never with my And of course, by the house's money, I mean my wife's savings account. Next, open up the poker rule.
I'll patch you up.
I feel like myself again. You need not fear.
Anyone want to help? Another fearsome foe.
It's spider time!
You have made your father proud, Wanda.
Trophies!
You have is a winning hand. Take this hand, for example. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at here. So I raise, and I raise, and I raise, and I raise. That's the only thing I don't
These
Your
are
attacks
all
are
mini-games
useless.
Inside of a
I'll
spin-off.
patch you up.
This is
I win 50,000 chips every. It's so hard, it's tipping it. As for what happens that over one time on the bench, someone doesn't fall on the lunch.
My family are under my protection. Chief Atomo!
Us against the world! Control lost!
They go home. They leave me with the hostages. They're too scared to go like me. Anyway,
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway
Kingdom
point.
Come Deliverance 2 does. Majin
I've got
hits
Spider
his
on
head,
standby.
forgets his entire past. Only 2 games separate their paths. Is that after you hit your head in Kingdom Come?
Chicks. No, I'm into dudes.
oh yeah, because you can get ace and ideas
I'm explosive spiders.
and fucked into that.
You're welcome.
I feel like myself again.
Funny about it is that the story of this game is actually better than the
Your powers are mine! The moon haunts you!
And I was really surprised.
Ahead, I found them.
It's way
My
better.
power
yeah,
cannot
and
be
it shouldn't be
quelled.
better. No,
Shields up!
you don't say. No, I don't know what to say. Like,
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
This is real firepower.
You shall not be harmed.
You better get a look behind.
It's spider time!
Been playing Avowed, Saints Row.
We have
is
done
this a real
well.
sport? Cock race? Do they do this in real life?
You know what to do, spiders?
Ah, here they are now.
Another fearsome foe.
Now this is something I gamble on.
I'll patch you up.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Rest now, my child. The troubled days are over. Chief Atomo!
Spider mode! Us against the world!
Fear Magneto! Smash the little Magneto!
Your powers are mine.
The moon haunts you!
Man.
Needed that, thanks. A gift from Khonshu.
Hold on my monstrous memory monster.
I'm opening a
I'm always
portal.
2 cups ahead.
Yeah, next week is about to be crazy.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
I am straight. Leave me, darkness.
This is real firepower!
Assassin's Creed made the golden age of piracy its playground in 2013.
This is Black Flag, right?
Players in a swashbuckling adventure across early 18th century Caribbean waters.
Yeah.
Naval combat mechanics entered the mix as a series first.
Wait, so this was in 2014? This game came out? This one here?
I
that
would
we're
knit
looking
the
at?
dimensions
This looks better
back
than
together
pirate games
if it
that
were
come out
within
now.
my power.
What the hell happened?
Proving so thrilling that fans wasted no time wishing for a Ubisoft-produced pirate game sans the trappings of Assassin's Creed.
Yeah?
The
30
publisher
seconds
unveiled
before you
such a
attack.
project
Get
at
ready.
E3 2017.
Wow.
The Skull and Bones announcement.
Your
and subsequent
idealism
gameplay
refreshes a
walkthroughs promised
battered
the sailing
old soul.
experience from Assassin's
You can't be
Creed
that
4
old.
Black Flag would be interpreted
Astral
into a
projection
massive
makes me feel old.
However, the idea derived from a simpler premise years prior, one that would have seen Black Flag receive a seafaring online suite post-launch. But ambitious
The battle
Star Wars
starts in
Ubisoft
5,
executives heard
4,
the siren song of the
3,
recurring revenue
2,
stream. Thus,
1.
Assassin's Creed 4's
All you need to do is
multiplayer
capture the
works
mission
in
area. Got it?
Creative leads struggled for years trying to devise a clear vision. All
Wait,
while
so they were just going to use Black Flag, but then they thought they could make an game off of that, and then they just decided to make an entirely new game?
How Skull and Bones became marred by several regime changes, multiple reboots, and more than a few delays.
Our enemies are near.
Looks like the mission area is going to capture now.
Despite nearly a decade of build-up, the pirate game launched the minimal
This is real firepower!
I suck. It's party time! It's the grand finale!
members celebrate partners with the arrival of their
I like the cold.
Good medicine. I have not seen so many spiders since. Never mind.
It's spider time!
Maximum pulse!
This is real firepower!
Evidence of bad spiders.
Your powers are mine!
Black notably included the design of naval-based
20 years we've actually
We must marshal our defenses.
Control lost!
Maximum pulse! Good medicine.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
How do you spend 8 years making something worse than you made 10 years ago? How does that happen?
Its Black Flag tasks, Ubisoft Singapore started developing the naval combat-focused online
11?
expansion.
Yes.
Another epic victory! Big win!
Why is he in an aquarium? This is the problem. You ever see a From Software interview? It's one guy that looks like he's been working for 20 hours and he's sitting in a plain white room and there might be a award that Dark Souls 3 won from like 7 years ago or something like that. And that's it. He's sitting in the office. That's it. There's nothing going on. Like, you're in an aquarium? What is this?
Work on building a multiplayer mode for the offensive only lasted a short while, however.
Oh, wow.
Anonymous sources who spoke with Kotaku in 2021 recalled how Singapore's sailing tech, as well as its then-fledgling Phantoms experience, convinced higher-ups the studio could quickly produce a live service using Black Flag assets. The beginnings of an Assassin's Creed 4 multiplayer suite consequently transformed into a separate MMO-like project with the codename Black Flag Infinite. An inherent connection to Black Flag
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
And this is all.
No
this is all Black
timeline
Flag,
exists
right?
where
It's not
Magneto
Skull and Bones
yields.
because it looks good. I'm assuming it's Black Flag. Yes. Okay.
For one, AC4 is a cross-gen game for both PS3 and PS4 era hardware, almost guaranteeing Infinite would be rendered obsolete upon release. Hoping to future-proof the online pirate experience, Ubisoft headquarters set aside the Assassin's Creed branding and instead charged the Singapore outfit with creating a new IP centered around high-stakes ship combat.
Our past was mired in loss and grief, but the future belongs to mutant kind.
The chaos of mismanagement nipping.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
This is crazy.
I have been fighting to protect my people since before you were born,
like the original
boy.
videos of Skull and Bones. It looked amazing. Yeah, I was like, oh, this
the
is gonna
fire
be fun. We're
of
gonna play
youth,
this.
charming,
And then I guess not, right?
you would be wise to follow my lead.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Anything that increases
Even
my
in the years leading up to
firepower,
the
I like.
2017 unveiling, the core Skull and
Enemy
Bones
target
status
located.
Another loser punch.
Another pre-production iteration reportedly took inspiration from strategy
Say
games
that?
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
To some extent, none of these
scared of this fight coming. Neutralize the arm.
Look up behind you.
Set a trap. You need not
I am ready to put on a show. Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
Yes, what is it?
You shall not be harmed. I feel like myself again.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. You belong to me.
The moon haunts you.
I'll patch you up. Someone shoot the bad guy.
Glory's almost yours. Double kill.
There are more of them than expected.
Hey, Dee, enjoy the amplifier.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
You need not fear. I'm opening a portal. I'm doing this my way. There's a cloud. A shortcut through space.
Get out of here. What are you all
Good
waiting
medicine.
for?
These arms are dangerous.
I am ready to put on a show.
As such, news about this
Hands are shaking again. Focus.
inviting users to playtest the game and influence its creation. But some Kotaku sources claim Ubisoft executives wanted more from E3 2017's sessions-based build and tasked developers with designing active exploration
Your team's capture progress is past the halfway point.
You're welcome.
I am strengthened by the eye of Agamotto.
Us against the world.
It's like I think that this is an example of a game that I think this is a really good game. At a certain point, you just need to acknowledge that you did it wrong.
It ain't cheap.
We've almost got it.
What are y'all waiting
You did it wrong. It's time to just go back to the drawing board and give up.
2018 window and into
Yeah.
a nebulous
Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
20 period.
Hey, Dee, enjoy the amplifier.
Disappear.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
You better get a look behind you.
The moon haunts you.
The keyholes are more dangerous
Ubisoft promoted it as complementary to the pre-existing PvP offering called Disputed Waters. And while both showed promise, developers later alleged that neither Skull and Bones...
I will do what it takes to protect my people, no matter the price.
Specifics mattered little. The Skull and Bones Ubisoft exhibited for 2 years was abandoned in favor of pursuing disparate gameplay possibilities.
So they basically
30 seconds before you attack.
a game
Get
that
ready.
didn't exist in order to advertise a game that would never exist.
Think you're fast enough to stop a high-velocity round aimed straight between your eyes, old-timer?
Why would I have to be? I've already disabled the internal mechanisms on all of your weapons.
Regime changes counted among the many
Now,
contributing factors to the
play
process.
nice, and perhaps all put your toys back together.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Justin Farron, another long
Just as I forged a nation, I shall wield a weapon fit for a king.
I think this is a really great example of a studio that's chasing a trend and overstepping and overreaching into a place that they're not really familiar with and they don't have any extra.
Ah, here they are now.
Looks like the mission area is going faster now. We will stand with you! I am ready to put on a show!
You need not fear. You are under my protection. Enjoy the air!
The mission area is yours!
Previously debated
A commendable effort.
You brought
Pirates or their ship as the main playable character. The E3 2017 builds revolved around the latter. The mid-2019 reboot
Enemy
utilized
target
the playable
located.
pilot, then implemented exploration and survival elements for
Atlas had more players than
Don't mind me.
You shall not be harmed.
A shield? Well, okay.
Thank you. Or a dagger.
I'll patch you up.
I feel like myself again.
Us against the world!
Magneto! You need not.
It's clobbering time!
Wow.
Your attacks are futile.
Hey, idiot! Turn around!
You captured more than half of the
there we
mission
go.
area. Keep going.
Oh my god. I still play this. Atlas is a fun time. Yeah, I did not even expect that.
Control lost!
Huh?
letting users roam land passes on foot represented another new point of interest.
Every team
My power
Existing
cannot be
combat,
quelled.
looting and sailing mechanics remained intact, supported
Get
by
out of here! What are
crafting,
y'all waiting
trading,
for?
and other
Am I the
resource
only person like this UI is shit? Like putting this in front of it like this? Everything about this
You
is
shall
bad.
not be harmed.
Like
Extra
I think
shielding.
there's a
Yes,
huge
please.
market out there for a really popular, really good pirate game, and nobody can nail it down because I think they're not willing to do what they need to do.
Man, I gotta make another beacon?
I feel like myself again.
Black Flag. Not multi-player, excuse me.
Your team's capture progress past the halfway point.
It's clobbering time!
My power cannot be quelled.
2020. Development sources who spoke with BG
Maximum
pulse
pulse!
had introduced a live game model featuring live storytelling elements. As a result, instead of the Division's games as a service angle with its regular updates and unchanging game world,
They've almost got it!
cues from Fortnite, dropping players.
It's again the exact same thing. They're not following any sort of ideology.
I feel like myself again.
Hey, Petey! Don't mind me.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
I think the problem is that the studio went focusing on creating a good
Depended on community behavior. Stopping short of corroborating the BGC story, Ubisoft Singapore's September 2020 blog post revealed that progress on a new vision had entered full swing. The message additionally explains Skull and Bones' many delays.
Open your eyes.
Be
So
wary.
too did the challenges accompanying.
Charles
The
dreamed
studio
of a safe
consequently
haven
spent
for all
several months in
mutants.
2020
At last,
conceptualizing how to
I
modernize
have
the
made it a
classic pirate
reality.
fantasy, while also crafting an immersive adventure replete
This
with
looks
30
good,
seconds before you
but
attack. Get ready.
I think that in order
You're
to
a
have
shooter
a
like
good
me.
pirate game
There's
experience,
no shooter like
you
me,
need
buddy.
to slow the game down
Never
to
figured I'd have
about
something
the
in
speed
common
of
with a
Dark and
target like
Darker.
you.
I think that's what, if you really want to have like an authentic, legitimate experience, I think that's what you kind
The
of
battle
have to
starts
do.
in 5, 4, 3,
memorable
2,
moments. Prolonging
1.
the development cycle seemed the
All you
only
need to
way
do is
get
capture the
off
mission area. Got it?
Ubisoft further facilitated production
So there
efforts
are
at this
two
juncture
dudes,
upon
huh?
assigning satellite
Sounds like
studios like those in
overpopulation.
Berlin, Chengdu, Paris,
Hostiles up
and the
front.
Philippines to assist the Singapore.
Much better.
I'll patch you up.
Still not even going to tell you what it comes out to. Oh, great.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Behind you.
My power cannot be quelled.
Yeah, like if I was late, like I feel like, yeah, just that's
Still
not how it
evolving,
works.
because the multiplayer title
We captured the mission area.
Oh, they're
people in
advancing in the
know
wrong
blame
way.
turbulence
Okay,
on a
that makes
general
sense.
lack of direction, exacerbated by too many leads taking charge while few were willing to make tough calls. For other developers, the issues stemmed from the project being rushed. Still, there were those who maintained the fault
Hostiles up
related to
front.
Ubisoft's editorial division, which proved difficult to please. One developer alleged
I feel like myself again. Mutants always rise again.
I'm doing this my way.
became the name of the game. Therefore, developers occasionally either found themselves
Magneto!
Mission's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
My strength returns.
The culture of fear adversely impacts Ubisoft Singapore throughout Skull and Bones' development as well.
Oh, yeah, I
based on
remember those.
allegations of misconduct and workplace toxicity.
Yep.
Employees who spoke out blamed the publisher's efforts in 2020 to rid its rights.
Maximum pulse!
They've almost got it.
Supposedly culminating in
is a
an
mutant Satan's greatest gift.
Sue
which
Richards,
senior developers
ready to help.
left in droves due to the constant fits and starts.
Yeah, can ruin
The
it.
fraught
Absolutely.
production cycle naturally why Ubisoft simply didn't pull the plug. A few developers believed a deal with the Singaporean government was what staved off cancellation,
Man.
considering the country's economic development board had granted the publisher subsidies.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Skull and Bones seemingly benefited from a certain level of immunity, but nothing could save it from the downward spiral that ultimately plagued its life.
The release of this game was so fucking entertaining to me. Like, I remember I was actually going to play it on stream, and then I watched the gameplay of it, and it looked so bad. It was like, it was a guy who was just sitting there hitting the same cannon button, and it was just shooting a cannonball at a tower, and the tower's health was going like this. And so I sat there and I watched. I'm like, okay, well, what happens when he kills the tower? You want to know what happens? There's another tower. I'm like, I'm not gonna play this. This is awful. This nobody wants to see this. It's crazy. But where's the actual gameplay? Sea of Thieves is better visually? Maybe. Depends on what you like. I like this visual. It looks good.
Skull and Bones finally received a November 2022 launch date that July for PC, PS5, Xbox, and Google Stadia.
Oh, wow.
New details confirmed players
Google
would spend
Stadia.
most of their time at sea with scattered chances of exploring the world on solid ground. A worldwide gameplay reveal followed the news, spotlighting multiplayer crafting, ship management, and exploration.
Oh, wow.
In short, hopeful players were promised an adventure wherein they'd be able to assemble a crew aboard a small sloop and expand it into a mighty force on hulking warships. Viewers quickly expressed skepticism, lambasting the first-person ship camera, a lack of shipboarding combat, and the dated-looking visuals.
Oh, that's right. So basically, there was no shipboarding in Skull and Bones, and it ended up just being like a loading screen, whereas Black Flag had shipboarding like over 10 years ago. The game had potential. There are so many games that have potential.
Many begrudged
So
Ubisoft
true.
for not delivering something along the lines of a Black Flag 2.0 experience. Ubisoft
Lots of games have
postponed
potential.
Skull and Bones for a fifth time in September 2022. An extra 5 months would be used for polishing and balancing purposes, a necessity
Yeah,
to
this is
improve the
about what it
project's
looks like.
chances of long-term success. A sixth and final delay cited similar intentions in January 2023 as developers prepared for Skull and Bones' February 2024 rollout
Oh,
on
boy.
PC, PS5, and Xbox Series platforms.
It's like, I wonder if you're on the development team of this game, like they have to know it's bad, right? Like you have to know it's like, okay, all right, well, today's the day, guys. Geez, okay, well, let's put it out there. Maybe, yeah, they've got to know that it's bad.
The Pirate title became mired in controversy once more ahead of launch, courtesy of its contentious $70 price tag. As a live service
yeah.
game with a battle pass, in-game store, and premium currency, the general consensus argued
So it's $70 as premium currency and a battle pass. Wow. Well, I could have expected that.
Skull and Bones had no business demanding such a high entry point. Even investors raised concerns during an earnings call. One pondered whether the cost could presumably limit the player base.
Yep.
Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot defended the decision, labeling Skull and Bones a quadruple A endeavor that warranted steeper pricing because it offered a full-fledged game that would deliver in the long run. Critic reviews...
Do you remember the joke that I made in my video about how it had AAA, 1A for each player? It's really getting to be there. It really is. Like things are looking very not good for them. Yeah, quadruple A.
And user impressions soon thereafter suggested otherwise. Dismal review scores permeated the day one discourse. The common assessment being that while Skull and Bones provided a fun adventure, Repetition, minimal gameplay variation, and dull missions did not beget a lasting thrill ride.
What he means to say is the game sucked dick, and it did. I had a sponsor for this game. I ended up not even doing it because it was so bad.
Stellar ship combat and navigation that made Black Flag shine over a
Wait,
decade.
actually, I'm not sure. I don't remember. I don't remember if, like, that's what happened or they just realized that it was cooked. You said they pulled out? Yeah, that's what I was thinking again. I think that they could have just, like, it might have been that because I didn't do it on the release day because I was like, I don't know. I probably was like, oh, I have to react to videos today. I don't have time to play this game for money. And so I'm like, okay, well, I'll do it in like a couple of days. And they might have realized, like, man, I don't think that it's going to matter if we pay more money. Like, we might as well just save our money. They pulled out whenever you said it looked like it sucks 1,000 dicks or something. No, I said that if you build 100 bridges and you suck one dick, you're not a bridge builder, you're a dick sucker. But if you suck 100 dicks and you only build one bridge, you're Ubisoft. That's what I said. But I didn't say that until recently. Like, that was, yeah, that was very recent.
Prior worked wonders for the multiplayer romp, yet could only bear so much of the heavy lifting. Users shared similarly unfavorable critiques, and low player counts did little to improve the perception.
Yeah.
Insider Gaming's Tom Henderson heard
Sometimes I wonder how much damage my videos do to games. I actually wonder, like, because I think it does matter. Now, is it a big amount? You did this? I wonder. Because I really, like, I farm people pretty fucking hard. Enough? Yeah, it's all your fault. Did I kill this? Zero, you just state the truth? I think that that's true, too. I feel like I am like an amplification device, and I cannot change people's opinions, and I can make people like a good game more or hate a bad game more. But I can't make people like a bad game or hate a good game. I think that's what the difference is.
Sources who claim the repeatedly delayed title barely cracked 850,000 players in its first week. Numbers bolstered by a free trial promotion. It was far from a great start for a project created on an estimated $200 million budget. Users who did dive in seemed engaged at the very least, logging about 3+ hours of playtime per day. Either way, developers knew sales figures were less than satisfactory, with some attributing the soft launch to the ill-advised $70 price tag.
Well, they have to do $70. Like, I actually think that the $70 price tag isn't really that big of a deal, and I think that people would easily put the money together if they found a game that was really good. The problem is that these games are just fundamentally not worth $70. The experience they deliver isn't really that much better than other games. $70 is too much, though. I don't think that it is too much. There's no, I don't see the logic in that. So if I look at, like, for example, any other form of technology or any other form of, like, anything I'm buying, right? Video games were $60. They got moved up to $60 in the 360 era, right? They went from $50 to $60 from, like, GameCube to a Wii, or, like, you know, the Xbox to Xbox 360 or PS2 to PS3. And so it went to $60. And so, like, that's like 2006, 2007, 2005, somewhere around there. I mean, what's really about the same price? Like, I mean, what was $60 then that's only $70 now? I feel like with inflation, you can easily expect that to be the case. Easily expect that. So it's digital now, though? Yeah, I'm sure digital has a factor to it, for sure. But I don't think that it scales at the same level. It's the economy. Yeah. I mean, I think that's the reason why these games, like, but this is the problem, though, is that at the end of the day, you can, I can sit and I can try to justify to you why it's important that games cost $70 and how they will cost. Like, there will be a time when we are old, when we will think back to the good days when games only cost $100. We all realize this, right? Everybody knows this is the case. So it's just a matter of when. And that's it. Yeah, right. No, I'm saying, like, please no. Well, no. I mean, like, how many of you guys have had, like, a grandparent or, like, a parent tell you, like, oh, back in my day, we used to be able to buy X for Y amount of coins, you know? Well, it's just how the inflation is, right? That's it. That's life. And so, like, that's just what's going to happen. The point is that these games and investing this much into a big game like this if you don't know you're going to hit, it's probably not a good idea. This is why I said that these AAA big games like this is why they're so dangerous to develop and make. It's because you can double down on something that will end up destroying your studio. Game inflation or corporate greed? It's probably a bit of both, right? But I think that it is inflation too. I mean, inflation is a reality.
Specific failings aside, Skull and Bones' various shortcomings appeared indicative of a larger company-wide issue within Ubisoft. Insider Gaming published a report prior to launch detailing the internal tensions that had beset the France-based organization. Sources familiar with the in-house operations identified Ubisoft's penchant for chasing trends in recent years as one of the key
NFT games. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow. NFTs.
Culprits behind its steady decline. Between 2021 and 2022, for instance, the Assassin's Creed publisher had approximately 12 Battle Royale shooters in development, many of them.
What?
The Assassin's Creed publisher had approximately 12 Battle Royale shooters in development, many of
Who does this? Yeah, why? I don't even... how does that even happen? That's insane. 12, are they crazy? Yes. And convinced they're money laundering? I wish. That would mean somebody that wasn't stupid was working there.
Of them unceremoniously shelved. Poor management of this scale naturally resulted in delays becoming the norm. When paired with unclear creative directions and toxic work environments, it's no surprise the likes of Beyond Good and Evil 2 entered and remained trapped in development hell throughout Skull and Bones' prolonged stint. But Ubisoft's live service games have turned things around in the past, Rainbow Six Siege constituting the most famous example. Skull and Bones could someday enjoy a comparable surge, contingent on whichever way...
It won't happen. Here's the big problem that a lot of games like this have, is that once players make up their mind that the game is bad, it's almost impossible to get them to change their mind. And the amount of games that get players to change their mind, it's like this fucking single-digit percentage fraction. Like, everybody says No Man's Sky and Cyberpunk. Yes, exactly. That's my point. No Man's Sky and Cyberpunk. And... 2 games. Final Fantasy XIV? Yeah, but think about the amount of money that they invested into totally remaking that game. And that's the thing. So yeah, I mean, I feel like this is the main problem. Is that, like, people just, after they make up their mind, that's it.
The wind blows for Ubisoft as a whole.
Keep in mind that the company was in such dire straits that having Tencent rumored to be buying them caused their stock to go up again. That's nuts. Yeah, big money wasted. I think that Ubisoft is going to have like a massive buyout, turmoil, like something like that.
Thank you for
crazy is
watching
going to
our
happen.
video.
Yeah,
We'd
this
like
is
to
a really
take
good
this
video. I'm
time
going to link it to you
thank,
guys.
by name, the generous Patreons who
Yeah,
have pledged
this
to
is a
our
great
Hall of
video.
Fame reward
Holy
tier.
shit.
Disco Cobra 2013.
Money ain't for nothing and chicks for
Ice
free?
Cold Water $1.
Yeah, I guess not.
Karu. Sauerkraut.
Holy shit, man. Strip for parts?
Chinwin.
Yeah, basically that's what they're going to do, I think.
To our producer reward
Great
tier.
narrator? Yeah, they did a really
Adam
good job.
Miller. Brock Piviroto.
Yeah, gamers.
Darira Sigurdsson. Dave Oshry. DCX.
I'll go ahead and make sure I link you guys. Yeah,
DJ
actually, I've never
Redden.
watched one of their videos
Eric
before. This is the first
Video.
time.
Fallen Asterisk. It's Peanut Butter.
As a French,
Crash
those people,
Course.
they fucking deserve it? You
Jaguar
think they
Knot.
deserve it?
Jan Christofferson. Matthew McLaughlin. Rebobbed.
Do they deserve it? I mean, I think that really any time that you fail in a free market, you deserve it. Like, yeah, I feel like there's almost never a circumstance where a good product fails for no reason.
Roberto Nieves. Sir
Workforce
Alex.
doesn't deserve it?
C. Rob.
Yeah, I don't
Casey.
know.
Taylor Moten.
They failed
Your
as a business?
B.
They did.
If you enjoy
They
our
absolutely
content,
did.
please consider subscribing to our channel. and backing us on Patreon.
Wow. They basically fell for 10 years, not a single upside. Yeah, well, let me see how they're doing now. Like, I'll see if I can pull it up and find it. Ubisoft stock. How are they doing now? Wow. Well, that's not good. They're trying to get me. They're trying to shut me down because I'm breaking out of the Matrix and they don't want to hear the truth. Oh, come on.
What's wrong, little one?
My video.
Oh.
Watch my video.
Oh, God.
What's your name?
Pada.
You're quite the fighter, Pada. Come. Let me help you. Look. Pretty, isn't it? Perfectly balanced. This whole
Guys, come on.
balanced. This whole thing should be. Too much to one side. The other. Here. You try.
Oh, God.
Concentrate. There. You've got it.
Thank you all so much for your
Oh,
incredible
God.
response to my last two videos. And also thank you so much, Asmongold, for the awesome encouragements.
I'm gonna be honest. If this guy had 100,000 subscribers, I'd say that he deserved more, and he has 232. And now he has 18,000. How about that? That's crazy, right?
Damn.
Definitely feel like it was a good idea to launch it.
Damn,
It was
how
a
about that?
Great video.
I've really enjoyed the conversations I've been able to have with a lot of you. And the most important thing about this for me is the fact that I'm having so much fun making these videos. Today, I want to dive into something I believe is very important, something that I didn't touch on in my previous videos. I've always believed in challenging my own views, playing devil's advocate against myself, and taking time to look at issues from multiple perspectives. That's
one of the things that I think a lot of people don't do, is that they never try to look at what they believe from the perspective of somebody who is disagreeing with them. Because people think that, like, they're so one-dimensional in how they believe, like, what's true or what's not true, that there's no way for them to even imagine a concept that somebody could disagree with them.
I held off on talking about this. I just really wanted to make sure I approach this topic carefully. I wanted to ensure that I have all the facts straight and that I represent the casual gaming community well. We're diving into a topic that's been stirring up quite a bit of controversy in the gaming world. DEI, or Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. For some, DEI
I promised you guys that I would do the DEI equals die video on the day that I came back to streaming. There's been a lot of stuff going on. Obviously, had a lot of game releases. The election happened, so we're a little bit farther behind, but we're going to try to make up for lost time here. Promises were broken. Yeah, what else is new?
Viewed as a positive step towards inclusive environments. However, others argue that it can actually stifle creativity and innovation in the industry. Today, I want to explore why DEI might pose to be dangerous for video games and the industry as a whole. This isn't just a surface level concern. It's a systemic issue that demands our attention and critical thinking. Before diving into its direct impact on games, we need to first understand how it's shaping the gaming industry itself. To start, it's essential to understand what DEI initiatives aim to achieve.
Put this stuff up to your higher-ups, and if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want.
What's funny to me about saying that is that that's exactly what marketing companies are doing now with them. Now, marketing companies are terrified to be associated with these DEI consultancy companies because of how much negative publicity and negative press it has. So this is a double-edged sword. Like if you want to appeal to them from just be afraid because we're going to make things bad for you. Well, what happens when the other group of people makes things bad for you? So yeah, it's such a bad position to have. The negative money they make. Yeah, exactly.
At their core,
thank God, no more women in gaming. I wonder why people say my chat's full of incels. I don't know. I think they're probably racist.
These initiatives seek to create inclusive environments by addressing historical injustices and ensuring diverse representation. While I do believe that the intentions behind DEI are often noble, the implications can be quite serious. Many organizations, including game developers, have implemented DEI programs or have outsourced DEI consultants hoping to create more equitable workplaces. However, these efforts can inadvertently lead to divisive environments, where the focus on diversity usually overshadows other divisive environments. Where the focus...
I've witnessed non-men. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really sorry. This is fucking insane. Non-men. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean non-men? How can these people possibly think that it's just insane to prove having to prove their gamer credentials to be in the room. Oh God.
On diversity usually overshadows other critical values like
also you call yourself Code Coven? Do you know what covens are comprised of? Witches. Why the fuck would you call yourself that?
Activity and innovation. While it is important to acknowledge the lasting impacts of discrimination, there are also many examples of individuals who've overcome these...
Maybe it's the first time they didn't lie.
...obstacles through hard work and resilience. Figures like Frederick Douglass and Martin Luther King Jr. championed a vision where people are judged by their character, not their skin color, advocating for equality of opportunity.
I think that there's a lot of people that want to be judged for their quality, but their quality isn't very good. So then they have to resort back to hoping that, you know, they can get some DEI thing, or hopefully, well, you know, let's take me seriously for this other reason. And I think that's actually the reason why a lot of DEI games are bad. DEI games are bad because they can't secure money based off of like the quality of the game. So they add in DEI to secure DEI investment instead because of the lack of actual investment that they could receive. So it creates like a confirmation bias that like more of these games are low quality.
Success is based on merit, not race, gender, or background. Equality of opportunity ensures that everyone has the same starting point and access to resources, allowing them to reach their full potential based on their own efforts. However, DEI often shifts the focus to equality of outcome, aiming to ensure similar results for everyone, regardless of individual effort.
Well, more importantly, it's aiming to achieve equal results of themselves. Most people's advocacy for these types of things is completely self-serving. I would even argue, and this is going to be a big one, I would argue that most people's political beliefs are completely self-serving. Absolutely. Like there's not a principle to this. There is a what's best for me and how can I work backwards to justify it.
This shift can have significant implications for the gaming industry and beyond. For instance, if game development teams prioritize diversity quotas over skill and experience, they may inadvertently hire less qualified individuals simply to meet those quotas.
Exactly.
This could compromise the quality of the games produced and frustrate...
I don't see how it's so weird. Like it's so odd to me because like why can't you just... If you're hiring somebody and you're not hiring them because they're good at the job, you're hiring them, you know, based off of like a gender identity thing, then you're doing a bad thing. Like, I feel like it's so simple. It's just not logical at all. It's not. I really think that we have a huge problem nowadays where illogical positions are taken seriously. People can be illogical and they will behave in illogical ways, but I really don't like how now in culture we're supposed to accept other people's truth. There is no other people's truth. You can live the way that you want to live, and you can be as crazy and delusional, as stupid as you want to be. But the moment that you come into the public space and you say everybody else has to act this way, no. You need to figure out a reason why. That's the reason why. It's called postmodernism, Asmund. I think it's called being a fucking idiot. It's called being a delusional fucking idiot that's trying to tell everybody else what to do. It's annoying.
Both creators and consumers. When the focus shifts from talent to demographic representation, the risk of creating a mediocre, less innovative product increases, as new ideas and perspectives may be overlooked in favor of fulfilling diversity mandates.
Yeah.
Historically, movements toward greater equality have often focused on improving access and opportunity, rather than enforcing equal outcomes. Critics of the current DEI trend argue that by shifting to an outcome-based framework, organizations may lose sight of their original goal that so many incredible people have fought so hard to achieve, to provide a level playing field. Moreover,
imagine that. And also, you're never going to have a level playing field. Like, for example, I realized this in school, and like, I am really, really bad at writing. Like, so we had to take like art class, and I just could not fucking manage to do calligraphy. I was so bad at it. I think the best grade that I ever got was like a D, and I was just a stupid fucking idiot. I cannot write for shit. And I was like, well, this isn't fair, right? Meanwhile, we go to history, or we go to anything else where all you have to do is remember something. And I don't even have to study. I remember everything, take the test, get a 100. Problem solved. People are not equal. That doesn't mean that some people are better than others. It just means that each person has different strengths and weaknesses, and you have to leverage those things to benefit you. That's it. D was your target. Well, I mean, well, no. D was the target because I knew I'd get 100 on the test and I'd get a 0 on the homework. Yeah, never do the homework, get a perfect grade on the test, problem solved. It's not supposed to be bad? Yeah, exactly. People spawn with different stats. And to be fair, I mean, yeah, there are people that are like less talented than other people. And like, you know, some people, not everybody has the same amount of talent points, right? But in a general sense, I think that a lot of people do have the ability to compete on at least an average level.
This emphasis on equality of outcome can create a backlash among those who feel that their own hard work and achievements are being diminished or disregarded.
Well, the reason why people feel like their hard work and achievement is being diminished and disregarded, it's because it is. When somebody else gets an opportunity that you in an equal playing field would have had, you've just been disenfranchised. That's what happens. You are now the loser. It's not even a question. It's not about people being unequal. It's about what you value and put your time and practice towards. Deep down, you valued history more. Sure, but there's always going to be things like, so here's an example. I was always really bad at Apex Legends. I tried to play the game and be good at it. I put like 1,000 hours into the game. I felt like I was still bad at it, and I quit the game. There's other games that I play, and I put a lot of time into it, and I get a lot better at the game. So I think really, I mean, there are going to be natural proclivities and natural talents that people have, right? It's pretty simple to say that. And everybody's a little bit different, right? Some people have like more of an interest towards other things or whatever.
Can lead to division within teams and communities as individuals begin to view one another through the lens of demographic categories rather than as unique contributors. In summary, while I do believe DEI initiatives are often well-intentioned, the shift from equality of opportunity to equality of outcome can have significant and far-reaching consequences. In the gaming industry,
the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
This shift risks compromising the quality of creative output and can create division among developers and players alike. I really believe that by focusing on merit and individual potential rather than simply achieving demographic targets, the industry can foster a culture of true inclusivity that celebrates the diverse contributions of all individuals.
It just seems very weird to me that like this is even a topic, because it's like it's so focused on now with games, and it's still a topic because like we have like all these older games that have good examples of this, and then people try to like contrive them for like their own like their own opinions, right? Like, you know, like, oh, Devil May Cry is like a male fantasy. Like, yeah, absolutely. Like, what's wrong with there being a male fantasy game, right? Like, and I think like the premise that video games are made for guys and so this is bad, what a ridiculous premise to have. Why is making content for a demographic of people bad? Who decided this was bad? That's stupid. Like, I don't even understand it.
If you have a piece of glass lodged in your foot, it doesn't help for the doctor to just put a plaster on it and call you a bigot for not agreeing with him that this will fix the issue. The doctor needs to tackle the problem at its roots. And while I do understand and sympathize with the perspective of those pushing for DEI, the reality is that these initiatives can sometimes feel like that plaster, a temporary solution that doesn't address the deeper societal wounds.
Well, it's not a solution at all. And it doesn't even make it better in the short term. It just makes it worse, and it makes people that are... It makes virtue signalers feel like they're doing something special. Like, I'm helping, haha! No, you're not.
Not deny that the push for DEI at its core is often a response to historical and ongoing inequalities and the hurt that comes from real experiences of discrimination. However, we need to be careful that in our efforts to fix these problems, we're not just covering them up superficially.
You're not creating the same problem with a different person.
Healing and real progress comes from addressing the systemic issues at their core. For me, I believe this means focusing on equality of opportunity.
Exactly. You're falling for it, dude. They push DEI to divide us, not fall for it. Well, here's the funny thing, is that how are we getting divided when it's a bunch of guys around the world that all think the same thing? There's guys in China that think this is stupid, guys in the US that think it's stupid, guys in the Middle East that think it's stupid, guys in Europe that think it's stupid. I actually feel like this has been pretty much a universal thing, that a lot of people have come together to say it's stupid. Yeah, people are waking up. Yeah, I actually think that this has been more of a unifier than a divider.
Education, economic empowerment, and creating a society where people are judged based on their abilities and character. With that being said, I strongly believe that DEI is doing a major disservice to itself and everyone it affects. By focusing on metrics like representation quotas or attempting to guarantee equal outcomes, DEI often misses the real issues. It risks creating environments where individuals are seen first by their demographics rather than talents or achievements, which ironically reinforces the very divisions it seeks to eliminate. Rather than fostering genuine inclusion, these initiatives can lead to tokenism, resentment, and a sense of unfairness, where some feel overlooked because their merits are secondary to fulfilling diversity targets. Ultimately,
yeah, I mean, obviously, right? And yeah, of course that's going to happen. Goes against what Martin Luther King was preaching. It goes against what any reasonable person who has had any sort of a long-term effect on the way that people look at social politics has been saying. I'm trying to think about anybody in like history that's like made it their platform that, you know, some people are better than others and like all of this other like weird distorted bullshit. Like, yeah, people really don't think that. And like, yeah, you have like, you know, Gandhi was racist or something like that. But like, that wasn't really like what he was pushing. It's just bullshit. It's a complete distortion.
We should be striving for a system where
never
people,
been successful
no matter
ever.
their background, rise based on their effort, skill, and contributions. Anything less undercuts the very ideals of fairness and equality that DEI claims to promote. Now, how is this directly affecting games? As we consider the implementation of DEI initiatives,
Dragon Age,
we encounter significant risks within the gaming industry. One major concern is the creative limitations imposed on developers. When narratives prioritize political correctness over authentic storytelling, we risk alienating players who seek immersive experiences. A case in point is The Last of Us Part 2, which faced backlash for its heavy-handed approach to social issues, leaving some players feeling that the gameplay experience was detracted by the messaging. And as I mentioned in a previous video,
nobody wants to be preached to, especially not by some game developer. I think this is also happening with movies and television as well. Like, I feel like really after Epstein, after Weinstein, after Diddy, the last person that I want to hear talk to me about morality is a person who's worked in Hollywood entertainment. That is the last person I want to hear their opinion about morality.
Battlefield 5 was criticized for its focus on diversity in a historical World War II setting, leading to mixed receptions from fans. Again, the way this was done was quite heavy-handed. Instead of
ridiculous. Oh shit, Kirshi, thanks for the raid. What's up, boys? How y'all doing? Hey.
Celebrating the incredible real contributions that women actually made in World War II, the focus shifted to portraying them.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy. Like my grandfather and grandmother, my grandfather was a pilot in World War II, and my grandmother was a nurse in World War II. But apparently that's not enough for them. They have to have some like like fucking She-Hulk, woman come in here with like this massive Lucille baseball bat and destroy some guy. Like, yeah, this didn't fucking happen. What are you talking about?
Was done was quite heavy-handed. Instead of celebrating
what is this? It's just such bullshit with a mechanical arm.
Incredible.
Yeah, look at that. It's so stupid.
Real contributions that women actually made in World War II, the focus shifted to portraying them in traditionally male roles, as if it was a more valuable way to recognize their efforts. Games that prioritize social agendas over storytelling can fail to resonate with audiences, hurting both sales and overall engagement. It's crucial that we focus on merit and individual talent rather than identity. Promoting environments where everyone can rise based on their skill and hard work is essential for a thriving gaming industry. This approach honors the principle of equality of opportunity, allowing diverse voices to contribute without being constrained by demographic targets. When we celebrate achievements based on merit, we foster a culture that values innovation, creativity, and excellence over identity politics. An example would be the upcoming Assassin's Creed Shadows, set in a...
Ooh, I cannot wait, bro. Like, this game, oh my god. February is gonna go so fucking crazy. Oh my god. Get the popcorn. And this game is gonna be in the Trump era. Bro, Trump is gonna be president. You know what? They might have to cancel the game now that Trump's president because Trump's racist and he said he didn't want video games with black people in them anymore. I read that on Twitter. Yeah, so they're probably going to have to get rid of Assassin's Creed. Jeez, that sucks. Yeah, I was looking forward to it. Yeah, he said we can't make them anymore. L. Trump, yeah, I know. What the fuck? Are you banned on the subreddit? Did I get banned on the subreddit again?
Rich historical context, the game promises an immersive experience. However, some fans worry that DEI-driven pressures could push the developers to emphasize diversities in ways that feel inauthentic to the setting. Instead of naturally weaving diversity into the narrative, there's a concern that these efforts might compromise the historical accuracy and storytelling depth that longtime players expect from the franchise. This tension highlights the broader risk that DEI initiatives can create, producing games that feel more like checkbox exercises than creative, engaging works.
You know what Dragon Age Cinematics reminded me of? Have you guys ever done a company HR training video? Have you guys ever had to like watch one of those? Like I had to go through this before myself. Dude, it feels like that. It feels like watching one of those HR training videos. Oh, God. You have to do it every year? Oh, God.
DEI is to truly benefit the gaming world. It needs to respect both the diverse talent involved in game development and the authenticity that players value.
Well, what's weird about this is that, like, if you look at, like, a lot of ancient stories, things like with Loki, right? If you go back that far, you know, there's always been instances where like non-gender conforming ideas were present. You look at, like, for example, Elden Ring, Queen Marika and like being Radagon at the same time. Is this being trans? Well, it's not a one-to-one, but it's definitely inside of that ballpark, right? And you have like Mikola, who's basically a girl, he's a femboy. And so you have all of these different types of gender identity stuff that actually are very representative. And what's interesting is that great stories seem to have this naturally, and bad stories seem to force it in. Sailor Moon? Yeah, exactly. It's within the fantasy. Yeah, it's that simple. Moog was innocent? Yeah.
Which is a major player in gaming journalism, has been criticized for its overemphasis on identity politics and DEI-driven content. In recent years, their coverage has increasingly focused on social issues.
They actually have just gone through another round of layoffs. Kotaku is like, it's going to be very hard for me to say whether it's dead or not, but if it's not dead, it's on life support. It's pretty much dead.
Rather than games themselves. While we all know raising awareness about diversity is important, it is obvious that Kotaku has annoyed a lot of gamers who feel that the platform is prioritizing political agendas over authentic gaming journalism.
Oh boy.
This has led to the loss of credibility among gamers, developers, and content creators who are looking for insightful reviews and industry news, not lectures on social justice. Another prime example of this is Sweet Baby Inc., a consulting firm hired by Ubisoft to handle narrative development for their games.
I do think, I'll say again, I think the entire what's the word? The entire like hysteria around Sweet Baby is like they're a reference point, but it's not like they're in there forcing their way into the studio and trying to make people change the games. The developers want them to do this. And they're not like, I mean, this is like this tiny studio. The tiny studio isn't making $50 million decisions on video games, right? They're just a consultant company. But it's really what like that indicates.
Baby Inc. is a DEI-focused company that promises to bring underrepresented voices to the forefront of gaming narratives. While this sounds like it could be a positive step, the result has been that some of Ubisoft's recent games and upcoming games have faced criticism for feeling disjointed or overly politically correct.
I also think that like somebody in chat was like, yeah, I'm Persian, and like the guy that like was in the new Prince of Persia game didn't really look like he was Persian. I'm not sure like what the race of Persia really like Persian like would really look like. I mean, Iranian is Persian, right? I'm not sure. That's it, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, in Turkey, exactly. And so I feel like it's an Arabic guy. Esfand? Well, Esfand and Train, both of them. And then Professor Kali. I think that's like Train's cousin or something like that. They're all Persian. And so it's weird that you didn't just go with your traditional, Arab guy. Because I feel like that's what people want to see. You want to see, yeah, the Prince of fucking Persia. Absolutely. Like, that's what it was. Like, I didn't think it was a big deal with the new game. It wasn't like something that I would be like, oh, yeah, I'm not going to go with it. But the old Prince of Persia, like, for example, like this game here. This is fucking badass. I think when people think of Prince of Persia, this is what they're thinking of, right? This is awesome. So, like, how do you mess this up? Persian, yeah, exactly. Like, what the fuck? Oh, Killmonger hair? Yeah, it was cringe. Like, the game was good, but it's just that it was weird for sure.
diversity checkboxes over coherent, engaging storytelling. Gamers have voiced concerns that Ubisoft's partnership with DEI-focused consultants like Sweet Baby Inc. has led to games that feel like they've lost their soul, catering to an agenda rather than their core audience. In both these cases, between Kotaku and Sweet Baby Inc., we see the direct consequences of DEI initiatives. When diversity is prioritized over narrative depth or gameplay quality, the end product will always suffer, and ultimately so does the gaming experience.
He's right.
I am the crazed CEO of Sweet Baby Inc., the DEI-obsessed censorship mafia who is currently ruining and wokeifying all of the video games that you've ever...
She's seen the videos. Yeah, she's seen the videos. Wow. That's crazy. We've got ourselves an Asmongold TV watcher. How about that?
Played.
One of the frustrations with how DEI is often implemented in gaming is that it can feel condescending, as if the people pushing these mandates assume that gamers like me lack the intelligence or critical thinking to engage with complex social themes on our own. It sometimes comes across...
I disagree with that. I think that the reason why they come off as condescending is because the people writing can't actually write a story that explores those complex themes in a way that's authentic. And the only way that they can incorporate diversity into their stories is in a ham-fisted, tokenized, and patronizing way. I think that's really what's going on. I think they're just very bad writers. Because what's really interesting to me about this is that, like with Rainbow Six Siege, like you have like this character here. I'm sure we all remember, like in like Metal Gear Solid, like the new one's coming out very soon, right? The remake. Like there is one part where you're fighting this this sniper, and he's so old that if the fight goes on long enough, he just dies. Straight up. The end, he just dies. And I think you can kill him earlier, right? If you shoot him in like that camp or something like that. It's been a real long time ago. So I'm not sure. And so, yeah, you can. Yeah, it's been like what, 20 years now. And so if you actually go back and you look at a lot of these old games, you actually see that many of them incorporated ideas like this all the time. It's just that it was done in a way that was smart.
As though we're being spoon-fed ideas in the simplest, most heavy-handed ways.
You know what it makes me feel like? Because I think they made this person like trans as well. It feels like they wanted to just kind of get all of the checkboxes out of the way with one character so they could just move on. They're like, okay, we have to meet these requirements. Okay, let's just do all of them at the same time. Okay, we get this one out. All right, it's done. All right, let's move on. It's crazy. They're forcing stereotypes. They are.
Ways. It's almost like they're treating us like toddlers in a preschool rather than being a community filled with diverse, thoughtful players. Take, for example, the Apex Legends Season 12 trailer, which showcased...
I also think that, like, I mean, maybe this is going to be like kind of a really hot take, but I find it to be incredibly patronizing that 95% of the representation of trans characters in games is them looking like basically men with makeup on, or looking ugly or with excessively masculine features. There's a lot of people that are trans that you would never even know it unless you talk to them. And it's very weird that they have to like create trans people with these features or with a certain type of voice in order to make everybody know, oh, this is the trans person. Do you guys ever notice that? Like how weird and patronizing that is? Isn't that the goal? That should be the goal. And that's what's so weird about it to me. I feel like a lot of people would never say this because it's like, there's a lot of ways that you can say this that would make it sound really bad. But I think that we all like, I mean, again, we all kind of see this. Very, very, very patronizing. Super weird.
Non-binary and LGBTQ+ characters. While I can understand you're trying to create representation, many players felt that these additions were more about marketing tactics than natural character development. This tick-the-box approach not only feels disingenuous, but can detract from the immersive experiences that games are supposed to offer.
Transitioning. That was sort of hard.
In conclusion, while DEI may have well-meaning intentions, its execution almost always misses the mark. As casual gamers, developers, and content creators, we must critically assess these initiatives and recognize their potential harm to the industry we love. The shift from equality of opportunity to equality of outcome
This game looks cool.
risks stifling creativity, alienating players, and ultimately harming the quality of games. Let's foster a culture that values individual talent and creativity.
Isn't it stigmatizing as well? Like basically putting a specific image on this being what a trans person is? It absolutely does. I think that it's problematic in like 5 or 6 different ways. It's not just like one specific thing. Like it's problematic because it's one-dimensional. It's problematic because it is because it creates a stereotype. It's problematic because I think it doesn't represent what I think in a lot of cases trans people would want to be represented as. I mean, I can't speak as them, but I would assume that. Like basically, I think that if you're a trans person, like, and again, this is, you know, this is going to be me. Like, I don't have a problem talking about this stuff, but I don't want people to get it twisted. I can't speak for them. But if I was a trans person and I transitioned to being a woman, I would not want to be identified by the features that can be shown to identify me as still a man. I would not want that to happen. And so that's the way I would feel. It makes sense, yeah, because like you want, like if you feel like you're a woman, well, you'd want to look 100% like a woman, right? I would assume like if you gave a trans person like a magic genie and it said, do you want to just completely, you know, go to character creator and swap to body type B instead, or body type 2, they would just immediately do that 1-for-1. So not necessarily, of course, not necessarily. Of course, this isn't a universal thing for all people that are trans that have ever had an opinion about this. But I think that in a general sense, that's what I would want to see. That's what, or not want to see, that's what I would kind of expect. And if I was trans, that's what I would want to see. Sure. You used to have a trans friend, she'd play a female character because that's what she identified with? Yeah, exactly. Simple. Of course.
Identity politics. By doing so, we can ensure that the gaming industry continues to innovate and thrive without being hindered by divisive narratives. Guys, thank you so much for watching and listening to me meander about DEI and my perspective of it. I really appreciate it. If you found this discussion valuable and would like to see more or hear more from me, please do subscribe. Also, do let me know your thoughts in the comments as well. How do you feel about DEI in gaming? Again, I also want to say thank you so much for all the support I've received, and a very special thank you to Asmongold for encouraging me on my last videos. I'll catch you guys in the next one.
Of course. Hey, yeah, you sure went? Yeah, this guy's great. He came into my chat the other day. He's like, hey, have you seen the video yet? I was like, yeah, because I was going to watch it, and then I got distracted, and I ended up not watching it. So, yeah, I will link you guys the video. I really like his videos. Pato, like, he's made a couple of them before, and I've watched, I think, one of them, and very good video. Yeah, they're very relaxed, very chill, you know, nothing crazy. One thing that I don't like in certain videos is when people play random sound effects in order to kind of keep people's attention. It's like almost like, it's like if you took all the sound effects that you play in a video like that, and then you, it's like if you just took those sound effects by themselves and you played them to prisoners, you would basically be, you know, the people in Guantanamo Bay, right? That's pretty much where we're at. So yeah, I'm not a fan of it. Zoomer editing, yeah, exactly, right? It's basically like, you know, fucking terrorist torture. And so yeah, that's Coco Melon for adults. True, so true. Especially when it's the Discord sound, yeah, or a notification sound. That's so annoying. But yeah, this video was really, really good. I liked it a lot, absolutely. I hate when people play random games. Their favorite game or talking shit about another. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that everybody's going to have like their own opinion about like what they want to see for a game. To me, it doesn't really bother me all that much, but I can see why clearly, you know, people would see that. Sure. I actually think that it's over for Ubisoft.
Silence your critics.
I do. I think it might actually be over. Everybody said I was crazy when I said it was going to happen on Twitter. They said I was delusional.
Lie to your fans. Double down on poor decisions. Ignore feedback. What's that? Oh, this is a big bag of feedback. We don't need that.
Isn't that Chipotle?
And then virtue signal from your C-suite office. That is the Ubisoft plan for success. That's to get them right back on track. I am floored. I can't believe it. You know, everything that they've done, every action they've taken, everything that they have said has only dug their grave even deeper. At this point, they're just diving in, and honestly, I can't even really blame them.
The company is being run so badly that it makes me believe that there's some sort of, like, there was like an idea, a conspiracy, that the family that owns a lot of the shares of the company is intentionally tanking it so they can buy back more of the shares at a lower price. And it's so bad that it does make me believe maybe that's what's happening. Like, this is, how do you make this many mistakes in a row?
You know,
That's
I had
too
hoped
many.
that after all of the bad press surrounding Ubisoft, with the failed launch of Star Wars Outlaws, them pushing back Assassin's Creed Shadows,
Well, according to the press, Star Wars Outlaws was amazing.
that they would try to figure out ways to be able to trend in the right direction. And then I thought to myself, why would they do that? I mean, come on. Now we have industry analysts that are predicting that Ubisoft is going to go private and then sell off their biggest IPs. And to be honest with you, they're probably not very far off. A lot has happened with Ubisoft since we last talked about them. And at this point, their graceless downfall has turned into nothing but pure cinema.
The reason why a lot of people are happy to see Ubisoft like failing is because Ubisoft represents the rot that's been in gaming for years, and seeing them take an L means that gamers get a W because they have infested single player games. Like, if you have a single player game and it has microtransactions in it, you're like, fuck you. Like, it shouldn't be there. There's no reason. Suck a fucking dick. Absolutely not. We can talk about blue hair, SJWs, woke stuff, all you want. But at the end of the day, the real things that are fucking annoying and actually offensive, it isn't the fact that they have they, them in the game. It's the fact that they have skins and power bonuses in a single fucking player game. That's 1,000 times worse.
Ubisoft, once a titan of the gaming industry, is now a cautionary tale of what happens when a company loses touch with its audience, its vision, and becomes so top-heavy that their only recourse is to squeeze their customers for all they're worth. This is a story that we have chronicled before. A company plagued by scandals, internal dysfunction, and creative stagnation. In my video, The Complete and Utter Collapse of Ubisoft, we retraced all of their obsessions with their annualized franchises like Assassin's Creed, Rainbow Six, and Far Cry. Once their crown jewels, now their Achilles heel. By recycling mechanics, churning out uninspired titles, becoming increasingly more predatory with their monetization, and refusing to innovate, Ubisoft alienated their once loyal player base that could no longer stomach mediocrity. But their problems weren't just creative, they were systemic. As I pointed out in Ubisoft...
I think it's creatively, too. I mean, like, these studios, this is what happened with Blizzard. There are some studios that it almost, you know what it's like? It's like you have a corpse and it gets reanimated, and it can only, like, maybe... It can only, I don't know, like, bring you your shoes or something like that. And other than that, it's, like, effectively dysfunctional. That's what's kind of happened.
More than they're worth, the company has been hemorrhaging money, losing key developers and chasing trends instead of setting them. They gambled on live service games and large projects that nobody asked for, sinking resources into games like the long-delayed Skull and Bones, a game that has now become an industry punchline. They lost it all on Star Wars Outlaws.
I don't understand how you could think Skull and Bones was good. I was going to play the game. They were going to, I was going to get sponsored to play Skull and Bones. And then I made like 2 videos that got like a lot of views that said that the game was bad. And I assumed that the developer was like, okay, well, we don't want to pay you anymore. But they still were going to. They were still going to pay me money. Like, they didn't even care.
It's only selling 1 million copies and then further embarrassing themselves with a release on Steam.
Yeah.
And they've closed the studio behind Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, arguably...
this game Oh, he's
the best game that they've had in recent times. Just
it was
because
it was the most well-received game. A lot of people didn't like the way the character looked because they thought that it didn't look like a Persian. It looked like maybe like an African guy instead. That's, you know, it's up for debate. I didn't really care a whole lot about that, but other people did. The game actually was a good game, though.
they overcharged for it. Add to that workplace scandals and allegations of toxic leadership, and it's no surprise that Ubisoft has seen waves of talent departures and plummeting investor confidence. Despite the warning signs of their games failing to reach audiences, Ubisoft seemed unwilling or unable to change. They clung to outdated design philosophies and tone-deaf marketing strategies, prioritizing shareholder appeasement over player satisfaction while accomplishing nothing. Literally nothing. And while other companies in the industry have found ways to pivot or regain their footing, Ubisoft has dug their heels in, spiraling further into irrelevance. Fast forward to today, and the cracks in the foundation have split wide open. The struggles that we've talked
They've just got too many games they're trying to bring out, man. Like, look at Rockstar, look at From Software, look at all the good companies, look at CD Projekt Red. Like, they're not releasing 3-5 games that are AAA a year. Who the fuck does that? You're spread way too thin.
About before are no longer cracks in their armor, they are gaping wounds.
Yeah.
Just recently, Ubisoft announced the closure of 2 studios, another devastating blow to their workforce and morale, and then there's...
That means he's still getting his bonus. Ooh-hoo-hoo.
XDefiant, a game that was supposed to show that Ubisoft could still compete in the realm of military shooters, instead becomes yet another entry in their growing list of failures.
See, they would have succeeded if they added Nicki Minaj and Kevin Durant as characters in XDefiant that you could play. But unfortunately, Ubisoft didn't want to get with the times.
Juice Van Duren, business professor and former CEO and co-founder of Superdata Research, a games marketing research company, is predicting that Ubisoft is headed for privatization and dismantling in 2025. Saying,
anybody who thought this wasn't going to happen when you see the stock going like this, totally fucking delusional.
The share price is plummeting from $28.19 to $12.30 year over year. The company has become an attractive takeover target. Its valuable assets, particularly Rainbow Six Siege and the Assassin's Creed franchise, could be worth more separately than together. Now, something I want to be crystal clear on is that Ubisoft is essentially powerless. In the videos that I had made previously, I was just basically stating that the Titanic had hit the iceberg. They were already taking on water. The ship was sinking. Their only options right now are to save their valuables and try to salvage what's left.
The only reason why their stock started going back up is that Tencent, there were rumors that Tencent was going to buy them. And like the dream that just maybe Tencent is going to show up to those lazy French fucks and be like, listen, guys, you don't want to work? You want to be lazy? All right, you got to start making good games again. No, that's what people thought. I guarantee you that's what they thought. Please no? What do you mean, please no? Tencent owns Grinding Gear Games. Tencent owns Riot. Tencent is they've made, under their rule, they've made a lot of good fucking games. We're not going to do this China bad, China bad, China bad. Get the fuck out of here.
That's the position that they're in right now. You know, in a lot of cases, we talk about how difficult it is for some of these really top-heavy companies to be able to turn things around because it takes a while for them to do so. But we don't ever get to study a company that can't turn around. And that's the position that Ubisoft is in. And honestly, that's what makes this so fascinating. You know, when I had made the video talking about how Ubisoft had lost more than they're worth, I meant it. Truly, I meant it. They have had too many games that they've released that came out to subpar reception.
This is also a big issue that a lot of people really downplay. Brand value doesn't matter until it means everything. And I think that you've seen that happen with Ubisoft or Blizzard. Look at that. And like, for example, there were people that got, like, this is going to be kind of like a bit of a different thing. It's kind of emotional. So just like try to think about this abstractly. You know, like people that like got accused of like doing some kind of like creepy, weird shit with girls, and people didn't believe it because everybody knew this guy was a stand-up guy. And they're like, I'm not going to immediately believe this because I've watched this guy for a long time. I don't think that he would do that. And like, that's really the difference, right? And so like, do you think Ubisoft's IPs are too damaged? No, absolutely not. I think that if we heard that Ubisoft sold Assassin's Creed to Capcom, that would be a good day. That would be a good day. I would be happy about that day. That'd be good.
Failed completely, and they spent way too much money on it. And on top of that, the company has too many employees to support. Do people even understand that this company has over 20,000 employees working for them? They are mad.
Bullshit. It's only 19,000 now. No, it's 18,000. Probably by the time that this video gets uploaded, it'll be 17,000. Oh, God. Jesus. 20,000 employees? For what?
Massive. When you're making as much money as they are right now, that is not enough to support that many people.
Yeah.
I mean, even if Assassin's Creed Shadows found success, let's say 5 million copies, that's a conventional success in gaming. That's not too bad. That would cover their development costs and marketing costs. And then outside of that, not really a whole lot else.
Yeah.
They would need a Baldur's Gate 3 or Elden Ring level of success. We're talking 10 plus million copies sold for them to make a profit on this game. And then even still, it's not going to cover up any of the mistakes that they've made with their other games.
No, it's not. I mean, like, look at CD Projekt Red. Like, Cyberpunk, like, they had one L with Cyberpunk. Like, Witcher 3 was really, really well received. The DLC is considered some of the best DLC ever made. And then Cyberpunk comes out, it's really bad, but it improves, and people still are skeptical about CD Projekt Red. Even though, like, I bet Cyberpunk at its worst will still be better than Assassin's Creed, like Shadows, or like Star Wars Outlaws at its best. Like, think about how good Cyberpunk is now, or at least like whenever I played it. Think about how insanely fucking good that game is. And even that, people still are skeptical. Think about how long it took No Man's Sky to dig themselves out of that hole.
The money that they've invested into Skull and Bones or Star Wars Outlaws or anything else for that matter. And then keep in mind that their next games to release after this are much, much further down the road. We're talking years that they're going to have to survive on that money. Assassin's Creed Shadows is not going to sell that much.
No.
For Ubisoft to be able to patch the hole and get to
I think they could probably sell 5 million copies of Assassin's Creed Shadows. I do. I think there's a high probability of that. But the thing is, like, I don't even know if that would make the money back. If that would make the money back. 2 at best. No, like, Assassin's Creed is such a big IP, and there's going to be so much talk about the game. And also, it's set in feudal Japan, which is something that fans of Assassin's Creed have wanted for a really long time. I could still see it clearing 5 million copies. Like, I don't think it's going to go 10, right? Like, probably not going to go 10 million copies. No way. But I could see 5. Sure. Yeah, I could see it happening.
Or it's an impossible task.
Though? Yeah,
they're not going to be able to do it. But if they did, it would be one of gaming's biggest turnarounds.
Yeah.
But to do that, it would require leadership, strong leadership. But in this case, the captain is just heading for the next iceberg.
Well, it's like there's no quality control. Like, they had the one, like that, what was it called? Like that thing that was a relic of, like, the World War II nuclear bomb. It was like the one gate something. And it was like a Torii gate. Yes, the single Torii gate. If you put that out there, like, that's something that, unironically, that's the kind of stuff that you hire a company like Sweet Baby to make sure that you don't do. Like, and I'm being completely serious. If you're looking for cultural sensitivity readers, that is why they're there. They are there to make sure that you don't make mistakes like that. And people do that. It's a different word. Yeah, exactly, right? It's a respect thing. It's a company, not Sweet Baby. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, as a consultancy that does sensitivity reading for stuff like that, that is an actual example of it, right? And so it's funny that, like, you know, that doesn't happen. So what happens is, like, it indicates a lack of quality control all the way down the line. You know, they have no quality control with the narrative. They have no quality control with the research. They have no quality control with the gameplay. They have no quality control with, like, the way that the game is presented. Like, everything about it is bad. So you can't, like, for example, with Cyberpunk was an amazing game that was held back by bugs. So easy to fix that. But you can't polish a turd. That's the problem. And you've seen games try to do that. They try to, you know, oh, well, we're going to fix this stuff. No, you don't understand. The game at a fundamental level is bad.
The bad press surrounding Ubisoft, the delay of Assassin's Creed Shadows, and the failed launch of Star Wars Outlaws, you would think that the company would try to remain low profile, not make any waves, and not do anything to rock the boat any further. Disregarding all sense of caution, common sense, and reality for that matter, Ubisoft launched Champions Tactics Grimoria Chronicle.
And I gotta say, too, like, if I look at this gameplay, I know it's a totally different game, but, like, who the fuck watches this and says, yeah, I'd rather play this than Stalker 2? I don't.
Common sense and reality for that matter, Ubisoft launched Champions Tactics Grimoria Chronicles, a tactical turn-based player versus player RPG. The gameplay markets as tactical play to win. This NFT game would see you buy and sell character pieces, earning cryptocurrency in the game that you could then turn.
Oh, okay. I get it. So it's a crypto game. Yeah, I remember Ubisoft announced this, but they never said anything about it because they were afraid.
Turn into heroes, and then you could sell that for real money. The common line of garbage that we normally get with these kind of games, or at least what they try to sell to their coped-out audiences. But Ubisoft was selling characters for upwards of $63,000.
What?
And to the dismay of many playing the game in true Ubisoft fashion, it was broken at launch with claims of cheaters and exploiters.
You're telling me they couldn't even get a fake amiibo game to work? How you that's embarrassing. Ubisoft to get the lion's share of the transaction? Yeah. So my understanding is one of the reasons why companies want to add in their own currency like that is so they can profit. Like the reason why Binance and like, you know, FTX and all of them like made a lot of money and make a lot of money, Coinbase, Cash App to an extent, the reason why they get that, how do they make that money? Transaction fees. Fucking transaction fees, man. Like back in the day, whenever I learned, because I had a friend of mine and he went to jail for fraud. But before he went to jail for fraud, he was explaining some of this stuff to me. It was like 10 years ago. It was like 2012, or I remember it was a Cataclysm, right? And so like, he was making like over $1 million a month. And I was like, this is I should start doing this. And so then I started wanting to make my own crypto website in 2012 because I could see how much these transaction fees were. Millions, billions of fucking dollars. That's why if you look at my, if like my actual Asmongold Twitch channel, it says youtube.com/virtual exchange because that's what I was going to call it. And so, yeah, if I had done that, I'd probably be in jail. No, like I 100% was going to scam people. But yeah.
While Ubisoft tiptoed around their NFT game, Ubisoft's head of Assassin's Creed Shadows held back nothing when it came back to tackling the ongoing discussions about forced representation and the influence of diversity, equity, and inclusion in video games. This has been a major point of contention for potential players and fans of Assassin's Creed.
And keep in mind also that the character Yasuke, the main way that they informed themselves about the character was, well, they brought in a cultural expert who previously had written or been involved with books that had to do with relationships with underage people. And then also, I don't know what the details are, so I'm going to spare you with them. You know, you're welcome, by the way. And also another person who was completely discredited in pretty much every single way by not only, you know, putting up false information, but pretending to be another person on Wikipedia, sourcing himself, and then using himself to become the, what do you call it? To become like the, you know, like the main source for information about this character.
The first game to be set in Japan.
Yeah.
A fitting setting for the franchise, but the game's main protagonist is in Japanese. Assassin's Creed boss Mark Alexis Cote responded to player pushback saying, Assassin's Creed has always been about exploring the full spectrum of human history, and by its very nature, that history is diverse.
See, all of this stuff, like, this is always so stupid. This is so fucking stupid to say something like this, because you're not going to convince people that they're wrong about the way that they feel and about media. Like, you can't tell them, like, oh, well, you're wrong for not liking this. You have to like it.
True to history means embracing the richness of the human perspective without compromises. For example, in Assassin's Creed Shadows, we highlight figures both fictional like Naoe, a Japanese woman warrior, and historical like Yasuke, the African-born samurai.
And while it is extremely questionable as to whether he was a samurai or not. And Ubisoft actually had to put out a post that was meant for the Japanese community to explicitly state that they were not completely sure about the circumstances in his life. The fact is that, I mean, they didn't have... did they have iPhones in 1580? When did that come out? No, they didn't. So they didn't have iPhones. So people didn't take a lot of photos and videos back then, right? So, like, we don't really know what happened.
Inclusion of a black samurai in feudal Japan has sparked questions and even controversy. Naoe, a fictional character, has also faced scrutiny for her gender. But just as Yasuke's presence in Japanese history...
Of course. Who the fuck do you think's playing Assassin's Creed? It's a bunch of guys. They want to play as a... Like, why do you think Ezio was so popular? He's a cool-looking, suave guy. Yeah, guys give a fuck about that. They do. They care. Like, for fucking sure. What do we, like... It's so sad that people have to rediscover fire. Every single time one of these things happens, people have to rediscover that, you know, like, these things do matter. They do matter, absolutely. It might not matter to everybody, but for the people that they don't matter to, why alienate the people who it does matter to? And that's exactly what happens.
Is fact, so too are the stories of women who defined societal expectations and took up arms in times of conflict. Holy gaslight, Batman. I don't think I've seen anybody...
It's like, I wonder what the percentage of women fighting at that time period was. I would assume it's probably pretty low. And so I don't understand the drama, though. Assassin's Creed has always been very loosely based on historical type of games. They never followed history 100%. The problem, I think, is that... So this is the difference. I think that you're right, and I think that's a good way to approach it. Like, it's not based off of history, it's inspired by history. But I think the issue with this is that they used the authentic nature of the history of this person as an argument for why the inclusion of it is okay. So I think people felt like they were being gaslit, and that's why there was such a negative reception for it. It's a rewriting history? Yeah, exactly.
Draw man this hard. I don't think I've seen any backlash regarding Naoe. A Japanese female ninja is pretty fitting for a setting like this, and I'll be honest with you, if she was the main and only protagonist, I don't think people would be complaining nearly as much.
I think they probably still would be, but probably not as much. You're right about that.
Personally, do not understand the inconsistency of the messaging here. First, you want to say it's rooted in history. Then you want to say it's fiction. Then you want to say you want to make a fictional character historic.
I think every normal person can see how there's a lot of doublespeak going on here. Everybody can see this. What are we talking about? Yeah, it's mental gymnastics. Yeah, and like, this is the problem, is that I think the reason why so many people push back on stuff like this is because it's the intellectual dishonesty and the implied insult to the intelligence of the user that it's even being considered as a reality. I think that's what really makes people annoyed. How come it's never a Brazilian person getting represented? I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, to be honest, like, I mean, I don't want to, like, self-promote or anything like that, but, you know, we're publishing a game that's about the Canudos massacre. It's coming out, I think, this year or next year. So, yeah, I mean, that's just me. Yeah, Hell Clock.
I just don't understand why you keep trying to justify it. Why don't you just say we made Yasuke because, well, we thought it would be entertaining and it's what we wanted to make, rather than making it sound like it's some type of noble cause.
Yeah,
First
or like the appeal to authority.
Claim the game is rooted in history, yet pivot to emphasizing fictional elements while defending their creative choices. Then they blur the lines even further by trying to represent a fictional character, Nawe, as a part of some broader historical narrative. It's as if they're trying to have it both ways, asserting historical authenticity when it suits them while falling back on fiction when it doesn't. If the
Exactly. That's actually, you know, the way he said that is actually so perfect. Absolutely. Yep. There you go.
Decision to include Yasuke was genuinely creative or thematic, then why not just own it? Say we wanted Yasuke because we thought it added something unique to the story. That would make it feel far more honest than trying to dress it up as some noble endeavor to try to highlight diversity. The over-justification doesn't reinforce the decision. It just makes it feel disingenuous, as though...
I think that's another problem that people have, is they think that it's disingenuous. Like, the issue, and this is something I actually do believe, I actually don't think that gamers have a problem with any sort of, like multicultural stuff at all. I think there's like always going to be, you know, a subset of like angry people that are mad about everything or something, right? Like, you know, somebody's going to be mad about everything. But ultimately, I think if there was a game that came out that was like really, really good, like let's say, I don't know, of like Hannibal, right? From back in the day, or like Shaka Zulu, or somebody like anybody from like maybe Africa or like South America, anything like that would go so fucking hard. People would love it. Yeah, Mansa Musa. Yeah, exactly. Like, people would love this shit. It's just like, yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. Just make the character good. Yeah, and make it authentic.
They're anticipating the backlash rather than simply standing for their creative vision.
Right.
Kote would go on to further justify their actions, saying, "This echoes the selfless bravery of our Assassin's Creed protagonists. They fought for freedom, knowledge, and the right to chart their own paths, just as we do as creators. Fight to tell stories that matter in a world that grows increasingly divided. As the authors of How Democracies Die so powerfully stated, democracies crumble when good people decide to stay silent. The same is true, I think, of our creative freedom when..."
These fuckers think they're George Washington. You think you're George Washington? Make it a... Shut the fuck up. Stop it. What is this? They're on the right, you're on the right side of history. What is it? Pretend this is obnoxious.
We allow fear to stifle our voices, when we self-censor in the face of threats, when we hand over our power piece by piece until freedom and creativity...
This Martin Luther King, Gandhi, like George, what is going on with this? This is a revolution? This is unbelievable, guys. It's
both
Napoleon.
wither away. We cannot let that happen. It's time for us creators to stand firm in our commitment to our values by telling stories that inspire, that challenge and help people to connect. Our silence cannot become complicit.
Like, what are you doing? Are you listening to like the Lord of the Rings soundtrack while you're typing this out on your MacBook at a Starbucks? How the fuck do you do this and not realize how ridiculous you sound? Like, this is amazing.
This man deserves an Emmy. I am dying here. Please help. Kote is suggesting that criticism or backlash is akin to self-censorship, implying that questioning their creative choices is the same as threatening their freedom to create. But
well, no, it is. They have every right to create what I want, and I don't think that they should censor themselves. If this is something that they choose to create, that's totally fine. I respect that. But you also have to respect that other people aren't interested in it, and they don't really find the same... it doesn't resonate with them the same way. Like, yeah, they are... That's true.
Criticism is not censorship. Players are pointing out inconsistencies, questioning decisions, and expressing dissatisfaction for a product that they're expected to pay for, and that's not an existential threat to your creative freedom. It's feedback. Treating critique as a form of oppression is not only disingenuous.
People don't like my video game. Help, guys. I'm being oppressed. Oh my god. Wait a minute. People are disagreeing. I'm being oppressed again. Oh my god. Please make it stop.
But it's actively dismissing the audience's role in this process. The invocation of how democracies die is especially egregious. It conflates real-world political and social crisis with the act of creating entertainment.
Making the new version of Assassin's Creed
products. It's appealing to authority, using the weight of academic work to justify your inclusion of specific characters or narratives in a damn video game.
Outrageous. Yes.
But the game is not democracy.
Theater kids need to be stopped. Pretentious theater kids that nobody likes, we need to stop these people.
Nor is it a battleground for your lofty ideals. It is a product designed for entertainment and for sale. And that's where the root of player concerns are right now. This is a product designed to be purchased for entertainment, and this is what you want to use it for. And then when we find out that this game is reportedly being worked on by a staff comprised of people who nearly half of them have never even made a game before, with...
You don't have to tell me that. I already knew it. I watched the trailer of the gameplay where, like, he shot a bullet at somebody, and then after the bullet hit the guy moved away from it, and the bullet's still there. And then, like, the door is, like, right here, and then, like, the step is up here, so you have to, like, step up to here in order to get into the door. Yeah, I immediately believe they never made a game before. Some of them, I feel like they maybe even never saw a computer before.
Some of them believing that it is the worst game ever, and your only response to players' concerns is your nobility and the belief that you're some freedom fighter? It only helps to prove that this game, regardless of its delay, will have Yasuke being the least of players' concerns.
That's exactly what I said. I think when this game comes out, Yasuke is not even going to be in the top 10 problems this game has. It's probably going to have de novo. It's probably going to have launch issues. It's probably going to crash on PC. It's probably going to have like a bad progression system. There might be some sort of like pay to advance inside of the store. There's going to be glitches. There's going to be cinematics that probably aren't working properly. There's going to be other issues with the story that are totally fucking stupid that we can't even predict. Do you really think that the studio that used the one gate Torii gate thing as a marketing tool for feudal Japan, do you really think that they give a fuck a lot? Like, I mean, because they've already written the story. They've done the voice lines. They've acted all of this stuff out. They've already done this. So they can't, you think they're going to go back and like, think about how many other fuck-ups the game probably has in it.
They're burying the lead. When I see a developer that is this wrapped up in their own social politics, I see it as a mining canary, that they are ignoring what they need to be paying attention to, which is making sure that they're making a game that players are actually going to enjoy. They're not paying attention to gameplay. They think they're writing a stage play. And I think that's what has a lot of players, a lot of customers that are genuinely upset and sick of a lot of these studios and many of their executives. This kind of speech that Kote is using only serves to alienate the players even.
Some mining albatross.
Further, because he's taking the conversation to moral high ground that is so high the elevation is likely to make you sick. Players are not rejecting creativity, diversity, or meaningful storytelling. They are pushing back against pretension.
Yeah.
And their critiques of
people don't want to be talked down to. They don't want to be talked down to. They don't want to be patronized. Like, you just treat people like adults and you don't try to fuck them around. They're going to act like it. That's it. They think they're the new Hollywood revolutionaries. Yeah.
Product being compared to assaults on fundamental freedoms. I think that's the most frustrating part about all of this, is that it's so easy to see that community concerns, player concerns, customer concerns are being purposefully ignored. This is patented intellectual dishonesty. And because of that, the players and the customers feel disrespected.
It's oppression.
And this is just a piece of advice that I'm going to give, but when players feel that way, they're not going to buy your games. I don't think that I've ever seen a company so thoroughly and completely gaslight themselves as much as Ubisoft.
This is the reason why I think the companies that have this type of like ideology, this is why I think they're never going to be able to get away from it. It's because they're so wrapped up in the moral goodness of what they're doing, they can't see reality at all, and they're so radicalized that they can't accurately process what's happening. Yeah, they can't escape it. Exactly. It's like, think about how much people couldn't get away. Like, people, even after, what do you call it? Like, so if you're American, like, you probably know a little bit more about this, but like the recent election that we had, people just could not comprehend that certain groups did not vote based off of identity politics expectations. They could not comprehend the idea that Latino populations in America didn't vote for what would be best for other people that might share the same heritage as them. That's it. They could not even believe this was happening. Pragmaticism before idealism? Yeah, exactly. Or that women could be against abortion. Yeah. By the way, there's a lot of women that are against abortion. Like a huge amount. America's so weird. Well, what I'm saying is that we've exported our weirdness to the world because these people are here in France and are just as retarded as we are. So what's happened is that this ideology has, like, it's infected the entire studio. Like, you're not going to be able to get rid of this.
Ubisoft has, and they're good at it. And that's just the state of the company today. Now, following the abysmal launch of Star Wars Outlaws, the game reportedly only captured 1 million copies sold. In an act of self-inflicted financial devastation, the company has chose to stay true to its plans to continue to support the game with more updates.
They're going to have to kick us out the door. Well, I guess that's what they're going to have to do.
And changes. In an interview with Games Radar, Julian Garrity, the creative director, said, "I'm a little disappointed with the Metacritic. Recognition from the critics is very important to us, but..."
Why? You're stupid if you think recognition from critics matters. You don't even understand what you're doing. Your goal is to sell a product to an audience. It's not to sell it to critics. So, what are you thinking?
I do think that players are really connecting with what we did. We had a very
then why are players rating it lower than critics? How can anybody think like this? How is this possible?
Just target. We literally reached for the stars, and I think that we were successful from so many different angles. There's a magical, unique experience within Outlaws, whether it's Star Wars or not. Now,
there's a unique experience with eating dog shit or getting kicked in the balls, but that doesn't mean that you want to have it. Also, I think that Star Wars Outlaws was probably worse because it was Star Wars. I think that if they had built the world up from the ground up, and they had, because I bet Star Wars and Disney, they exercised a lot of creative censorship over what Ubisoft was going to do, and it ended up probably making the game worse. It's Disney. It's Disney. Like, we really going to think this didn't happen? Of course it happened.
Pause there for a moment before I continue, because worrying about the critics is exactly what got Ubisoft into the position it's in today.
Exactly.
As I go throughout this interview, they mostly end up talking about how they're still working hard on the game's story expansions, as well as
this is why, like, and this is what's funny is that you have companies like Hoyoverse, and you have companies, and this is even true with content creators too. Like, a lot of people that are like really popular, there's a lot of people also that don't like them. Never take the opinions of people that have decided that they should be professional opinion havers. Don't take that seriously. And this includes me. I say something, okay, fuck it, ignore me. But see what people do. See what people do. See what the averages do. Because you're not selling to like the 5 people that have an opinion on YouTube. You're selling to millions of people of an audience.
improving the base game. However, I can't help but feel as though this is just an exercise in futility more than anything else. And they would be better off refunding players who bought the season pass content and just cutting ties with the game. I wish that companies would stop being so ambitious about the future of their game and focus on the present. What is the point of committing yourselves to future plans if you have no idea whether or not players are going to even play your game in the first place? When Elden Ring was announced, I don't think that there was any mention of additional content that would come in the future. While there were...
I think a lot of times developers know that their games will be successful before they come out. I think that a lot of people know. Yeah, like, Asmon, there's no science to this. They made a Star Wars game with no lightsabers. They are stupid. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
And assumptions, we never got confirmation until after the game had released and garnered success. There's wisdom in that. I mean, Ubisoft announced back in September that Massive, the studio behind Star Wars Outlaws, would be moving over to start work on Division 3, the series that studio is loved for, which has already gone into pre-production. From my perspective, given the sales of Star Wars Outlaws and its tepid reception...
Ooh, that's bad. That's real bad.
When it released on Steam, wouldn't it be a better idea to go all hands on deck with an IP that you know players want and you know that studio has the most experience with? It just doesn't make any sense, not from a customer perspective or from a business perspective. However, lately, Ubisoft isn't known for having the brightest ideas. I mean,
There's also a big issue with like any sort of like cultural or like social stuff that's being put into a game. The problem is that you have a culture of toxic positivity that shuts down any honest conversation about whether it's going to improve the game or make players like the game or not. Because like if somebody thinks that it's a good idea to add in, let's say, a character that is like, has like a normative sexual identity, right? Like, transsexual or anything like that. Think about like if you're working at a company that has a lot of people that want to do that. Do you want to say that, oh, I don't think this is going to be good for the game and it's going to alienate people and it's going to make gamers get mad? Do you want to be the person who's transphobic? Do you want to be the person that gets sent to HR and maybe gets fired for, like daring to question this? Absolutely not. So these people aren't going to speak out against this that work at the company because they're afraid of getting in trouble. So you have a situation where it creates a chilling effect at the company. Everybody can push it, but nobody can stop it. It's the same as pronouns or anything else. What do you think happens at a place like Obsidian when somebody says, I don't think we should add pronouns to the game? They get totally painted as a bad person, and they get misrepresented and demonized. Fired, right, or fired. So that's also another big issue.
Convince themselves that Skull and Bones is a worthwhile investment, and they are telling players in the media that they will turn it around in the next season. Which,
For
now
sure.
that I think
It's
about
gonna
it,
be
that
better.
sounds oddly familiar. Ubisoft coming out to reassure players
Well,
and
to
the
be
industry
fair, every live service game that fails says that.
that contrary to
Wait up,
popular
no,
belief,
keep
one of
buying
their
the Battle
games is
Pass.
actually healthy and has a bright future. Oh, wait, that's right, X-Defiant. Just a few months ago, Mark Rubin, the head of X-Defiant, wrote a blog post and a summary of their year one roadmap for the game, and in it, he took the time to take on Insider Gaming's claims that the game was living on borrowed time. Rubin had said, I just want to quickly address the status of the game, i.e., is the game dying? No, the game is absolutely not dying. We know that there are things we need to improve, like...
Why is it like that they don't have any PR there? Because like if I was an executive working at Ubisoft, I would say, hey guys, we don't want to comment on the nature of like the status of the game, whether it's dying or not, because we don't want to draw attention to it and it's just going to be bad for the brand. They like, and this is what I was saying before about it being a systemic problem. Because like as an executive, like there's a good chance, here's the thing. there's a good chance Mark Rubin didn't even know that it was going to be shut down. He might have found out that it was going to be shut down maybe a week before it was shut down. There's a good chance that he was telling the truth to the best that he understood it. But when you do an interview with somebody like this and you work at a big company, you go through media training. And so if you have media training for people to ask you about this game that has a very rocky start and there's like a rocky like kind of reception of the game, they should have told him not to even comment on this. You see kind of what I'm saying, right? Like it makes them look very bad. And they could have easily explained it. The executives could have easily explained it as like, yeah, just don't talk about this issue. It's just to attract potential new players. Yeah, but like, I bet they probably should have. I don't think so, man. He addressed it with no prompt. Exactly. Yeah, like they should have given him, and this is my point with the company, is that when a company has problems like this, it does not just permeate the narrative team of a game. It permeates it's even in HR. It's in the PR training. They can't even figure that out.
Code and hit registration and adding more content to progression, but the game is doing well. We just wanted to do better, and we do that by addressing the concerns of the community, which has always been the plan. Ubisoft is very much behind us and has allocated more resources to the team in order for us to do that. Only for 2 months later for Mark Rubin to go on Twitter and announce that XDefiant will shut down and services will end on June 3rd, 2025.
And also, by the way, I think it is so fucking shitty of Ubisoft to make him do this. So fucking shitty for them to make him go out and announce this when they let him go out and say that the game wasn't dying. That sucks. Because he probably has no hand in whether the game gets continued or not. He knew? How do we know that? I think it's very likely that he didn't know. Ubisoft is such a massive company, the decision could have been made at that time, but he wouldn't have known about it.
Rubin goes on to talk about how the game was a passion project, how difficult it is to get a live service.
And also, like, here's another reason why he might not have known, is that a lot of companies, I'm sorry to pause, but this is like just a side point and it's a meta level point, is that the reason why a lot of big company changes are not announced ahead of time is because of how fast information travels now and the concerns of insider trading. So that's why big layoff rotations and like big layoff waves are not made public at all to anybody in the company until the day that they happen. It's to prevent insider trading. So Ubisoft is a publicly traded company. You could logically think that this has happened, right? So yeah, Nancy Pelosi disagrees. No, she doesn't. She has a special exception, which is very convenient for her. And so, yes, and that's the reason why. It's because it's OP.
This game off the ground and more. What I find really interesting is this section where Mark says, if there's something I hope we can take away from this experience, it's the importance of open, honest communication between developers and players. The player-first mentality, along with respectful, non-toxic conversations between developers and players, has been one of the standout differences that made XDefiant so special. From my first post about XDefiant, this was the vision I wanted to champion. I hope it leaves a positive mark on how the games industry treats its players and communities. Yet, none of that ever actually happened. There was no honest communication or a player-first mentality when it came to XDefiant or any other Ubisoft game for that matter. While the game had issues, serious core issues with netcode and hit registration, two things that are quite literally the backbone of a first-person shooter experience, that didn't stop Ubisoft from adding more microtransactions or season passes.
See, this is another issue. Like, if the game, this is the point, right? Like, it doesn't even work. Even they acknowledge that the netcode and hit reg is bad. They're saying it's bad. Think about how bad it actually is.
Instead, the money printer kept printing while the issues kept pushing players out of the game. While Ubisoft plans to refund the players that had purchased the Ultimate Edition of the game and auto-refunded microtransactions that were purchased within the last month, there are still plenty of players that are left hung out to dry. I think that this is the crux of the whole issue with Ubisoft and many other companies. They're so caught up in their own personal identity politics, personal politics, actual politics, social politics, and all the different ways that they can make money off of games that they have lost sight of the fact that they are providing a service and a product to customers. Technical and quality issues, or even just the vision of a well-made game, and game that players will actually enjoy, is eclipsed by how they can commoditize, monetize, and use their games as a soapbox. Well, I definitely think that there's a problem.
I do think that too many of these developers want to use their video games as a way to push their social message. And I think also that's not really a problem, but the issue is that their social message is not, people don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear about how hard it is to be, you know, some kind of a person in a first world country. The social messages that people want to hear about are extremely general and broad. It's like about overcoming adversity. It's about, you know, becoming a better person, living past mistakes. Like these aren't like real, like abstract, like social concepts and like, you know, messaging concepts. These are like very specific things that only people that are privileged in first world countries care about. And I think that's the reason why the stories fall so flat, is because it's like, again, it's like, you know, a really good example of this is I had to read a book in high school. It was called The Catcher in the Rye. It was the most pathetic, embarrassing piece of shit that I've ever read in my entire life. And the reason why I hated it is because the person, I think his name is like Holden Caulfield or something, he was the kind of person who had no problems in his real life, and he invented problems because he was bored. And I thought it was pathetic and annoying to have to read about some loser who was privileged and who had everything going for him in life and who managed to like get emotional about birds. What a pathetic fucking loser. Well, like what a little fucking bitch. And these people that are writing these stories are the ones that read The Catcher in the Rye and they said, he's just like me. How fucking pretentious. How obnoxious and annoying.
With egos within the industry, I think that this
So
mentality with a lot of these companies is born from the fact that they're publicly traded. They have fiduciary responsibilities. They need to make money for their investors. But I also think that it's a symptom of a much larger issue. Too much investment and too much inorganic
Farm
growth.
is what we need.
Many of the biggest publishers and studios in the industry are now incentivized.
True. Imagine teaching students about Holden Caulfield and fucking The Catcher in the Rye and not Animal Farm. I cannot think of a single universe where Animal Farm would not be more relevant than that piece of shit.
By the sheer size of their organization and the number of their employees, to make their games more expensive, to fill them with microtransactions, and to create things of lower quality. They need to make as much money as they possibly can for a minimum viable product just to be able to keep their heads above water. They can't take creative risks. They can't create niche experiences. They can't...
Isn't that great how nowadays with game releases, we don't have a discussion about when the game is finished. We have a discussion about when the game is at the minimum viable product. That's really, it's such a cynical term to use. What's the absolute least that we can do and get away with it?
Make games that have their own identity because they need everybody to be interested in that game. They can't remove or limit monetization because, well, they need as much money as possible. So they bloat their single-player games with useless content to urge casual players to buy solutions in the form of microtransactions for problems that they created. Ubisoft as a company is a case study for this industry and where it is headed. They aren't alone in this issue. They're not alone in this race. And while games media and CEOs will happily blame toxic gamers for the issues of these companies or say that the reason why games are failing is because of steep competition, they deny reality.
Well, it is steep competition. Other people are trying and you're not. You suck and you lose. That's what happens. That's natural selection and you got selected. Work harder. Do better. It's the same with YouTube or Twitch. There's people that complain. They're like, oh, well, you know, my stream isn't doing well. My videos aren't doing well. Work harder. Work harder. Try harder. Are you doing that? Or are you just sitting around thinking about how bad it is for you? Winners win and losers lose. You're right. There it is.
The same as Ubisoft. Your games are boring, they're buggy, repetitive, and too expensive. We don't need you, but you need us. And that becomes more apparent by the day as we see more games fail and more studios close. Remember who you're working for, or you might not be working much longer. You know, something that I've noticed, and I'm sure a few of you guys have seen this as well, is that art styles, themes, colors, characters, stories, even music at times has started to kind of blend together with some of these games. However, the most popular games, the games that have gotten some of the best sales and some of the best player feedback and retention and all that good stuff, player appreciation, customer appreciation, are games that are incredibly distinct. If I look at like Elden Ring or Baldur's Gate or Path of Exile 2 or any of these games, they end up standing out because they just don't look like or play like or sound like anything else that's out there.
I think he's so right. Like, playing Cyberpunk was a transcendent experience. The vocabulary is unique. The gameplay is good. The graphics are amazing. Like, absolutely. You didn't finish it? Yeah, I know that. I thank you. I forgot about that for 5 minutes. And like Elden Ring is the same thing. Like with a lot of these really good games, everything about them is insanely good.
But if I take a game just as an example, like Dragon Age, and I rip off the EA and the BioWare logo, and then you tell me who made that game, Epic, Activision, I don't know.
Well, if you can't tell what's happening during combat, Blizzard probably made it.
Like, they all start to look the same after a while.
If the game has a lot of loading screens, Bethesda made it. Let's see. What are some other ones? Oh, if it's single player and there are microtransactions, it's either a gacha game or Ubisoft made it.
And I think it's because they're all just chasing each other's tails. That's really all it ends up being. They look to see what the other big company is doing, and they say, oh, we're going to do that too. And that's their big, great idea that they, bring forth to their boards. In the pursuit of growing, they lost their identity. And
if you die after killing a boss, Grinding Gear Games made it.
Made them unable to stand out in front of other studios and other games.
Yeah,
and as a result, they needed to make even more money, but they then continued to hire people. And as their companies grew larger and they had more money, well, then they needed to monetize their games and price their games higher. So what are you left with? You're left with overpriced, over-monetized, and boring games that fail to stand out amongst the rest of the competition in the market right now. That's why games are failing. That's why you're not making any money. That's why the games that you're putting out aren't finding an audience, because there's other games that stand out much better, are much more original, and value our time and money in a way that
it's also the narrative for the games are bad too. Like, I mean, I think Dragon Age could have been better if they spent more time on the narrative. But like, if you look at the narrative difference between Metaphor and Dragon Age or Cyberpunk and Dragon Age, it's just a night and day difference. Like, if you look at, for example, the narrative difference between, like, I bet probably the most recent, like, Ubisoft slop, like, shooter game, and you compare that to, like, Stalker 2, it's not even it's not even the same thing.
Don't anymore. And it's also because you can't, because it really does come down to just how big these companies are.
Yeah.
They don't have time to think about what the customer needs. They can only think about what they need right now. And fact of the matter is, you just don't have what it takes to be able to compete in a creative industry anymore, because this cold corporate approach just doesn't work here. Simple as that. You're selling products based on people's wants, not their needs. You can't just do anything you want to what you're selling to us. That's just not how this works.
Yeah.
Sorry.
This is another big problem, is that people believe that the moral superiority of their worldview causes them to override market concerns and market preferences. It doesn't matter how right you think you are. That's still not going to make somebody buy your game. You're not going to, like, guilt trip or emotionally blackmail somebody into spending $70 on slop.
Ubisoft has taken too many L's. They've had too many games that have failed, and they don't have enough games to give a positive outlook, not only for their investors, but just in general for keeping the company afloat, keeping your employees paid. Because if we actually sit back and look at every single game that they've failed on and how much those games cost them, well, that's all going on the background against any of the games that actually have succeeded, which is basically none for quite a while now outside of Valhalla. And that was back in, was like 2018, 2020 or 2019, something right around there. It's been a few years since then, and it's not enough money to float all of the poor decisions that they've made. Nor is, what is it called? Rainbow Six. Rainbow Six isn't making enough money to be able to keep the entire company afloat. I brought it up earlier in the video. They have over 20,000 employees. They have offices all around the world. And even though people are in games,
20,000 employees to make a video, like 20,000 people. You know what I bet probably is going on? I bet their project management, leadership, and executive teams are spread way too thin. Because they probably overhired a lot of people that like actually make the game. And then the from the top leadership is probably, that's probably what's really spread thin. Yeah, 1,700 marketing. Yeah, exactly, right? And I think fire them all. Well, it's basically like, I could easily see they probably don't have enough people to like really focus on one thing specifically.
Media are like, they've laid off 300 employees.
Wait, what?
And it's just like, they have 20,000. Like, how are you paying for that? No wonder your investors are leaving. They're like, there's just no way that this company's going to be able to backpedal out of this. Their only choice, literally, their only choice is to go private and then sell their IPs. So that's, I'm saying their only choice. I'm saying the owners. That's the only thing the owners can do to be able to make money for themselves, because honestly, that's likely the road that they're going to end up wanting to take. I would imagine that Tencent is probably on the opposite side of that, where they don't want the company to shut down. They want to keep it up. They want to keep the employees there because
Tencent will sort them out so fast. They're just going to go in there and they're going to solve the problem. Like, they're going to be the guy, it's like he's talking about like democracy, about like, speaking out, and silence as being complicit. They send him to a re-education camp, problem solved. Then they bring somebody else in whose idea is to, we're going to make Assassin's Creed game. It's going to be a new game. It's going to be set in, wherever the fuck. And it's just going to be good. And that's it. Problem solved. Yep. We're not going to like Tencent's solution, though. I like their solution with PoE 2. I like their solutions with Riot. I like the solution with Larian, with From Software. I think they know what the fuck they're doing. I think they're a massive, like top 10 almost in the world, billion-dollar company. These people aren't stupid. Like, they don't care. Like, they own Game Science that made Black Myth Wukong. League is cooked right now? Maybe, right? I played Valorant. I thought Valorant was really good. Billionaires scare me. Okay, well, I mean, I've got bad news for you about the owners of Ubisoft.
If they want to make the games, they probably think that they could do a better job at getting the company to produce at the level it should be producing at.
Yeah.
I mean, take that however you want. I know people have a lot of thoughts on Tencent. I get it. I'm not really a huge fan of corporate takeovers, but to be honest with you, a lot of the companies that Tencent has...
I'm not about corporate takeovers or not. I'm about change. I think that at a certain point, if people are celebrating and your stock goes up because a massive Chinese company that has a total different value structure and is going to totally buy you out in a Western market, I think that if you've gotten to the point where that increases your stock value, you should ask yourself why. Main reason Tencent is good is because CCP is anti-woke. The main reason why Tencent is good is because they know how, like, a lot of the best, like, because I've had to deal with investors and stuff like this before. One thing that I've noticed with all of the smartest ones is that they know what they don't know. They're not going to try and sit there and make creative decisions for you. They're not going to try to go and tell you and micromanage every single little thing that you add into the game. They look at the big picture, they say, this seems to be a problem, and they fix it. And then they get the fuck out of your way, because think about it from their perspective. Do they want to have to micromanage you and tell you what to do and be on calls with you all the time and like, oh, well, you need to do this? Do they want to be no, they don't want to do that. They want to fucking just do whatever the hell they want to, I don't know, like play video games themselves. Yeah, they want you to make money. Exactly. Yeah, they want to fuck off and play golf. Exactly. They don't want, I think, yeah, why would they want to micromanage?
I don't know. This is just ridiculous. I can only predict that there will be more videos at one point in time. I'm not sitting here trying to like farm these guys every single day. I don't really want to do that. I just wait until there's enough to talk about. This is more than I thought I was going to end up having to talk about. Pure cinema. This is too good. Good eating, my friends.
It is good.
Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel. You guys can follow me on Twitch if you want to see me rant about video games or die in Path of Exile 2. Outside of that, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. I'll catch you guys in the next one.
Yep, there it is. No, I think everything you said was right. And I feel like also Tencent, like, my opinion is that they've, like, every time that I think a big company, like, especially, I think there's a degree of, you know, like, kind of like, I don't know what to say. I don't think it's really racism. You know, I don't know what you call it, like ethnic, like anxiety maybe, whenever people think that like there's a bunch of Eastern influences taking over video games. But like, I really don't think that's the case because like, as far as I know, Nintendo, I don't think they're in America. And I think that we all grew up on Nintendo. Xenophobia? Well, I don't like having the phobia word. I think that usually whenever I hear the phobia word, it's being okay, right? This is some kind of fucking person trying to stand on a soapbox. I think that there are people that have a reasonable concern about other countries like China because of the way that their culture is, right? And the way that their government is. Absolutely. Sure. But at the same time, these people are not evil in a lot of cases. They're not trying to like do something bad. They're trying to make money. That's it. So anyway, Nintendo has an American company, Nintendo of America. Yeah, sure. But like, my point is that it's a Japanese product. It comes from Japan. It's influenced by Japanese culture, etc. Right? And so that's it. And American capitalism. Yeah, they don't like that they're communists. Sure. I think that Ubisoft will probably have to either sell off some of its IPs or have to go private or have to sell off a lot of their stuff. People have wanted me to watch this for a while. Apparently, there's been some Ubisoft devs that have talked behind the scenes about how things are going, and it doesn't seem like it's very good.
Things at Ubisoft are far worse than I ever could have imagined. After my last video chronicling the rise and fall of Ubisoft, I had both current and former Ubisoft developers reach out for comment.
Of course they did.
Today, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be talking about the issues that the studios face today from the perspective of their own employees. Everything from Me Too movement allegations to agenda-driven content.
Well, it wasn't a Me Too movement allegation. Ubisoft went through an entire lawsuit process because of that.
I want to contrast the comments made in these interviews with what we've seen from Assassin's Creed Shadows and Star Wars Outlaws. This company has a deep-rooted leadership issue, going as far to think that the vast majority of online criticism is just a toxic minority of gamers.
Of course.
This company and its leadership think that they are on the righteous path. Little do they know, it's a dead end.
That sounds so stupid, but I believe it. And the reason why I believe it is because the CEO cited critic reviews for their games as a barometer for what the game's reception was. Like, I don't want to believe this, but I feel like I have to.
Assassin's Creed Shadows has been steeped in controversy and criticism since its initial reveal. Online discourse surrounding the game has been almost entirely negative, with long-term fans of the franchise, general audience, and Japanese audiences up in arms over the creative liberties that Ubisoft has taken with the depiction of Yasuke, the fabled Black Samurai, and feudal Japan. Japanese creators, as well as just random bystanders, have taken to Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube and Reddit, voicing their concerns offended by the game's representation of their history and culture. Inaccuracies like using Chinese architecture instead of Japanese, the legitimacy and relevance of the game's protagonist Yasuke, and even going as far as stealing a flag and imagery from the Sekihara Teppo Tai, a historical reenactment group where the company had to formally apologize for not asking for permission to use their materials. Ubisoft.
White people just never stop colonizing. It's just what we do. Yeah, bro, we just can't help ourselves. We just can't stop. Just can't. We have to keep doing it.
Ubisoft's adventure into Japanese history has been a complete disaster, and it's only going to get worse.
Yeah.
On September 11th of 2024, an article was penned by the New York Times titled "The Fight Over a Black Samurai in Assassin's Creed." The writer, Zachary Small, misrepresents the controversy and player concerns as merely those of a toxic minority of angry Western gamers, and the entire time he fixates on the race of Yasuke and not the broader implications at play in Ubisoft's mishandling and the frank disrespect for Japanese culture and history. This article was a collaboration between Ubisoft and the New York Times in an attempt to redirect the discussions surrounding Assassin's Creed Shadows and minimize the feedback. The writer spoke with Kazuma Hashimoto, a consultant and translator for the games industry, later to be found out to be an employee of Sweet Baby Incorporated that did consultant work for Ubisoft. But
there's no bias, there's no agenda here at all, guys. Yeah, they're just reporting the facts.
Hashimoto claimed that it was people in the West who were upset with seeing Yasuke as a samurai, and that many of the online negative comments were written in Japanese, appeared to be roughly translated from English.
True. Actually true. And this is what journalists excel at. Journalists excel at telling half-truths, but focusing on the lie.
Hand-waving the increasingly loud and valid concerns of the Japanese, asserting that it's all made-up outrage. Nothing more than the gamers' war against DEI or inclusivity in video games. I find it all too poetic and predictable for a AAA publisher to brush off player concerns and use their connections in the media to try to steer public discourse and sentiment into a favorable direction. All of these claims made by the New York Times, as well as other writers, are patently false. You can see
the problem is that I think this is a big issue, is that like traditional like print media is losing a lot of its relevance, and I think it's accelerating that loss. And I think that really like they're getting eaten from like so many different perspectives. Like, for example, people's literacy levels and ability to read information, I think, is going down. Like, people are just bad at reading now. They can't read. And not only can they not read, but even if they could read, they don't have the attention span if to even want to read. So basically, they don't give a shit. Kids barely speak nowadays. Exactly. So you have like a lower amount of people that you can reach fundamentally, right? Because of that. And then you also have the issue where people are so radicalized about ideologies that they're unwilling to like listen to anything other than like what they've already heard. And I think that you put all of these problems together, and guess what you have? You have an audience of people, and then also, of course, like the media is, of course, like misrepresenting things. And I think that also one of the big problems the internet has presented for the media is that, like, you know, in the year 1985, the channels of broadcast were very limited. And so you couldn't really have a real contrary opinion because so many of these channels were monopolized by billion-dollar forces. But now on the internet, you can see things like WikiLeaks and stuff like that that can hold big corporations and big entities accountable in ways that they can't control. And I think this can be as big as something like WikiLeaks, or it can be in as little as something like this video game. And ultimately, that has done more to damage the credibility of print media than anything else, because it's shown that print media is oftentimes used as a tool for these organizations to maintain their power structure.
The criticisms of Ubisoft's recent releases and the future release in Assassin's Creed Shadows everywhere. It's impossible to ignore. Videos and promotional material ratioed by dislikes and comments in mass numbers. Videos like mine and many others reaching widespread appeal because we have that many people that agree or share similar opinions. With that said, I couldn't imagine that it was...
I think also it's that he brings up a very good point that seems very stupid and face value, but I think it's incredibly accurate, is that when you see videos that are extremely successful and get tons of views that agree with you, it makes people think that they're not crazy and that their opinions are valid. I think that's the reason why YouTube removed the dislike bar, because the dislike bar was used against things that, you know, I would say brands didn't want to see happen. Like because if you see, oh, everybody else hates this. How many of you guys have ever read an article or done something and like you think the article's awful and then the main top comment is saying exactly what you think? And it's like, yes, thank God I'm not crazy. Have you guys ever had this happen? Yeah, the dislike bar hurt tutorials though? No, it did, but it hurt everything. Right, exactly. And so we have this happen a lot. And I think what the outcome of that is that people are able to see that the like mainstream, I guess you could say, quote, narrative is not really the mainstream. It's just the most pushed.
Possible for anyone to ignore this level of feedback, and Ubisoft has to be seeing it. So I spoke with a few developers from Ubisoft to shed some light on these issues. I started off by asking how Ubisoft internalizes and discusses general criticism from players and the rest of the industry, whether that's its repetitive design, agenda-driven content, or predictable games. They responded saying, at a high level, they rarely talk about it. At a project level, they brush it off as toxic gamer talk. As Asmongold correctly pointed out in a video of his, Ubisoft is filled with toxic positivity that prevents any growth.
How about that? How about that? That's crazy. People always wonder, why is it that everybody watches me? This is the reason why. It's because I've been fucking right. Yeah, I've been right. That's why. And also, by the way, I don't think that I'm being totally honest. I actually don't think that I'm like incredibly intelligent. But what I think that I do have is I have an insanely good memory, and I can make decisions on things based off of more factors than the average person can. And because of that, if I see something like this, I can think of more things in the past, like, oh yeah, this other thing. I put all that together, and I'm like, yeah, this makes sense. But this is why people watch the videos. Ego going up? It is, absolutely, but I was right.
I then asked, what about the Japanese community's backlash over Assassin's Creed Shadows? It's obvious that they haven't done their research, and even the smallest details are going to be noticed by a culture that's as proud as the Japanese.
Of course.
They responded by saying that the criticisms haven't been talked about, and they've only issued demands that we mustn't engage with discussion on that topic publicly.
Just don't talk about it. Problem solved.
Meaning everything that we've set up into this point, all the criticism that we've had over the years for Ubisoft games, even that of the industry itself, has fallen on deaf ears. I don't know if it's sad or if it's somewhat, it's somewhat cathartic to have that validated. I mean, it's the main complaint.
Well, it's obvious. I mean, again, like, you don't have to be a fucking genius to admit this or to acknowledge this. I feel like, again, you know, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. I feel like that's how I feel a lot of times saying this stuff. I don't think this is any sort of fucking revelation. This isn't any sort of like, wow, this is some divine insight that's brought to me in a dream. No, it's common fucking sense this would happen. Of course.
That the vast majority of gamers have had over the years, which is that these companies aren't listening to us. And in this case, I have developers that are telling me, yeah, they're not listening to you.
Of course.
One, because they don't want to take criticism, and two, because they don't know how to differentiate bad from good criticism.
Of course.
I think this is my patented catchphrase by now, but when you have this much negative discourse surrounding your games, you need to be listening, regardless of whether or not it's good or bad feedback in your eyes, regardless if you align with these people's political beliefs or social political beliefs.
This is a problem that a lot of artists have, and it's a problem that I think that artists that are trying to exist in a commercial space have, because a lot of artists believe in the moral good of whatever art they're making. Like, very few artists believe that they're actually, like, morally bad people. And so because they think that they're doing a good thing, well, they view anybody who's criticizing them as a morally bad person. I think that's what happens the most. Is it arrogance? Well, it's arrogance, but like it's a simplification. What I'm saying is that artists view their art as a expression of themselves. And in the process of them feeling it like an expression of themselves, they take criticism against it personally, and it's why they have a harder time listening to feedback and criticism.
Whatever it might be. None of that matters. When you have your games on fire as much as Ubisoft games have been lately, you need to put those fires out somehow. And the only way that you can do that is by listening to them.
Yeah, of course.
And implementing whatever feedback you possibly can into your games to make them better. Regardless, the other thing is, I'm sorry. I am sick of, I am disgusted by the blatant, feigned virtue over how much they care about Japanese culture and history. I'm sorry. You are bastardizing Japanese culture and history for profit. That,
as I said, bro, like, we're white people, right? This is what we do. We take over somebody's culture, we change it, and then we say, thank God for us. We've saved you. We've saved you from yourselves. This is what we do. We've been doing it for a really long time, and it's just happening again.
It's what you're trying to do here. You're not trying to make a history piece. We know that. It's loosely based on, very loosely based on Japanese culture and history. Look at you guys. You put out a Torigate figurine, a half Torigate figurine with your characters on it without knowing the cultural relevance of the half Torigate. After
got destroyed in World War II.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Do you have any idea what that means to these people?
They use Tectone as a consultant for this.
What's wrong with you? At the end of the day, it all comes down to leadership.
It's actually very easy to understand what's wrong with them. There are people that are bored. They have a tremendous sense of internalized guilt, and they think by doing this kind of stuff, they're being a good person. Once you understand that most people's actions are only taken in order to make themselves feel better or to serve some personal goal, then as soon as you figure that out and you start operating under that pretense, everything else that a person does makes immediate sense. Pepega, I'm helping. Yeah, exactly. It's self-righteousness. Exactly it is.
When you look at Ubisoft's messaging, the lackluster delivery of titles like X-Defiant and Star Wars Outlaws, the inaccuracies and screw-ups with Assassin's Creed Shadows, you see a developer that has no clear plan or vision for what players want, what good games look like, or how to even do their job. I took the time to talk to the Ubisoft developers about workplace culture, about the initiative that they've taken for diversity hiring, and what happens behind the scenes at Ubisoft, and it's wild to see how accurate some of the assumptions that have been made by myself and others. Now, continuing my conversation with one of the developers, I wanted to find more about the workplace structure and management, and seeing as though the company has had initiatives that have been put in place to make the workplace a little bit more diverse, I asked, what benefits have you seen? Is there more diversity in thought, or is it creating a more one-sided environment? They said that so far the initiative hasn't had any impact on the team that I'm a part of. However, it's clear that some topics are taboo.
Right.
What happened is now that people end up in a meeting with HR for trivial stuff, not adding smiley faces to a message or adding an exclamation point at the end of a message because some people are reporting it for harassment.
I could easily believe this. 100%. Yeah, for sure.
One of the things that wasn't in your video is that Ubisoft had some controversy during the Me Too period, letting go of a manager in high positions, and some left on their own because they knew they'd be discovered. I then asked, what was the impact of this in the workplace? They responded by saying the editorial direction and overall mindset shifted from the boys club to safe content, reaching for...
Is this a video about Blizzard or Ubisoft? Wait a minute. Hold up. What's this?
Playing characters like Kay in
Yeah.
Star Wars is a perfect example of this. The idea to have beautiful characters such as Baldur's Gate or Uncharted is met with distrust.
Of course.
The developer shared sentiment saying that safe content also leads to limited opportunities on the gameplay side. Even for Star Wars, we had to work with Disney,
Right.
which would shut down most attempts at depicting a true criminal underworld with cruelty and drama.
Naturally.
When you put this developer's perspective in line with the recent failures and controversies at Ubisoft or any AAA developer,
So they're basically implying that they probably would have gone farther with Star Wars Outlaw, but they weren't able to because of Disney. I immediately believe that. I do. I think that makes so much sense. Yeah, probably true.
at this point, it all makes sense. An overcorrection in sensitivity brought
Which
on
to
by
me,
the
by the way, seems crazy because didn't Disney Disney owns Marvel, right? Like Thanos is probably one of the greatest gray area characters that we've ever had. At least in recent superheroes. I think he's probably one of the best, if not the best, superhero cinema, gray area character. I mean, what the fuck? Why not do that with Star Wars?
Boys Club days that many studios experienced during their early years. As such, many games today lack the teeth and grit that players crave because those things are seen as problematic or unsafe to make in the workplace.
Well, the problem also is that you have a workplace that's trying to overcorrect for past sins. So, for example, they're trying to overcorrect for the fact that they got this whole Me Too problem in their company because they had weirdos that were working there. So now it's effectively the players that have to play a worse version of a product because the company had some sort of internal problem.
Use emojis or exclamation points. You could offend someone. Holy shit.
Yeah.
How soft have we gotten? It reminds me of
also that's a huge that's a huge indicator. It's if people are getting called into HR for not using smiley faces or using exclamation marks, think about how painful all the rest of the office experience must be. Because it's not like this, this is the only manifestation of this degree of mental illness. Absolutely not. It's probably everywhere.
Time where the Helldivers 2 community manager went on a ban spree on their Discord because players were using a throw-up emoji on furry art that was posted in their Discord.
By the way, this is actually true. Helldivers let a moderator on their Discord ban people because they thought that furry art was disgusting. It's probably the most retarded thing that I had seen that company do. Insane. And they didn't because if it was me, right, I would have just banned the dev and been like, okay, you're not gonna, this isn't your platform to talk about furry porn. Get out of here. Right? It's disgusting. Yeah. But they let it happen. And as far as I know, this person's still a moderator. Yeah, it's insane that you would even allow that to happen.
Sometimes people need to be offended. While I'm going to try to resist the pull yourself up by your bootstraps tirade, friction on
problem, I think here's the problem. The problem is that there's a lot of reasonable people who try to meet people like that in the middle, and they try to be reasonable with them. But the problem is that these people are not reasonable to begin with. So they're obnoxious. They have these weird values. You can't meet these people in the middle because they're never going to be in the middle. They're mentally ill weirdos.
Levels is necessary in life. Now, that doesn't mean that people should be allowed to openly harass others, but there are major issues that arise when you have emojis that can get you fired. This overreaction and overcorrection leads to a workplace that is actively hostile towards freedom of thought, expression, and criticism.
Of course. Yeah, because you have people, and this is the reason why people do this. They also complain to HR. I think that people probably complain like this because it guarantees a degree of job security. Because in their mind, they're thinking, well, if I'm having all these problems at the company is going to be less likely to get rid of me because maybe they could have some kind of lawsuit or discrimination against themselves. You see what I'm saying? So there's all of these metagaming things that are happening.
As one of the interviewees mentioned earlier, they noticed a culture of toxic positivity. From my perspective, toxic positivity is fake people saying fake things, and in the case of Ubisoft, making fake products. Nobody wants to live their entire life being terrified that someone is going to misunderstand them.
Yeah.
And when you're at a studio like Ubisoft and you're not even allowed to make characters attractive, otherwise it might upset people at the studio, you have a problem. This culture of fear and forced uniformity stifles...
Well, the problem... So, like, here's a good example of it, right? Is if, like, they want to add in a... Like, the character... Like, they want to add in, like, a trans character to the game. Like, let's say. You want to add in a trans character. Okay. How do you think it sounds and how do you think it's received in the office with people that are trying to push this kind of stuff when you say no? Think about that. Now you're the bad guy. Now you're the one who is like, now you're transphobic. And these people can risk losing their job. Now you're anti-LGBT. Yeah, exactly. So there's a ton of pressure on people. So once this stuff starts getting put into the game, there's no way that these companies can push back against it because everybody is afraid of getting fired or being mislabeled because they think it's not appropriate for a game. I don't feel safe. Yeah, exactly. Now you're not being inclusive. Exactly. So you can easily see how this happens, and it's like basically the problem is only allowed to get worse, and if you try to make it better, you get fired.
Creativity, innovation. It's no wonder that Ubisoft is struggling to produce anything of real substance when their own developers are walking on eggshells, more worried about HR complaints than creating groundbreaking games.
And you shouldn't also get mad at the developers for not wanting to do that. I mean, these guys, a lot of them have been working in the industry for 10 years. They're not going to try to go and, you know, do all this stuff like make themselves look bad. They're not going to fuck up their career over some trans character, especially if they're just like a narrative designer. Like, you know, they just want to do their job.
And you make bold, impactful content when every idea is scrutinized for being too risky, too offensive, or too unsafe. It's a workplace where mediocrity is rewarded and where pushing boundaries, the very things that games are supposed to do, is seen as a liability. This workplace culture, this overreaction and overcorrection has infected just about every single industry that's out there. I worked in construction for 7 years up until last December, and the company that I worked for was more afraid of HR issues than they were of injuries. We worked with hydrogen sulfide and hydrogen cyanide, gases that, if released, could kill half of a city.
Holy fuck.
You know, we've discussed modern audiences, the mythical, magical modern audiences, and soft modern games.
This is a problem, and I think that the big issue is that normal people that have, like, normal opinions and are not insane don't speak out against this enough. And because people like that don't speak out against it, this type of behavior is kind of just allowed to get worse, basically.
Found the audience is the people that are running these companies nowadays. You have folks that are walking around
average
on
people don't push back
eggshells,
enough on
afraid
it.
to say anything. Anecdotal, but just like a few weeks ago or a month ago or so, I remember I was live streaming, and instinctively I said something was retarded.
Yeah.
I'm a millennial. We all grew up saying it. It's a product of my upbringing. Say what you will. I didn't say it consciously. It just came out. And one of my chatters pops up and says, "How often do you say that word?" I banned the fuck out of them. Get the fuck.
Get the fuck. Fucking exactly. Wow. A guy that worked in construction used the word retarded. I know some guys in construction. They use a lot of other words besides retarded. Yeah, get the fuck out. Like, what do you mean? How often do I use the word? I use it all the time. Yeah, least offensive construction worker. Yeah, exactly. They're freaks. Like, yeah, well, and more than just being freaks, they're freaks that want to tell you what to do. And I think that's the fundamental problem with it. I don't want to be told what to do. Don't tell me what to say. Don't tell me what not to say. Don't tell me what I'm allowed to have an opinion on. No. Like, I'm going to talk and say how I want. That's it. If people don't like it, now I can't break the terms of service of the website. But other than that, I say whatever the hell I want. Classic retards. What do you expect? Yep.
Fuck out of here with that. Are you kidding me? People that are out there that are waiting, prepared to be offended. I'm sick of it.
As if you're accountable to them. As if you have to explain something to them.
You cannot have workplaces that are out there where every single thing that you say, you have to watch every word that comes out of your mouth. Otherwise, it could be your livelihood.
And that's what happens, right? I feel like right now, like you're seeing like a huge backlash from that, because from like, I would say 2018 to 2022, 2023, this was extremely common. And now it's becoming less and less common. And culturally, I think that people are becoming more aware of how ridiculous it is and the tone policing and control. But yeah, there's always offended bozos. Well, people like that will always want to get mad because they wield power by getting mad. That's how they get attention. And so that's it. Pendulum swinging back. And yeah, I think that's a good thing, by the way. That's why I have no problem like saying that kind of stuff and shitting on these people, is because these are the same kind of people that would destroy your livelihood if you said something that they disagreed with. So you should always try to do the same thing to them before they can do it to you, because you know they're going to do it to you for sure. Pendulum isn't swinging back at all. It absolutely is. If you can't see that, you're crazy.
Again, I'm not saying that you can walk around saying anything. That's not what this is. Everybody knows. I think that's the most
frustrating. You can say whatever you want. I mean, if people don't like it, that's up to them, right? I mean, that's the truth. Like, you say whatever the hell you want.
Trading part when you have these kind of conversations is that you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. But the intellectual dishonesty around this kind of thing is just, it's fucking mind-boggling. We have workplace environments that actively work against any type of creative or constructive criticism. That's how you get games like this. This is how games and products are being ruined over time, is because nobody's allowed to criticize things properly. You have places, you have people in the workplace.
There's entertaining pussies. Yeah, that's the problem. Is that, and this is a big issue that I think a lot of people have, is that they try to be reasonable with unreasonable people. When you try to reason with an unreasonable person, compromising with them makes you unreasonable. Never give any ground to a person who's being unreasonable. Never stop and explain things to them. Never try. No, there's no reason. The equation doesn't work. Yeah. Never allow an unreasonable person to have any control in something.
They're like, I don't think that these characters are going to be received well by the fans, but they're not allowed to say anything about it. They can't say it's not hot enough. It's not masculine enough. They can't say that because it's problematic to say so.
Yeah, of course.
Tame and safe are the antonyms of exciting and daring. Baldur's Gate 3.
Well, people don't want to have something that feels like it's created with training wheels on it. That's the problem, is that people don't like art if they feel like the art is inauthentic. And I think that games coming out now feel extremely inauthentic. That's why Baldur's Gate 3 can have pronouns and trans stuff and gay themes and all of that, and nobody gives a shit. It's because the problem was never actually the content. It was the way the content was delivered in the game.
Was exciting and daring. Star Wars Outlaws. Tame and safe.
Yeah, of course.
Whether it's their poor job at representing Japan or the trailers of Assassin's Creed, there are clearly levels of incompetency at work. As many players have pointed out in the game trailers, the promotional materials that are meant to sell the game, you can see frame rate issues, texture issues, poor collision detection, weapons clipping through characters, and more. Controversies aside, this game doesn't look like it's ready for launch, and in fact, its developer just recently came out.
Yeah, they agreed with us.
Canceled their appearance at Tokyo Game Show and announced that the game would be delayed until February. Along with the delay, Ubisoft CEO recently issued a memo to their employees that ended up getting leaked publicly, and it showcases just how out of touch this company is with their players. Rather than acknowledging their real missteps, they're clinging to critic scores, pointing out Star Wars Outlaws had a solid 76 on Metacritic. Oh, I didn't know that you were trying to sell the game to game reviewers. That just, how can you
so fucking stupid. When I read that, I was like, I can't believe it. You're actually listening to reviewers over players? How can you do this? What's wrong with you? Are you insane?
It makes a lot of sense, seeing as though that you're completely ignoring player feedback that clearly shows that your game is hovering in mediocrity. Even worse, they believe that Black Friday sales are somehow going to magically turn things around, not realizing that no amount of discounting will make up for a product that fundamentally misses the mark and nobody's interested in. The memo
there's never been a time where making the game cheaper makes the game popular. That's not how it works. People will spend the money on a game if the game's good. It's never been about the money. It's always been about the value.
It's more like a corporate spin than a genuine reflection of failure. No mention of the controversies or deeper issues that are plaguing the company. They talk about how all players want are highly polished games on launch day, when the truth is players are craving meaningful, risk-taking, authentic content, things that Ubisoft hasn't seen in decades. Even in their own memo to their own employees, they can't speak frankly about their mistakes. This sanitized messaging shows just how deeply disconnected the company is from the people that it should be listening to, the players. Interested in the perspective of the employee.
This is the thing that a lot of game studios are starting to realize, is that a game studio no longer has to rely on a middleman in order to communicate with their audience. You don't have to rely on a publication. You don't have to rely on journalists. You don't have to rely on magazines. You don't have to rely on newspapers. All you have to do is put the information out there, and then the public will receive it. That's it. And so, and I think this is a big problem, right? You think about this, like if you're a journalist or you're like a publication, this is a huge issue for you. And you want to take that ability away from them. Because if you take that ability away from them, then you preserve your own purpose of existence. But if they don't need to work through you, then why do you exist? So that's why they keep trying to push back on this stuff. That's why they keep trying to find problems like this.
Employees who received this memo, I had a few questions on their thoughts of the messaging and the leadership of the company. I asked, what has been the message from management to the staff about Ubisoft's declining sales? What do they believe is the reason behind it? They responded, the fun fact is they don't talk much about it. They mainly focus on the fact that they reach their financial objectives, which are mainly achieved through casual player sales, not the vocal gamer minority that are sick of what you described in your video. Also, something to know is that through the years, the number of management floors has increased to ridiculous amounts. So communication is often blurry unless they come directly from HQ, and even then, it's almost...
So this is kind of what happens, is that I think that, like, with games, it takes a while for, like, a company's reputation to be, like, fully eroded. And, like, for Ubisoft, for example, I think that, like, this reputation has been eroded with, like, let's say Skull and Bones, or I think there was a game before then, I don't remember which one was, Prince of Persia. And, like, the reputation isn't really damaged, like, immediately. It's something that has, like, a ripple effect. And so it didn't happen, and it didn't really affect them until really Star Wars Outlaws, because they came out and they said that Star Wars Outlaws didn't sell very well. So it's very clear that this the idea that there's like a big casual audience that doesn't care about any of these problems, it's very obvious that this is true, but it's also very obvious that this is not always true. And also, even that casual audience will turn on you and will not make purchase decisions based off of different reasons. Like, for example, Concord, or for example, Star Wars Outlaws. Is that, yes, you can rely on them to an extent, but that extent becomes smaller every single day.
Entirely corpo bullshit that isn't useful in the end.
Yeah.
I asked another employee to verify the increase in management at the company, fearing that this is likely one of the biggest issues that's facing the company. Seeing that lack of clear and creative vision, they painted a picture of a company that's not only overrun with management, but that's passively aggressive about removing higher paid and talented employees while slotting in underskilled and unexperienced management at a cheaper rate.
The crazy thing about that is that this is something that happens to seemingly every company nowadays. Like, this isn't even a Ubisoft problem. This is just a corporate problem.
They claim that Ubisoft as an employer shows little regard for their developers. What happens in practice is that they essentially push out senior engineers, promoting junior engineers to senior roles after just a few years of experience, oftentimes with experience in just one engine. Meanwhile, experienced developers with far broader skill sets are being overlooked. This constant cycle of turnover with inexperienced leaders leads to noticeable drops in quality, with bugs appearing in their games. The passionate, dedicated developers leave, while those who are just going through the motions stay behind. This doesn't just affect the technical quality of their games, but also impacts the design and creativity. For instance, you'll find designers working on FPS mechanics who have never played an FPS game before.
Man, not surprised. I'm not either, honestly. Makes sense, yeah.
Or engineers who don't understand how the mechanics they're building are supposed to feel. There's a lack of passion and skill across the board, and the results are obvious. That line about designers working on FPS games and leading FPS projects struck a chord with me. Not long ago, Ubisoft released X-Defiant, a military shooter that was meant to compete with the likes of Call of Duty. However, since the game's release, they've lost the vast majority of their player base, with Ubisoft claiming that the game isn't dying, despite it reportedly losing 94%.
You lose 94% of your player base. It's not dying, though. It's doing well. Really? That's crazy. Wow.
% of its players on Xbox. Why is X-Defiant ran into so many issues? Netcode, hit registration, and general shooter gameplay issues. Common problems that are normally ironed out well before a game ever hits the market, especially a shooter. It's core to the gameplay. If you're playing a live service shooter, all you do is...
This has also happened with Overwatch, too. Is that, like, the hitboxes for Overwatch, I think, recently have been, like, completely fucking changed. And, like, they've gotten worse. So this is happening with tons of big games like this. It might have been fixed by now,
That's
though.
the gameplay. But when the shooting doesn't work, you don't have a game. Ubisoft's leadership is completely disconnected from the reality of game development and player expectations. The problems stem from a bloated management structure that's prioritizing reaching financial targets through casual player sales, rather than listening to the core gaming community that's...
And, like, you really think about, like, what are they really saying? They're saying that we hope to sell games to people that are too retarded to know that they're bad. Hopefully, we're relying on our audience being uneducated and uninformed, and hopefully we'll make sales based off of that. We're selling to casuals that don't know any better. That's crazy. They do? They didn't. If they were actually doing that, see, here's the thing. Blizzard does that. Blizzard does that because Diablo 4, at the end of the day, is a great game for casual dads. It is amazing for your casual dad with fucking 5 jobs, 3 wives, and 10 kids. But the problem is that Ubisoft isn't doing that. That's the issue.
Of their tired formulas. Even their own developers are frustrated as they watch as talented senior engineers are pushed out of the studios and inexperienced juniors are promoted far too quickly, leading to a noticeable drop in quality. It's no wonder their games are riddled with bugs and lack any real innovation. This company is more focused on appearances rather than creating meaningful, engaging content.
I think that's actually a really good point. Is like there's a lot of content nowadays, and I think this is true also with like content creation, is that I notice this a lot with creators, is that a lot of times, like, and this is especially true with like COVID era creators, I feel like almost all of them in like the Among Us era have pretty much totally fallen off. They've lost a lot of their relevance and their popularity. And I think that the reason why is that they were very focused on the way that they were perceived and like kind of making content and trying to appear as if they were popular. And the problem is that that only works for so long. Eventually people move on. Like, think about how many people that were getting, like, let's say 20, 30,000 viewers, 40,000 viewers playing Among Us nowadays can't even break 10K. And it will, by the way, it will never come back. It's not like they're going to come back and be popular again. They'll never be popular again. And to be honest, they should be happy that they were ever popular in the first place because it shouldn't have happened. But it did. Good for them. 10K is good, though. 10K is good, but the majority of them, by the way, are way less than that. I was trying to be nice, okay? Some of them can't even break 1,000.
Of their games doesn't matter as long as they aren't offending anyone. When you see the issues that plague Assassin's Creed Shadows, the pandering, the generic virtue, the lies, the cover-ups, and the lack of understanding of what they're apparently inspired by, when you see how safe and tame, how boring, buggy, and soulless Star Wars Outlaws is, when you see how their most anticipated shooter in X-Defiant is riddled with the most common issues, bugs...
What's crazy about that is X-Defiant, I feel like, was really gassed up when it came out. A lot of people were really positive about X-Defiant, at least like from my perspective. So to see that they totally mismanaged it, I mean, like, how do you let that happen? Yeah, it's nuts.
Kinds of different things that normal shooters would never have on day one, that's made by developers and led by developers that haven't even played an FPS game. You see a studio and a publisher that lacks integrity and a spine. Cowards in leadership roles, afraid to loosen their grip on the wheel. Developers afraid to speak out and unable to express any of their creativity.
Well, it's people are afraid of being painted as something that they're not by people that effectively wield power through grievance. I think that's what happens the most. And like, you can't push back against a lot of these issues, because if you're doing that, you're seen as being on the side of the bad people.
This is destined for obscurity. Ubisoft isn't just losing its way, it's already lost. And the only thing left is to watch it burn. You know, it's crazy to speculate about these kind of things, but it's an entirely different beast to find out what you've been believing this entire time is absolutely true. And I want to take the time to thank the developers that reached out to me. It was daring for them to do something like that. Obviously, their identities are being kept secret for very obvious reasons. Most of these folks could lose their job over having these kind of discussions. But
yeah, of course.
Keep in mind, what's really sad about this is that there are developers that are working at these studios that want to see things change, that want to fix things, that see these obvious issues.
I think this is true with a lot of development studios. I've had a lot of people that work in games industry reach out to me too. I haven't really taken a lot of quotes from them and then used them kind of anonymously, but there have been a lot of people that have spoken out to me and like talked to me privately about this. And what he's saying seems very familiar. Not in Ubisoft that I can remember. I could be wrong, but not in Ubisoft.
But they're not allowed to do anything about it. That sucks. It's something that all of us can empathize with. I'm pretty sure that anybody that's watching this video right now has likely worked with some level of management that took them in the wrong direction, and led them down the wrong path. You know, the biggest issue for Ubisoft is that the damage is already done. Their brand is already torched. Their name and their reputation.
It will take them probably 5, if not 10 years to rebuild their reputation. I think that like reputational damage is something that it has like a massive delayed effect. And like 10 years, yeah, maybe, right?
Is in shambles by now.
It's like what I said before, right? Build 100 bridges, suck one dick. You're not a bridge builder, you're a dick sucker. And the reality is like reputation matters a lot. And bringing out, and also, by the way, the Ubisoft sucked 100 dicks and they built one bridge. That's the problem.
And looking and seeing that they have pushed back Assassin's Creed Shadows, it's for obvious reasons. While they're going to say that it's for fixing issues in the game, there's issues that we saw in the trailers, so that's totally believable. The game likely does need more, more time in the oven more than anything else, but outside of that, I really think it's just them trying to distance it from all of the bad press, because there's a lot of people that have been talking about Ubisoft. There's a lot of people that have been talking about Assassin's Creed Shadows, and it doesn't look good. And pushing it all the way to February, I don't think any of that's going to change anything. If anything, seeing how often they like to put their own foot in their mouth when it comes to Assassin's Creed Shadows, you're just giving me and a bunch of other content creators more time to farm you.
It's true. It's so true. That's 2 more months, guys. Fuck yeah.
Anything else? I was talking to one of the developers about the delay, and they're like, one of the things that really confused the whole group of developers is that they're like, well, we need more time to fix bugs and issues, but we're also going to add more quests and side content. They're like, those two things don't have anything to do with one another, and one creates more issues.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's probably that they decided that the game was incomplete, and there wasn't enough stuff for players to do. There wasn't enough content. Yeah, absolutely.
And also, you push it to February, the month that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and Monster Hunter Wilds release. You're cooked. What are you doing?
I think that it's a 5-head decision by Ubisoft to release it that month, because they've basically decided, we know this game is going to be garbage. So hopefully what we're going to do is we're going to release it in a really popular month where a lot of other games come out, and nobody's going to talk about our game because they're going to be busy playing the other games. Right? So like, yeah, we can just have this one go by under the radar. Nobody's going to be thinking about us, and it'll be okay.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I want to thank everybody. Thank you guys for watching the last video as well.
Nuts,
it was my
man.
first 1 million view video. That's just a wild achievement, one that I wasn't really sure that I'd ever be able to achieve, and you guys made that possible, so thank you guys for that. Again, if it wasn't for your guys' support, stories like these wouldn't be able to come out. I hope I get to do more stuff like this in the future, because I had a great time making this video. This is probably this is my most favorite video that I've ever made. But yeah, outside of that, thank you guys. If you guys have enjoyed the content, make sure that you're sharing these videos. Make sure you like the video, comment down below. Let me know what you guys think. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. What are you doing? Come on, man. Just hop on board. If you guys want to catch me live, you can follow me on Twitch. I'm live 2 days a week. I'm working on videos 4 days a week. I'm sleeping 1 day a week.
That's smart.
But outside of that, my friends, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. I'll catch you guys next
This is
time.
a really good video. I'm going to link you guys a video. This is really good. Look up Ubisoft Avatar Tears of Pandora. CD Projekt Red was in a bad spot. Yeah, it took them a long time to like get out of that. And even now, I think that people are going to be apprehensive about buying Witcher 4. I absolutely think so. So yeah, there's the video. Give it a like. Talk to the Ubisoft devs. It's far worse than we thought. What a fucking surprise. I think that, by the way, it's crazy because of like half of what he was saying, I think is like kind of exclusive to Ubisoft and like probably other companies like Blizzard, for example. But I think that the other half of what he was talking about with like management replacing people, you know, with cheaper people, and then also with like kind of just like more management creating more management. I feel like this is a corporate issue that happens everywhere. Like it happens all over the place. Yeah, it's way more widespread. Exactly, it is. And I think that's what's going to keep happening. Yeah, I can't wait for Witcher 4. I'm excited for the game, too. I'm going to have to play Witcher 3 first and get through everything. I never actually finished the game, but there's the video right there. And widespread issue? Yeah, I think so. It's a combination of both work culture clashing and then making worse products. Thanks for watching, Matt. Yeah, of course. Like, I'm feeling like I think that these issues are probably going to, like, if I look at this now, it seems like it's slightly recovered after going almost under $2. So this is 5 days. It's doing a little bit better. A little bit better. All right. Yep, there we go. Should have bought the dip. I guess so, guys. Yeah, that's not the right stock. It is the right stock. It's an indicator of the stock. We're looking at a sample size. I understand that you might be trying to be smart, but you're not. What's really going to happen is I bet probably I could see this going up continuously until the next update that they provide. I think that's probably what's going to happen, is that people are going to like hope that, oh yeah, it's going to get better, and that's it. How can companies get rid of these terrible employees if they're technically doing their job, but they're just awful for the work culture? You just fire them. What do you mean? How do you get rid of these people? It's easy. You just get rid of them. Like it's not complicated. It's just, yeah, if this person is causing trouble, this person's causing problems, they're getting mad all the time, then just fucking get rid of them, right? Stop hiring them. Yeah, exactly. For like being hostile and aggressive and shit like that. Yeah, you don't need an excuse to fire somebody. I think in the UK, actually, in a lot of cases, you do, which is kind of like an issue. I think it's like, it is and it isn't an issue, right? I mean, obviously, there's some, you know, there's some positives to it as well. But I do think that, like, in general, this is going to be it's going to be a bigger problem than I think people give it credit for. People have been going crazy about this.
So last night, news came out that Dragon Age: The Veilguard is indeed a financial failure. And the modern audience...
I feel like every single week we find out that another game that everybody knew was going to be garbage that came out actually sold really badly. And it's like a financial failure and people are losing their jobs. It's like every single week this seems to be happening. And this week we got 2 of them.
Chills, they are very upset by this news. And they're making all kinds of cope posts and like rage posts about it. For example, this one that says, the reason why Veilguard didn't sell well. Unpopular opinion, but I think Veilguard's reputation just got damaged by the anti-woke crowd, even before the game came out.
Am I
and we're
gonna
going to
be
read that
named?
full post in just a minute because it looks hilarious.
Oh, no.
But first, let's just get the news real quick. So yeah,
am I
this
gonna
headline
get-
from ITC reads, Dragon Age:
Uh-oh.
The Veilguard failed in sales, only got 50% of EA's expectations.
Man.
Half of what they wanted, man. Terrible.
That's
The
bad.
full write-up, which is only a few brief paragraphs, reads, Electronic Arts shares plummeted by 18%, the biggest drop since 2008. This
I
huge
did
drop
this.
came after the company warned
Sorry,
that its
guys.
financial results would be lower than expected
Yeah,
due
it's
to
my
poor
bad.
sales results of 2 games. EA put most of the blame for the poor financial results on its football game, EA Sports FC 2025, which was released in September and received mixed reviews. This month, the company introduced an update. Another culprit, though, is the role-playing game Dragon Age: The Veilguard, which was released in October after a tumultuous development cycle. It reached 1.5 million players during the quarter, falling short of the company's expectations by about 50%. So yeah, this thing was a complete financial failure. How embarrassing, man. Pathetic sales.
Got it.
And then over on Steam, it's also getting worse for Veilguard because the recent review score has dropped all the way down to mixed at only 64%. And the all-time score barely hanging on to its mostly positive rating at 70%.
This is not good. Game's not very good. It's really simple. Like it's an average game. I think if it was $20, it'd be fine. But for $60 or $70 as a AAA game, nah, bro. Like it's just not gonna happen.
At the rate things are going, that's
Yeah.
likely to also fall below 70% and also become a mixed score. Furthermore, as we discussed a few days ago, the Veilguard director, Corinne Bush, also fled the company, leaving BioWare. I wonder if this-
Roached out. She roached out. That's what happens. I think that's the most annoying thing. Like somebody a minute ago was asking, like, who do you think does more damage, immigrants or billionaires? I think that stuff like that is the reason why people ask questions like that. Because it's so fucking annoying. I don't care. I mean, if somebody's trans, they look like a woman, I'll say they're a woman. Guys, I sorry. Like, I'm not going to confuse people. I don't give a fuck. It's not a big deal to me. So anyway, if I saw that, I saw pictures of her. She looks like a woman. Okay? Sorry, you're going to get confused. You're going to get mad about it. I don't want to fucking argue with you guys about this. We talked about it twice before, and people were like trying to correct me. I don't give a shit, okay? I don't care. Like, I really mean that. I do not care. Anyway, point is irrelevant. What I'm saying is that I think that there's a growing frustration that people that are the captains of these ships, instead of riding their ship to the bottom of the ocean, a captain goes down with his ship, the captain's the first one off the ship, and then all the sailors are at the bottom of the fucking ocean. And that's what happens. And so you have people that are in these leadership roles that get, I mean, there's a term for it, it's golden parachute, that they get a golden parachute away from, you know, this position they have, and now they don't have to worry about it at all. The fucking take responsibility for garbage. Yeah, exactly. It's very annoying. The Concordia, yes. The captain didn't abandon ship. Yeah, and he roached out. The captain roached out like crazy, instantaneously. He was gone.
Timing is just coincidence. Like, Corinne Bush leaves BioWare, and then a few days later, this report comes out that Veilguard was such a financial flop. Of course, there's also a lot of speculation that Bush was kind of forced out over this whole disaster, too. But
It's also a very good point that, yeah, she probably got kicked out. And, you know, they announced, oh, yeah, I'm leaving. Yes, you're leaving because we're kicking you out.
All that speculation, what you will. All right, with that context, that takes us back over to the subreddit for Dragon Age: The Veilguard, and this recent top post over there from only 17 hours ago that reads, the reason why Veilguard didn't sell well. Once again from the top, unpopular opinion, but I think Veilguard's reputation just got damaged by the anti-woke crowd even before the game came out.
Yep.
If you go to YouTube and search for Veilguard, you'll see vast majority of the content.
Let's find out about that. We're going to open up an incognito window. Dragon Age the Veilguard. Okay, I'm not sure about this one. Bad. 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 Okay. Yeah, that matters. If you look a game up on YouTube and all the top results are the game being bad, that doesn't look very good. You just say you didn't know about GameRanks? What I mean is I didn't watch it. I didn't watch that video, and so I don't know what they said. We didn't even get credit as an army of chuds. Well, I mean, there's a lot of people.
Created for this game is by drama queens who farm hate from every progressive media.
Yes.
Wow, that is some very politically obsessed phrasing right there.
It's true. They're right. The amount of negative videos and negative press that people put out about the game absolutely damaged the game. That's why people put out the negative media and the negative press. That was the goal. Mission accomplished. Duh.
It's pretty telling that they don't even view Veilguard first and foremost as a video game. No, what they view it as first, like the first thing about it, oh, this is
Progressive
just
media.
progressive media.
Yeah.
Their Veilguard videos are getting the most views and likes. When a potential customer sees this negative environment online, their first thought would be, maybe this game isn't worth buying.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, I think that people really downplay the effect that, for example, seeing a video game trailer and then reading the comments and every comment being negative has. It's insanely bad. Like, yeah, that's the point of watching a review video. Yes, exactly. Like, it's insane.
Yeah, so that's a good thing.
The non-binary,
Why would you want potential customers to waste their money on a game they probably won't even enjoy? Some like AAA, HR in the room, modern audience slop. It's hilarious how they're phrasing this as if the critics of Veilguard are in the wrong, when in reality they're just making us all sound based. I especially love how...
It doesn't matter whether somebody is wrong or not. It matters whether somebody's message is getting put out there and people are agreeing with it or not. People get too fixated on the moral authority of whatever perspective they have, and it causes them to lose sight of reality and make decisions that are not based on anything other than their feelings. And that's why they fail, because they're making decisions for what they want things to be rather than what they are.
They're trying to act like they're some like progressive individual, and yet the reality of what they're explaining here is that gamers have caused a massive corrupt corporation to lose a bunch of money, and they're upset at that. These sort of people always LARP as if they're like revolutionaries, but they're the biggest corpo defenders out there. They also never seem to realize that. It's a complete lack of self-awareness. And
well, I think that they don't realize they're not corpo defenders. I don't agree that they're corpo defenders. I think that they do have this ideology, but they don't realize that the corpo is doing it because they have the ideology and not because the corpo cares about the ideology. The same corporations that are talking about how much they care about diversity are now destroying their diversity groups and then firing every single person in the department. So if they really cared about it, then they probably wouldn't have deleted it the moment that the the culture shift happened. It's very clearly not what's happening. Yeah, right. It's matching ideologies. Yeah, well, like these ideologies that these companies have, these companies are effectively parasites that latch themselves onto different types of cultures that are happening and cultural movements that are happening, and then they use them in order to push an agenda. And they do this with memes too. You guys know, like every time there's like a brand account and there's a popular meme, and brand accounts try to like take advantage of the meme, and like 90% of the time it's cringe. They're just parasites, that's all. It's that simple. And they function exactly like parasites. They take from the host, and anything that the host gets out of the parasite is purely incidental and never by design.
The post, they say, people always say stuff like this doesn't affect sales much, but I really do think it's having an effect. especially in recent years, where hating on progressive games, movies, and TV shows has become such a popular thing to do. Like I basically said earlier, this is such a pathetic way of acting.
Well, if it's a really popular thing to do, you should ask yourself the question, why are you making media that's supposed to be popular among an audience that doesn't reflect that view?
Where they see a corporation pandering to their political views, and then they're instantly compelled to eat
Big
that
mistake.
slop right up, no matter how terrible the underlying media itself is. A top
I think this
respons-
is also another big issue that people have, and I think it's something that the right wing does a bad job with, but I think the left wing probably does worse of a job with, is that they're not able to rein in extremists and rein in people that are like just like kind of crazy, basically. And I think that like not being able to self-regulate causes yourself to get an increasingly more like extreme version of like whatever your movement is until it no longer represents enough people to be meaningful.
to the OP reading, not an unpopular opinion on this sub, I don't think. More so on the main Dragon Age sub. Quick side note, because I know we interrupted this whole post thing quite a lot, but the OP did have that introduction where they said unpopular opinion, right? So that's what they're referring to there. Continuing.
It's not an unpopular opinion, it's an inconvenient opinion. Everybody knows it's true, but people don't want it to be.
This person says, and I agree with you, the clicks culture on YouTube is a pervasive rot. Top response to that saying, main Dragon Age sub has been infected with bigots for months now. And then this response says, wish the mods there would remove any post that remotely has bigoted dog whistles. I can't even read this seriously, bro. Sometimes people in the comments ask why I read comments like this in the voice that I do, and I just read them the way I think they sound. Like, these people sound so whiny and weird to me, so it just naturally, that's the voice I kind of speak in when I read their comments. And
I mean, a lot of the people, like, the thing is, like, Reddit has become such a, like, it's like the mental health marketplace. Like, I see so many people that are just so unhinged on that website now. And I feel like it's just getting worse and worse and worse. Like, I'll read comments and it won't even be about like streaming. It'll just be about like different conversations. And people are just so weird. I don't understand like how it happened, but it's just like, I feel like that's what happens when you just kind of like increasingly, it's like you have like a culture of censorship and increasingly more self-radicalization that happens over time. And then after 10 years, you become Reddit. I think that's what happened because X is so normal, Amal get real. Well, the difference with X is that there's like a balance of opinions. So like, yeah, there's unhinged people on X, but I feel like on Reddit, the difference is that it's curated. So you would naturally expect to see on an uncurated website that a ton of people would be unhinged. But on Reddit, I feel like it's everywhere.
Doesn't help that I'm also just laughing a lot of the time when I read this stuff too. I mean, these people are ridiculous. So let me try this again. It says, wish the mods there would remove any post that remotely has bigoted dog whistles. The Avowed sub has done a good job with that, so the Dragon Age sub shouldn't have much trouble doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, man. Literally advocating for the other subs to be censored the same way the Veilguard sub is and the Avowed sub.
Well, that's what they want, right? Because this is, and I think it goes to show, right, is that these are people that they know that if this type of thinking gets out and people start feeling this way, people will turn against it. And I think that that's probably the big reason why, like, it's one of the big reasons why I think it's very damaging when you just delete everybody else's opinion. And, like, I mean, I think it's very fair to delete opinions that are, like, hostile or, you know, like, openly, like, you know, like, I don't know, like, using racial slurs or something like that. Sure, yeah, of course. But, like, whenever you're talking about just, like, people that are trying to have a conversation about something, and you're deleting conversations about it, and people can't talk about that, well, I think that usually there's a reason for it. Can we get back to this idea that you think Twitter has both sides? Yeah, sure. The reason why I think that is because of every observable metric possible, and also my own personal experience, not to mention CNN's viewpoint on it as well. CNN did data on it, and they said that Twitter actually was one of the most balanced platforms. And also it depends on what it also depends on who you interact with, right? And so like some people are going to get a different experience with Twitter than others.
And they're like applauding that. For the record, obviously, what this person is referring to as a bigoted dog whistle is things as simple as like criticizing BioWare in this context, or criticizing Tosh. Like, if you were to say you think Tosh is not written well, they would refer to you as an instant bigot. They would want you banned from the subreddits. You know how it is. And then there's this top post from today, from only 2 hours ago, that says, addressing the anti-woke crowd. I wonder if they realize how much their indiscriminate negativity and dogpiling lessens their power as consumers. I love how one of the top posts blames the quote
What does it say again? Veilguard could replace it. Dogpiling lessens their power as consumers. It incredibly increases it. It massively increases it. The thing is that every single time that a game like this fails after a huge amount of negative controversy, it terrifies every other company into not wanting to attract that negative controversy. And you're seeing that across all media. Like, for example, like Disney getting rid of like that, I think it was Pixar, maybe, I don't remember exactly, like getting rid of like some trans scene. They're terrified of it. Because it's like, I mean, really, like, I mean, it's effectively marketing that's like bad marketing. They're terrified of you coming into games? Well, yeah. I mean, do you mean lessons? Yeah, lesson. Like, well, what they mean to say is it lowers their power. Not like it teaches them a lesson about their power. It terrifies the same tactic that SBI uses? Yeah, exactly. It is. And so, no, I think that these companies are really afraid of it. And I think that becomes very evident that they try to hide these different types of features until the game comes out. And I think that you're probably going to see games that are effectively using the fact that they're not using different types of like woke type of content. They're probably going to start using it as advertising. And I think a great example of that is Lords of the Fallen recently, is that they did a thing where they were like, yeah, we're going to revert back to male and female instead of body type 1 and 2. Like, you have to keep in mind that every single thing that a brand does is in some way or another a form of marketing. They're doing that because they think that will get people to play their game more. So it's working. They're terrified to lose money? Yeah, exactly. They don't want to lose money.
Their power as consumers. I love how one of the top posts blames the quote-unquote anti-woke crowd for ruining Veilguard's reputation and causing it low sales or whatever. And then this one's like, the anti-woke crowd are losing their power as consumers. Yeah. Veilguard could have launched with an all-white, all-straight male cast and it would still have problems. Veilguard could replace its entire team with straight white men and it would still have problems.
That's true.
What a weird straw man. Like, who's even asking for that? People are simply critiquing the game for very valid reasons. Yeah. For example, you can go over to Steam and take a look at the long list of negative reviews from people who did buy the game and didn't like it, where there's all sorts of different criticisms. For example, this negative review in part says, this game forces me to be the therapist of a cast of characters that are unlikable adult babies who feel like they came from a Disney movie in the worst way possible. Or this one, for example, that says, romances are laughable in this game. BioWare was once so known for writing good RPG romances that I genuinely struggle to believe these romances are from the same company. Or this one that in part says, I cannot in good conscience recommend this game to anyone, especially not Dragon Age or even BioWare fans. I'm shocked that the most prevalent criticism of Veilguard is not the abandonment of the world state import. And the reason I keep saying in part while I read these sections of these reviews is because these people wrote like mini essays.
Of course
in other words, I'm reading a tiny fraction.
Yeah, no, like the Veilguard, the Veilguard, like the subreddit looked like a bunch of twit-longers. As soon as this information dropped, everybody was writing out these massive essays explaining why the game was a complete failure.
Of these full negative reviews. And these people have extremely well thought out and very detailed explanations for why they don't like the game. This is a recurring theme on a lot of the negative reviews for Veilguard, and once again, you can find this all over on Steam. And one thing they're not all crying about is, oh, we just wanted the game to have all straight white male characters. So once again, the shills for this game are acting extremely politically brain-rotted and just really weird. Really, really weird. It doesn't
I think that there's absolutely a factor of identity politics that goes into this, and I don't think it should be overstated or understated, but it should be acknowledged that, yes, I do think that that's present. It definitely is present, but he's right that even if Dragon Age didn't have any of these problems, the game would still be bad. It has some effect. Yeah, it does. Companies are still, we're reaching a glass roof. Companies are slowly realizing the audience that was sold as a gigantic by Militus is actually just a small portion of real world people. I hope they'll continue this way. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen too. Do you think this is the fault of the hands-off approach? I think it's the fault of people that push ideologies that can't be criticized publicly. So it creates a culture of toxic positivity where nobody wants to be the person in the room that says, let's not add the scene about being non-binary, because that's going to cause people to, like, I think a really good example of this is, like, if you look at the way that I've covered the election and, like, the way that I've covered different political and social events, and now I'm being maligned as a Nazi. Well, do you think that's good or bad? That's bad. And so for me, it doesn't really matter because, like what's going to happen, right? There's going to be somebody comes in a chat and they're like, oh, I can't believe you said they just banned it. It doesn't even matter. But if you work in a company and you're being treated this way, well, there's a really good chance that you're going to lose your job. And so the difference is that these people, they don't have the privilege that I have to just be basically self-employed. So they have to operate inside of a world where if they disagree with these people will completely misrepresent, malign their reputation, and systematically work to destroy their life. So yeah, that's the reason why it keeps getting pushed. It's because people like that infect these types of groups, and then anybody who goes against them gets labeled as something that's awful. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? They're racist against you as a German American. We should cancel them. Look, you see kind of what I'm saying, right? Like, I'm just using myself as an example.
Returning to the post, they go on to make 7 different lines of text, all prefaced with the issue, where they go on to talk about a number of production issues that Veilguard faced internally at BioWare. Much of this stuff being things that I discussed in my prior videos about Veilguard. And yet, even then, this person doesn't really get some of this stuff right. For example, they say, the issue with Veilguard is that for the past decade, EA has attempted to maximize its profits by launching live service games that go against everything BioWare stands for as a company. The problem with this is that Veilguard itself was being created as a live service game at some point, but there's no evidence to suggest that that was entirely the doing of EA, as this post is trying to make it sound like. As a matter of fact, it was Gary McKay who took over as the BioWare GM, who began to switch the production of Veilguard from live service back to single player. Therefore, the fact that it was a BioWare executive who was able to make the switch for Veilguard going from live service to single player also implies that when Veilguard was being developed as a live service game, that it was also BioWare's decision to do that. But here we have a Redditor.
Somebody says, I get going after the developers, but why bust enjoyers down for people that enjoy it? The reason why is because they do the same thing. Like, people are being called perverts and weirdos for liking Stellar Blade. So you shouldn't be surprised when those same people have resentment towards people that effectively, you know, like, misrepresented them and demonized them. That's the reason why.
Trying to put all the blame on EA and act like BioWare is completely innocent and can do no wrong. Another example of this is where they say, the issue with Veilguard is that it wasn't given enough time, money, or resources to start over from scratch with the third iteration.
Only given 9 years, right? I mean, come on. What do you expect?
Of the game.
Come on, guys.
It was built on the bones of its previous iteration, an MMO, which isn't conducive to creating the sort of game we expect for the series, but the devs were told to make it work anyway. This is just objectively wrong information. While there was a period of time that Veilguard was being developed as a live service game, as we discussed briefly, it was simply going to have some level of multiplayer components, but not on the level of a full-scale MMO. Furthermore, the argument that BioWare didn't have enough money or resources is not a good argument, considering how many devs have done so much more with their games with so much less. Skipping down to the last section where they also preface it with the issue. They say the issue with
That's also another thing that I think a lot of people are discovering is that you have, like, these studios that are yeah, thanks for the gifted subs, guys. Thank you. They can spend any way they want there. They can't honestly deny it was an extremely bad game despite the gaslighting. Yeah, and to be fair, it does look like a pseudo online game made in a single player. No, I think it's true. But, like, when you see games that are developed for, like, much smaller budgets, and then you look at a game like this, I think that this is kind of what I was saying before about how AAA gaming is, like, becoming too big to succeed. where it's just so over-designed. There's so many layers of red tape. There's so much like bureaucracy involved that the creative mindset that goes into it, by the time that it actually is implemented into the game, it's completely distorted and removed.
Is that EA wasted 10 years with their heads up their behinds, no direction, and constantly moving goalposts that are impossible to achieve. You can see again how this person's trying to put all the blame on EA and acting like BioWare is completely innocent. But they go on to say, and now the issue with Veilguard and BioWare in general is that there are a host of angry, red-pilled netizens who don't even know what they should be angry about or what their demands should be. Instead, they point fingers at women and minorities who really don't and never had the sort of power that people think they do.
This is the problem that a lot of these people have, is that they argue from the perspective of their own type of judgment, and they don't think about it from the perspective of anybody else. I think that many of these people have basically what's performative empathy, where their idea of empathy is doing things to people to make themselves look good. But the reality is that if you understand the way that another person thinks, you can understand that they might not have the same values and the same type of, like, basically tier system of importance that you do. So a lot of these people get fixated on the reality of something without looking at the perception of it. If people's perception is that this is the case, for them, that's what they're going to make a decision off of. And you're not going to be able to tell them that they can't have that opinion because you've decided that it is wrong. It's a very childish viewpoint to have. And I think that basically that's why you have a lot of this friction that happens. Does that mean empathy? Well, I'm looking at things from a perspective that I think makes sense. Right? That's about it. I mean, I don't know what else I can do, but that's the way I see it.
Another pathetic straw man there. This whole post is full of objectively false information and straw man arguments, and of course tries to come off like some sort of champion for minorities as they overtly try and gaslight people. Buddy, you're really not doing much to help anyone when you're acting like some sort of deceptive liar, some sort of terminally online Redditor. Their post ends by saying, "My advice to fans." Oh yeah, just what the fans needed. Advice from this weirdo. Great. Be intentional and be specific about the things you want in the next game. Don't just post angry ravings about DEI or woke things.
People do. But when they do, then you say that they're racist or sexist. So they did. But then they get banned on Reddit because you can't say that on Reddit. But the problem is that banning them on Reddit doesn't make them buy the game. It just makes them go to another platform and get more radicalized and be more determined to make you fail. And I think this is another example of it succeeding. It worked. Both of them to assume that there's going to be a next game? Yeah, exactly. You're right.
Actually look at the game and identify what is missing that you want to be there next time. Advocate for less corporate interference. Demand better production. And always support the developers and writers who you see on social media, because the actual movers and shakers at huge gaming companies are people you'll never meet or hear about, but they're happy to let those public-facing devs and writers take the heat when things go south. Be aware of your power as a consumer and be specific about what you want. Oh my gosh, bro.
I think that this person's kind of right about what they're saying, and the more specific that you can be, the better. I think that for any developer, if you're going to add in any type of gender dynamics that are not male and female, you are introducing yourself into an extremely divisive political issue. And involving divisive political issues in your video games is your right as an artist, and you have every right to do that. But don't be surprised when divisive political issues divide people, and then people choose not to buy your game because they don't want to be involved with them. And I think that's the big issue that these people have, is that, like, there are these issues that happen and they want to put them in the game, then do it. But, like, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can have these things in the game, or you can have a game that sells well to a mass audience. But you can't take fringe ideology, mass produce it, and then expect people to mass buy it. So that's the issue. And I think that there's a couple of other instances, like if you're race swapping a character, I think this is another one. If there's a character in a video game that is traditionally always one race, and then you race swap that character or you gender swap that character, you should expect to see people that are frustrated and angry about that because it's a divisive issue. Now, you might think that it shouldn't be a divisive issue, and that does nothing because it still is. So, and this is the race swapping is forbidden Exodia. Yeah, exactly, right? And like Aragorn. Yeah, exactly. And I'm trying to think about that one, and there's a few other examples of this too. And some of these issues, like, for example, like pronouns. Pronouns are very divisive. Like, pronouns, and this is especially true with non-gender binary pronouns. So any pronouns beyond he and him or she and her, this is an extremely divisive issue, and the inclusion of even pronouns as a function is divisive. It's very evidently divisive based off of how many people express the fact that they care about it. So you can say that people shouldn't care about it. You can say that it shouldn't be an issue and this should be okay. That's totally fine. But they still won't buy the game. Even they? Yeah, nobody, absolutely. Remember the marketing? There was like a big Trump, what do you call it? There's like a very big Trump commercial, basically, right? Promotion that said, you know, Kamala's for, you know, they, them, and, you know, and Trump is for you, basically, right? I think that was a really, really strong argument for a lot of people because a lot of people are uncomfortable with like the breakdown of a gender binary. It is a genius ad. Yeah, it's a genius ad. And absolutely. Now, again, you might think that this is transphobic. You might think that this is bigoted. You might think that all of these things are true. But at the end of the day, if you try to sell a game, here's a great example. If you try to sell a game and it's an entire black cast in China, you're going to have a really hard time. And you can say the Chinese are racist and they're bad and they shouldn't think that way. And you can be totally right, but you're still not going to sell the game. And so if you want to basically conscript a bunch of people into a suicide mission for their studio, engage with these topics at your own demise. But I think that it's very obvious that many people have spoken very loudly that they don't want to see this stuff. They're not interested in it. And if games put it in, people will be less likely to buy it. That's it. Then why did Wukong do so well? Because Wukong didn't have any type of messaging like that at all. There was no like controversial contemporary politics in Black Myth Wukong. Yeah, there was none. It's a fucking monkey. Yeah, exactly.
To be one of the biggest bootlicker posts I've seen. Holy smokes. I wouldn't be surprised if this person was internally working at BioWare or something. At the same time, we've seen how plenty of these sort of modern audience types of people are just like this by default anyways.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was thinking like maybe he's trying to make like a black people monkey correlation. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but mods, you might want to check his logs and maybe ban that guy. But yeah, it could be that. I thought about that. I just didn't want to, you know, really talk about it. But yeah.
We'll take a look at the top response from just 1 hour ago, and then we're going to wrap it up there because that's enough brain rot. But yeah, let's take a look at this. It says, as much as I appreciate the sentiment, I find this to be preaching to the choir a little bit. I think the people who are subscribed here have no illusion about why Veilguard has the shortcomings that it does.
Yeah.
Another thing is we need to stop reasoning with the anti-woke people because they don't ever start or enter a conversation with reason. Spreading misery online is their only chance at being seen or heard in their lives. So any engagement, even if you unequivocally dunk on them, is giving them what they want. They don't like Dragon Age. They don't like games. They don't like anything really. They only engage because they see someone enjoying something and they can't have that. It's truly ironic.
Man. It's too bad, huh? Yeah. It's too bad. You can definitely have political or divisive topics and conversations in games. But but like, see, the thing with Metal Gear Solid as an example is that there aren't really a lot of fans of the way that most people are not fans of the military-industrial complex. That's the difference. They're not fans with shadow governments and, you know, like the military-industrial complex and hidden deals and paying off senators. That's what I was talking about being divisive. Metal Gear Solid isn't divisive, it's political. It's the same reason why Metaphor was popular. People don't generally like racism, at least here in the West. Most people do not like racism. They might be vaguely racist, but I think that most people have a distaste of institutional racism. And so games that criticize that and put that in a respectful context and provide commentary on it will be appreciated by this type of a community. You're covering something that's generally accepted as bad. Gender ideology is only accepted and toted by a small group of people. Exactly. It is. And that's the issue, is that, like, how many people do you think agree that, like, you can be non-binary versus how many people do you think agree that the military-industrial complex is bad? I wonder which one casts a wider net. It's just, again, common sense. It's also the implicit lecturing. Yeah.
Ironic how this person talks about seeing things with objective reason as they simultaneously act like a post with objectively false information is the truth, and then acting like people who criticize Dragon Age the Veilguard just don't like video games at all and don't like anything. What an insane thing to say.
Yeah, we hate all video
equally
games.
as insane is their whole thing about, like, these people have never been seen or heard in their lives. They just want to spread misery and can't let anyone enjoy anything. You know, all that really weird stuff they said.
It's all personal. It's all this, like, personal, emotional thinking. It's not, there's no, like, it's not productive in any way. There's no real, like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think, like, what the word for that is. Like, there's just nothing going on there. It's just not logical. Yeah, it's just somebody basically, you know, it's the way that they feel. Desperate vilification. Exactly. Yeah, there's no substance. There's no, you know, logic to it or anything. It's just an outburst.
Yeah, that's definitely enough brain rot. I'm going to leave it there. The point of all this is to say that based on today's news, it is now officially confirmed that Veilguard is a financial failure. And as you can see, the modern audience types are freaking out and becoming crazier than ever, like going full aggro rabid mode. So yeah, let me know what you think about all that stuff. Thank you so much for tuning in.
they're very upset.
If you enjoyed my coverage, please consider liking and or subscribing. I appreciate your support, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one.
I think also these people are not stupid in a lot of cases. They're just simply misled, and they have different viewpoints. And so what ends up happening is that I think that they realize the fact that when a game like this fails massively, it absolutely hurts the entire, like, their entire movement. I think that they're aware of the optics of this. And that's why they're also trying to defend it, is because when a game like this fails and then it's shown to be a failure, they're like, oh my God, this is our ideology and it's dying. You know, somebody asked the question, I saw this during the video, I didn't want to cover it until I finished. But there's the video, give it a like. That's a really, really, really good video. I liked it a lot. And I found it to be very funny. The Matt Darath posted from BioWare. No, I didn't. I'd have to see it myself. You'd have to link it to me. And brain rot delusional people. Well, they have an agenda, right? And that's what's more important to them. Why do people think that insulting the opposite side is going to make them want to vote for them in the next election? Because objecting to those insults was not allowed. That's the reason why. And also because it was working. Like during COVID, you had a pretty much, like, at least from like my, you know, adult life, probably the highest level of restriction on speech and thought that I've pretty much ever seen. And it was universal. It was, you know, with phones. It was with, you know, not really phones, but like it was with like, what do you call it? Like applications. It was with video games. It was with YouTube. It was with social media. It was with everything. And it was with the government as well. And so, like, you had this, like, unilateral perspective that you couldn't really go against. And I think that because of that, people were convinced and they were lured into a false sense of security that nobody would be able to question these viewpoints ever. And as soon as the questions started rolling in, and I think this happened, by the way, because of Twitter. When Elon Musk bought Twitter, I think that was the turning point. And I think that, like, that was the point where as soon as you have one break in, like, the wall, then the flood begins. And I think that was the break that caused the entire flood and changed everything. Why should we support devs? We only want good games. I don't care about the devs. I hate this crap. Support the devs. I agree with you. And I feel the same way about streamers too. Like, this is why I try not to farm a lot of parasocial stuff. And, you know, like, oh, well, this is the way I feel and all this stuff. And, you know, this is what's going on in my life and this is so sad or whatever. It's because it's just weird and it's cringe. Like, you guys come here to be entertained, for the content, for fun. I'm sure a lot of you guys like me and you care about me and you care about my well-being, and I really appreciate that. But I also don't want to use that as an excuse to not make sure that you're happy. And so it's just really common sense, right? It's the same as like any time you go to like your barber, right? You go to your barber. I went to a barber about 7 years ago, right? Something like that. And, you know, yes, obviously you care about the guy, but you also want him to cut your fucking hair too. And so it's not like everything is transactional in a way that's unhealthy. So, yeah, I think it's totally fine. And I hate that people want to blame investors when it's the devs that are ruining games. I think why not both? I think it's multiple groups of people that are doing it themselves. So, yeah, exactly. And common sense streamer, I try to be common sense as much as I can. So, yeah. Nope, I'm a hate watcher and a gooner. Get fucked. Okay. All right. And so, yeah, I don't care about you. Entertain me. Yeah. And I get that. I totally understand it. And I think it's a healthy perspective to have, by the way. It's very healthy to have. And I wish more streamers had that perspective. But anyway, somebody asked the question, do content creators have too much power? And the answer to that is, in some cases, actually, I think that they do. But the instance is that you can't really control that. Because even if you can control it, like, there's no functional way you can control that wouldn't be overused or misused. So I think that really the fact is that content creators only have power if the audience gives them that power. And I'll give you some examples. So there have been video games that I've made videos about, right? Like, let me think of an example of a game that my viewers really didn't like, but I thought was a good game. I don't know. Do you guys have any examples? I'm sure that I can think of a couple of them. But what do you guys think? Prince of Persia? Yeah, great example. Thank you. Okay, so I played this game. And so I tried the new Prince of Persia game. Nice, you know, 350K views, everything. There were a lot of people, and the like and dislike is okay, but this is actually a pretty bad ratio for a just gameplay video. And everybody is shitting on the game. Everybody is negative about the game. And so just because I made a video about this game doesn't necessarily mean that everybody in my audience is going to like the game. They're going to think that it's garbage. So this entire concept that's built off of the idea that content creators are these like mastermind, fucking mental, you know, wizards that can control the thoughts and emotions of everybody is total bullshit. The fact is that, and you'll see this with Kingdom Come Deliverance, by the way, there have been a number of content creators that have made it effectively their job to shit on Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 for a number of creative decisions that they chose to make. I'm not going to get into too much of that or anything else, but my point is that those people will not have probably that big of an influence on the sales of the game. They won't. Yeah, they're not going to have that big of an influence. And the reason why is because the movement for it is... it's just simply irrelevant. People just don't care. We're going to start with this one. This is the reveal. This is the big reveal. Big game. Huge game. One of the biggest games. A bit of a bias. Bungie fan. Played a lot of Halo back in the day. Is that on the moon?
Pick your hero. Or villain, I'm not judging.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Who are you calling a...
I will bring peace to this universe, no matter the cost.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
I will bring peace.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh? We guard the galaxy, sure. But sometimes we take stuff other people are guarding.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
My turn. Oh, Stark.
Goldilocks.
Even here, at the end of all times, you persist with the nicknames.
Well, if I ever call you by name, it'll be a sign that I'm actually Loki.
Good to know.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You can't let the monster out at the wrong time.
Roll up.
Enemies on approach. I'll patch you up.
A nice deep freeze.
Ready to radiate. Sorry, no revivals here. Hey my good deed for the day. Don't mind me.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
Laid low by lightning. Smart move.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
Protect me.
Warning. Protective shield compromised. Cease hostile actions.
You're ready for action. Ping the bad guy.
Sorry, no escaping us now.
How refreshing. Enemies on approach. You're ready for action.
Enemies will attack.
Attack them. Gamma spawn. These waves will not break. You ain't got rid of me yet. Pulse charge. Fire.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
A nice deep freeze.
You're welcome.
Strong again.
This is a nice spot. That fucking hurt. Back to the fight. My good deed for the day. I'll patch you up.
Not ready to perform quite yet. Thanks so much. That one hurts.
Sorry, no revival.
The area is almost yours.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Oh, I'm gonna get some revenge. Yeah. Armor patch here. Pay up. I do the right thing unless the wrong thing is more fun.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
On my watch.
Ah, Namor. 'Tis a joy to have a fellow monarch fighting by my side.
A king is only as powerful as the army he commands. Mine is at the ready. Where is yours?
Yggsgarde's warriors currently answer to my brother, Loki.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I like hanging around Groot because he gets me.
Our adversaries gather.
I'll patch you up.
I suck.
Bogey's coming up behind.
Fucking hurt.
I am Asgard's might.
A shield? Well, okay.
By the eye of
I'll patch you up.
I can be reckless now. It's okay. Admit it. You need me.
The mission area is yours.
Rockets launching again. My good deed for the day.
Tremble before Bast!
You're ready for action.
That is much
Armor
better.
patch here. Pay up. Don't take all these guys are about to shoot at us. You're welcome.
Made of glass. I like the cold.
Someone scratch my
Strong
back.
together.
You're ready for action. Team play. That's me.
'Twas but a scratch.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
A nice deep freeze. It's the grand finale. We're finding our groove.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
Glory is almost
Us against the world. A nice deep freeze.
'Twas but a scratch.
Full charge. Fire.
That one hurts.
We have it.
Face on it.
You're ready for action.
Asgard's might.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
This is real firepower! Don't mind me. I'm just dying. That's my good deed for the day.
Another epic victory. Big win. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Round one.
Our
Go.
past is mired in loss and grief, but the future belongs to mutant kind.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Healing power. You're here? Good thing I replaced most of the metal components in my armor with carbon nanotubes a while back.
A single copper wire is all I need to strangle you, Stark, should I choose to do so.
Oh, yeah, right. Remind me whose side you're on again.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
A shame that these beings have not yet evolved beyond such petty squabbles.
Get ready. Please.
shall not be harmed.
We are no stronger now.
Ah, there you are. No escaping us now.
I feel like myself again.
I'll take a shield, sure.
Stronger together.
Insignificant nuts.
Some assistance, please. I'm an easy target.
You are under my protection.
We got a shield, Tammy.
I have fallen
Rise, my
under
friend!
their sway. My charge grows ever stronger.
I got behind you.
Your attacks are futile.
You want ice to a sword fight.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
Everybody needs help. So
This time I need healing. Born again! My favorite time!
They shall not
Welcome
to the Dark Force dimension.
Assemble!
Behold, that child! Only 60 seconds left. I am ready to put on a show.
Magneto! Bogey's coming up behind. No pain. It seems we have company.
Down to 30 seconds.
I'm opening a portal. A shortcut through space.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Strike at me if you dare. Enemy in front of us.
Born again!
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
My favorite time!
Come on, time.
Stop that vehicle.
I am ready to put on a show.
It's clobbering time!
Good medicine.
Assemble!
Leave me, darkness. Orb and dim. Focus.
No need to thank me. Some assistance, please.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Good medicine.
Pulse charge. Fire.
Born again! I purge the darkness.
Us now.
It's slobbering time!
From limbo.
The Sorcerer Supreme lives once more.
Better stop that vehicle!
Limbo stands with you!
Located one of our opponents.
I am strengthened for battle. By the eye of Maximum Pulse!
I am ready to put on a show! Only 60 seconds left.
Rise, my friends!
It's now or never! Stop them!
Second chance is over.
Better stop that vehicle! Don't give them another
Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Pick up behind you!
The current score is 0-3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. Round 2,
Our
go!
past is mired in loss and grief, but the future belongs to mutant kind.
Limitless magic! 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We find ourselves caught in a battle between two dooms, with no way of truly knowing which one of them is right.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
It is in the interest of all mutants that we succeed this day, and so we shall. Much better.
What am I? Invisible? An extra force field? Great!
Rebirth is a mutant's greatest gift.
I'm at maximum force!
Healing power.
Much better.
Ah, there you are. us now.
A little help, please.
Maximum pulse!
Watch your back. Born again!
A disappearing.
I shall not be removed so easily.
The cosmos heals you.
Ah, much better.
Got you covered. I am ready to put on a show. Transmitting from behind.
You need not fear. You will not expect me to do that again.
I require some aid. I have broken one of our opponents.
A little help, please.
Do this.
Assemble!
Ah, there you are. No escaping us now.
Us against the world.
Fear Magneto!
Only 60 seconds left.
Maximum pulse!
Feeling fantastic. Feel the pull.
Mutants always rise again. It seems we have company.
Down to 30 seconds.
Time is not on our side.
What am I? Ah, that's better. The final 10 seconds.
Mutants always rise again.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Rise, my friends!
Final score 0-2-3. Well, you can't expect to win them all. Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields. I will never allow Krakoa to suffer the same fate as Ganesha.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
The winds may not be blowing in our favor, Eric.
When has that ever stopped us before, Aurora?
Be careful. There are some forces that even I cannot alter.
Do not forget, my dear. We are mutants. We are change itself. There is nothing we
The battle
cannot
starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
When the X-Men call, Cloak and Dagger are glad to answer. There's a lot we can destroy right
My power knows no limits. You shall not be harmed.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I need assistance. We can't defeat the wind and thunder.
Capture the mission area!
Being a living avatar of vengeance takes a lot out of a guy.
They'll never see
I
me
shall
coming.
not be removed so easily.
I got you covered.
Much better.
Some assistance, please. Our foes have arrived.
Us against the world!
Enemies on your tail.
Disappear! Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. Shields up!
I feel like
Getting here. Control C!
Mission accomplished. For now. Here they come. I require some aid.
Is anyone willing to help? Vortex field.
My favorite time!
much better.
Rise, my friends! Enemies on your tail.
Here.
The shield. How nice.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Stand.
You can't hurt me.
By the eye of Agamotto!
I have found more lost souls. Lead them to Khonshu!
Was that truly your best?
This time I need healing.
Disappear! Shields up!
Nice.
Us against the world!
Here, Magneto!
Let's keep waiting until we have a winner.
I feel like myself again. Charles dreamed of a safe haven for all mutants.
So, this
At
is
last,
nuts. We're gonna-
I have made it a reality.
One of the most shocking pieces of poll data that I truthfully have seen this year, or maybe in any prior year.
30 seconds before you attack.
Take a look.
Get
Here's
ready.
more about the needs for people like you. You mentioned the K-Ball. We got a tie even after the terror war already started.
You've been a true friend since I first emerged from my
This is
cocoon.
wild.
You've certainly come a long way since the Enclave created you, Adam.
And why is that so surprising? Because I want you to take a look at prior years. Democrats
I had a much higher
on this
calling.
question. Back in 2017,
The battle starts in
That's
5,
a crazy
4,
correction, too. Plus
3,
a plus
2,
19, a plus
1.
23.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
A 13% drop is nuts.
I'd work at a carnival. 13 points. 2005, a 23-point lead for Democrats. 1994, which was a big Republican year, a 19-point lead for Democrats. And now, all of a sudden, a tie?
Oh, here they are now.
My face is
I feel like myself again.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Especially after the terror war had begun.
Where does it show that Republicans are the most?
Yeah, again, you talk about party of the people. Look at this.
Capture the mission area!
I will never allow Krakoa to suffer the same fate as
We
Genosha.
got those with a college degree. Among those with a college degree, it's the same score. 8 plus 18 points for Democrats in 2017,
This is how it's
plus
been
18
forever.
points for Democrats now. But look among non-college voters. Look here. It was plus 7 for Democrats in 2017.
They're sneaking from behind. Now I see them.
Like, that's 16-point differential. That's huge. That's a massive difference.
The working class.
You cannot hurt me.
Us against the world! Your team's capture progress is past the halfway point.
Sorry, Susan. You know I never...
That's the real reason.
Psionic surge!
Rebirth is a mutant's greatest gift.
The Democratic Party is the party of patronizing college people and, you know, fake authority people that constantly talk down and they want
Watch me soar!
I feel like myself.
It's the HR, like,
Your attacks are futile.
big surprise. Most people don't like this.
Shields up!
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
I don't know.
Control C!
The wrestling points cards you're pointing out just before it's from elections. Obviously, we can't kind of look at that. Where do things stand for private time?
Right, okay. You have this question, right? And then there's the question, okay, are Republicans going to get punished in the midterm election?
I feel no pain.
Normally what happens, the party in power gets punished the most because of this tariff war.
Heads
I
up,
want you to
bad
take a look
guys.
here at the Senate congressional ballot. Where we were in April of 2017.
You are under my protection.
I have a shield, but no complaints.
Your attacks are futile.
Not like
I'll just
Let's keep fighting until we
I
have a
hear
winner.
somebody talking about into the issue, some social issue, trying to like use it in soapbox. That's over, bro. Like you people are fed the fuck up with this. Like they are fed up with getting dictated by Karens. Have shit people told them, Karen ones telling you
There
what
is
to do.
only
Hey,
one.
protesters,
Open
Karen
your
Bass,
eyes.
exactly,
Be
they are.
wary.
I can't stand it.
I
vote
am not
against
the
these people.
man I
Even
used to
the thing
be.
is that
I have found
I
a
just hate
greater
a bunch of bitches
cause.
that want to go and tell me what to do. Is actually that fucking
30 seconds before you
I
attack.
don't want to have
Get
a bunch
ready.
of people sitting around telling me what the fuck to do. Telling me what I can say.
Ah, so you have decided to join me in the fight against the surface world after all. I knew you would make the right choice.
No, I'm not
This
against
is but a
protesting.
temporary
Protest all you
alliance.
want. But the
However,
problem is that
should
these
you
people
choose
also
to
are
join
trying
your
to
mutant
protest
brethren on
and
Krakoa,
tell you that you can't
Why
say
do
the
you
word
wish to
retarded.
become the
Like,
subject?
guys, you look at
The
a
battle
diagram
starts in
between
5,
these two groups,
4,
it's a fucking circle.
3,
I don't want to have
2,
somebody telling me what
1.
words I can and can't say.
All you need to do is
That's
capture
it,
the
it's a
mission
gotcha.
area.
That is a gotcha.
Got
Let's
it?
go Perm ban him. Great idea. Great idea. Good point.
Reggie's here.
I lost him. Yep, he got away. Can't win them all, boys. Can't win them all. Anyway, so yeah, no, this is really.
Get ready.
And you want to know
Much better.
it's that
By the eye of Agamotto!
Control of the house. I'd say, hold on a second.
Lights out.
Still have a real shot at the spike. Or
Rebirth is a mutant's greatest
Hela is
gift.
here for mortal
There really is
souls.
interesting information coming out in this that you're pulling out. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. I think it's interesting. Kate agrees.
No, nobody thinks that the Democratic Party is out for workers whenever all they talk about is trans issues and shit like this. Like, nobody's thinking that, like, this is something that matters.
Much better.
That's it.
Oh, and here they are now.
Yeah, exactly. Like, normal people don't want to be
You cannot hurt me.
by somebody who's decided that they are
Your team's capture progress is past the halfway point.
You can't spend 4 years saying, oh, well, this is what the authorities say. You have to listen to the authorities.
done our
And then
part.
the authorities are constantly wrong. You can't have that happen. Like, if you spend 2 years with that messaging, what ends up happening is people just stop believing it. That's it, 100%. Yeah, exactly. Democrats actually
Much better.
and it's that
I must be
Disappear!
My life force is exposed. That's it. You can say that you're the party of science.
I got you
or
covered.
You can say that you're okay with it. You can't do both.
All eyes over here.
39 stores are leaving New York City because. Dude,
You've
is this
captured more
video
than half
real?
of the mission
Like,
area.
What the hell?
Keep going.
39 stores are leaving New York City because of theft. Just what we need to do.
much better. You cannot hurt me.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Control lost.
That they view it's like
My power
I
cannot
think
be
that there's
quelled.
like a huge difference between somebody stealing like diapers and somebody stealing making the cut, like fake eyelashes.
No worries. I
I
got your back.
I think it's totally different, right? Like cosmetics, yeah. What is this? A TV, yeah.
found my weak spot.
An opportunity for combat. Invisible?
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
So a commendable effort.
Us against the world!
Fear Magneto!
Cosmetics, beauty products, designer clothing, and accessories.
Yeah, we're not talking about stealing like milk and diapers, baby formula.
Another epic victory! Big win!
To do it again.
I love how they have catch and release. You know the only way the word catch and release or the term is with fishing. Like these people, they think they're fucking sardines or something. Yeah, what is this?
Stuff that was on the side and just ran out. Security tried to stop him, but he was already gone.
Rafael and Sean Martez have been getting their prescriptions filled at this Walgreens for at least a year. They believe shoplifting played a role in the store's closure.
They had it locked up because sometimes they get boosters that come in there and steal their stuff. I don't know if they're stealing it from here or stealing from another place.
Booster, big surprise. It's just people missing shit.
Here, these plexiglass screens and all these other inconveniences create additional friction, and friction is the death of retail.
It's like nothing is being done.
So do you feel like it's getting bolder?
Yeah, it definitely is getting bolder.
To me, I would say that having to speak to an employee to get something.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Is a huge deterrent for me wanting to shop at that store.
Be wary. No timeline.
I will bring peace to this universe, no matter the cost.
I want to get something, and it's really annoying. It wastes my time. It's inconvenient. I don't want to interact with anybody. That's it. So American? Really? I mean, I don't know. I feel like, and I think also there's like the component of it where there's like an implicit expectation that you're a thief, and so I think that people don't like. Maybe I'm the only person.
I tend to lost souls, like a shepherd tends to his flock.
Fools! 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Check out the
This conflict is growing more dire with every new challenge that we face. I've never been one to hide from matters of great cosmic importance, Peter Quill.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
This time I pick you up. We've got an octopus problem here. Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
That's it.
I made fun of her, but she was a good friend.
Get that vehicle moving again! Such gentle creatures forced into war.
The cosmos heals you.
You also didn't secure another.
No more Hellforce warriors from the deep. Quantum magic. This is real firepower! Healing tower. I'm just dying.
Maximum pulse!
In a way that's malicious. It's obviously violence.
The cosmos heals. Some assistance, please.
Disappear!
Yeah.
Pulse charge! Fire!
Get that vehicle moving again!
Use healing power. We gotta get to that tree. Sayonara! My
better already. Moving again.
Stupid fixman.
Onward to equal seats. Our destiny awaits.
People stole all the cellars. Yeah, Walgreens is on lockdown.
I need healing.
Born again!
The Cosmos heals.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
I'm
Only 60 seconds left.
Maximum pulse!
Your legend will live on, Quill. I will make sure of it.
I am
The Cosmos heals.
Down to 30 seconds.
I am born anew.
This is real firepower!
We must get to the World Tree at once. Luck
Leave
always
them to
trumps.
Khonshu!
The final 10 seconds. Disappear.
I've never seen something this close to that shit before. This is amazing. Not only is it locked up, but it's only a picture of it that's locked up. Wow. Yeah, it's an NFT, yeah.
Maximum pulse!
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. Everybody needs a hit. Or a dagger.
Onward to Yggdrasil. Our destiny awaits. The Cosmos heals.
Love battlefield medicine.
The Cosmos heals.
Leave them to Khonshu! I am
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Quantum magic.
We are taking axe to tree.
Disappear.
Quantum magic.
By the eye of Agamotto!
There's still so much to
Only
do.
60 seconds left.
Once it's gone.
My
This is one of the big issues that I think a lot of people have.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Yeah, not there.
That's the stuff.
And
This is real firepower!
Cosmic might return.
I need healing.
I think more areas like you're gonna have more depth.
Quantum magic. I'll turn back the splinters for that.
This will be fun. It hurts all those people. Like, those are like the entire
Born again!
Heal.
The final 10 seconds.
Leave them to Khonshu!
I think we should pick some other healer.
these communities the ability to like control their own stores, they have the stores leave, people lose jobs, and it just gets worse for everybody. Is it unfair? I think that there's definitely cases.
The current score is 1-2-0.
And interactions happen with a person.
Time to
that
switch
is
things
not
up,
white
including
or white
which
person.
side
They could be a
you're
racist
on.
black officer towards a white person too.
Open your eyes. Reality is.
The right heroes could make
But
all the difference.
It's not like
calling a
you
raccoon,
can't
huh?
base everything off of that. These people care about their own community, they care about the effects. Well, what a lot of it is, I think, is that these people don't care about many of the people that are the biggest proponents of allowing people to steal things out of stores don't live in places where people are stealing things out of stores.
I do the right
Unless
thing,
they're the
unless
ones
the
that are doing
wrong
the
thing
stealing.
is more fun.
So in a lot of cases, what happens is that it's these, you know, in general, like ivory tower, upper middle class, gated community people that are trying to
They'll be
dictate
coming in
to
30
these lower
seconds.
working class
Stay
people
strong.
that no, it's actually good that you can steal things out of stores without realizing the second order effects of what that stealing causes.
You should know by now
And
that I'm
that's
far
what I
from
was saying before
helpless.
about like these selfish altruism or like performative empathy, and about how doing it in order to make yourself
Well, in that
feel
case,
good or sound good
we'll just have to
ends
wait
up
and
hurting
see.
other people.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The brand always says that they'll do everything they can to
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Someone scratched my back. I was a little messed up there. Thanks.
So like if you was sitting let's say you have someone is how
You're welcome.
active 80% of the time or not. Yeah, you
We got an optical problem here.
you would probably want to have the closest percentage
I'll
of
patch you up.
employees who work, right? That's why, for example,
I'm Leave them to consume.
My good deed for the dead.
now what this
You're
does
ready
too
for action. More bad guys. Just what we need.
because they've already got
This is a nice spot.
These are gone.
Maximum force. Disappear! Shields up! Anyone willing to help?
Someone scratch my I'll patch you up.
Maximum pulse!
I've only had like really 2 jobs my whole life that are like like streaming, but most jobs you're not working 8 hours straight. You're working
There's still
for
a chance to
maybe
stop
10
them.
minutes, and then you stop and you
Better stop that vehicle!
do something else for 10 minutes.
Here
And then you
comes
do something else,
Rocket
right? There's
again.
going to be like intermissionary periods. The fact is that now, not really. I think
You're welcome.
They hit checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
and then you have to go get the next one.
This is real firepower.
So
I'll patch you up. Will's gone.
Better stop that vehicle!
But I think in a lot of cases, it's very regular to have small intermissionary periods while you're working of maybe a couple of minutes.
You're ready for action.
And what I'm saying is that situations
Now my fist is gonna make it easy.
Workers need a new store to work at. Criminals, they're going to need a new store to steal
I'll
from.
patch you up.
Everybody's going to end up at whatever store. That's right. That's definitely the best way to describe it. Every
Maximum!
Final score, 1-2-2.
We're not going to put a stop to New York City's theft problems at all. In fact, it's only going to make it worse.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
So the reason it seems like theft is getting more out of control and thieves are getting bolder and more brazen is because they have to. You've got the same number of criminals, but you've got fewer stores to steal from. Like this CVS right here, its theft problems definitely got worse after the Walgreens, which was across the street, shut down. When that happened,
This is like what happens when I remember people tell me this. It's like when I go offline, the roaches scatter. And like people will be like, yeah, so like I started getting a lot of sexist. Why do they keep telling me stop talking? Why is this dishwasher talking? Why are they saying this? Oh, Asmon went offline. Oh, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense.
And any crime that was taking place split between the two stores now all has to happen at just one
That was
store.
you?
And you
Yeah.
can tell from the lack of rust and dings in the paint on these cabinets that many of them are installation here. And not only are many of these aisles completely walled off on both sides, you've also got that blinking security camera. The store's literally doing everything it can to deter crime. And that's because any surviving store is under more pressure now than it's ever been. And there's no way out from any of it.
Pick your
It's like
hero.
if there's 100
Or
thieves
villain.
in 100
I'm not judging.
stores, people are probably going to steal from one store, right? Not everybody's going to steal everything from the same store because then you're going to run out of stuff. Like if
Be
you were
wary.
stealing,
No
and
timeline
everybody was
exists where
stealing from the
Magneto
same
yields.
McDonald's or the same Walgreens, and you keep showing up with your bag, and then all the expensive stuff is gone, you're going to say, fuck this, I want to go to the other Walgreens. Right? Let's be honest, right? I mean, yeah, you're going to go to the other Walgreens, like, fuck that. And so, but if there's only 10 Walgreens, you got to deal with 10 thieves in each one.
I will do what it takes to protect my people, no matter the price.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Like,
Next time you and Colossus perform your fastball special, do remember to call me, Logan.
to keep a product
Why
available
would
for
I do
customers.
that,
They surplus those
I
stores,
am
not
one
only
of
to
the
keep
few
it in
who
stock,
can
but
throw
also
the
have
both
numbers.
of you.
Good. Why don't you just start stealing pepper beef jerky then?
The battle
Because I
starts
go
in
to the
5,
store and they have every
4,
kind except
3,
the kind I want.
2,
And
1.
I'm tired of it, man.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
An orbiting city around
Unless, of course, laws were to be passed that made crime again. But since that's not happening,
I feel like myself again.
Someone snatch my back! Your attack's on me!
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Always a pleasure watching you work, Nat. Don't worry, Max. We've already
He's completely fucking
My power cannot be
Capture the mission area.
Said in a statement.
friction is the death of retail. He's 100%
Yes.
right, and if it takes longer to buy things in a physical store, less people are going to put up with it. But it's not just the inconvenience.
Much better.
The fuck?
So every So it actually makes
Rebirth
everything
is a
cost
mutant's
more money.
greatest gift.
And like this is one thing that like, so. All right. This is allowing it. One thing that I fucking about
They've almost got it!
Number
Us against the world!
Fear Magneto!
Double KO! You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
all of these things itemize and figure out how much each of these things and then multiply it over 8 hours, and you will see that, let's say, if every employee, think about it like this, if you have, we'll do the math for this. Let's say you have 16 employees.
You are under my protection.
Don't go to inside, can I heal you? Don't go to inside.
To like unlock things. Now you need to hire.
You shall not be harmed.
In order to maintain the same level of
insignificant mass.
We are undefeatable!
Hey, Teeny! Enjoy the amplifier!
Keep going.
I feel like myself.
incoming. That basically these stores are already.
You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
And so now, when you add this extra barrier to entry, it makes it easier for people
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
That's it.
This is Captain America.
Pentagram of Parada.
Not only do they have it with dollars, they also have it with Amazon comes to my house. Yeah, it's delivered directly to your door. You don't have to pay shipping because you have Amazon Prime. And if there's a problem, usually you can return it. It's
There is only one sorcerer. Open your eyes.
Be wary. I am not the man I used to be. I have found a greater cause.
Some sudden purpose to even go into one of these places. But if things are
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
On the internet, people are going to change their habits, and most people.
And that's also another big issue is that the prices
spider
on the
people
internet
are connected to a
not
spider
amortized.
tunnel.
Be wary.
They're not
No
factored
timeline
into
exists.
They're like
the
raccoons.
entire price of like the
My totem is a
value,
gun.
right? Because like if you're
Also,
selling things on the
what's a
internet,
raccoon?
you're not factoring in shrink in the same way shrink is stealing
The
in the
battle
same way
starts
that
in
you would
5,
be than if you have
4,
a retail store
3,
inside New York City.
2, 1.
It's just like
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Other than being loot boxes.
It's like an Avengers gig. Does that mean I've made it to the big league?
I require some aid. My cosmic might returns. Healing power.
That's the boost I needed.
Looks like the missionary.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Quantum Magic.
Stronger together.
Us against the world.
Capture the mission area.
Together to victory.
There, I think
The cosmos healed. Cosmic might returns.
like right now, like you know how like McDonald's is
The aid I require. Quantum Magic.
That's the boost I need.
I'll patch you up.
right? Like I feel like everybody can see that. So
The aid I required.
and that's
Quantum Magic. We are in this together. I require slaves.
Fucking hell.
cause me to mind the turns. Healing power. Portal!
Anyway,
Strange must have found us.
there was a growing demand for people. I just used it. And the
healing power
for people.
I'll be unite.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
And
Destiny
he's talking
awaits.
directly to the guy, and then he's talking directly to the suit maker, and then he's talking directly to the guy that makes the guns. People like that type of in-person, personal service, right? And it's
quantum magic.
Oh wow!
That's my step. Some assistance, please.
So like the idea is that this is a
Together to victory. Us against the world. Don't mind me.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Quantum magic. Oh no! Stop cap!
We are undefeatable!
Born again!
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
Healing power. Fighting at your service.
Watch him. Make sure he doesn't do anything. He's not gonna. Don't let him shit on the. If that's the guy from last week, don't let him shit on the floor again. Yeah, so they have no idea, right? And anyway.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Experience, I think, in 10 to 15 years, to an extent that it will be matched by a retail store that ends up making profit because of it. But what I think we're going to transition to a lot more of right now is that we're in like this weird middle ground where we have a tremendous amount of technology, but we don't have the technology calibrated in a way that's efficient. And so you're seeing Amazon, and there's also certain places in the EU that do this as well, that automatically charge you based off of the objects that you walk out of the store with, and you walk into the store with an amount of money, right? Like on a card. That was fake? Well, if it was fake, it's going to be real. Like, I mean, do you really think that that's not going to happen? Because, like, I can guarantee you it's going to happen. That's the
Pick your
smartest and
hero
most efficient way
or
of doing
villain.
it, and I
I'm not
guarantee you
judging.
there are billions of dollars being invested right now at this very moment.
Be
into
wary.
making that a
No
reality.
timeline exists where
It does, but it's
Magneto
rare.
yields.
Yeah, but eventually it won't be. And so anyway, pilot store, yeah. There's just some people in India charging money there. Yeah, well, either way,
Open
that's
your
what I think
eyes.
is going to happen.
Reality
And that's
is
going to
but
be
an
the future of
illusion.
retail stores. At least in like the short term. No way, you guys don't think so?
All those crises I quietly put out, you have no idea.
A brand new train station, which is being controlled by guard.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Run out of this place right through this massive front door and then be on the street.
When I see someone with
Yeah,
powers
it's
like
crazy
yours,
how,
I think,
how much
wow.
more civilized
I mean,
things are.
how can I
when there's
compare?
any authority there.
Don't compare.
Like you see the
You
National
just
Guard
spread
posted
your
up,
light.
maybe you're not going to steal those Cheetos. Leave them on the rack. Not today.
The battle starts in 5,
A facility.
4,
And this is
3,
another component too, is
2,
that a lot of people
1.
think that criminals are like
All
these,
you
like,
need to do
secret
is capture the
numbers
mission
that
area.
can't figure
Got
out
it?
what's going on, and they just can't.
When all this is over, I'm
Most
gonna drop the
criminals
dopest
make
album
conscious
any
decisions
timeline has
to
ever
minimize
heard.
risk. And that's the reason why I got places like
Good medicine.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
anybody to
Mortal pain is no match for the Sorcerer Supreme.
The problem is that these companies like Amazon benefit whenever something is sold on their site. They take a cut. And
Hostiles up front.
That's why they are doing more to get rid of illegal products from their site.
Good medicine. One from
I like the cold.
These are not like, I don't want to talk about like them exclusive items. This is just them trying
Mortal
to leverage
pain
this
is no
issue
match for the
to
Sorcerer
lower the
Supreme.
credit of Amazon because they view Amazon as a competitor. They're not actually looking at solving this problem. They're just looking at a way to badmouth their competitor.
Now, a disappearing act.
Of anything.
Fantastic! Capture progress is at the halfway point. Disappear!
Supernova! Feel the wrath of the goddess!
I have unfinished business here.
Control C!
I'm opening a portal.
Stolen products are offloaded in this city that is unique to it.
Control lost! They've almost got it! It's the grand finale!
I am strengthened.
Behind you.
Control C!
It's impossible
Goodbye.
for them to stop doing that. I mean, obviously, yeah, I mean, it's like what he's saying is common sense, but these are all methods of reduction and nothing's going to make it stop happening.
Is from taking things in the first place. Here's an example of a serial shoplifter with
Our enemies are near.
How is this even allowed to happen? How is somebody allowed to commit a crime and still be walking around in the streets?
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going! A nice deep freeze. You belong to me!
Online to buy from them. But the reality here is that in New York, you've got a lot of places to offload something that you took and want to resell, and the city's not doing anything about it.
Millions of dollars in stolen goods seized in Queens and put on display.
Gary's almost yours!
I am strengthened for battle. I purge the darkness.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Enemies are near.
You can be better than they are! We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Control lost!
The problem is that it's become a politically charged issue that prosecuting people for stealing is like, it's like a political thing. I think that there's like a lot of issues that have become politicized that I don't think that they should be politicized. Like, for example, like police brutality.
There is only one Sorcerer Supreme.
Stuff like this, like shoplifting, homelessness, etc. Like, these are issues that are really not political issues, but they've been like basically polarized to where like people
30
that are
seconds
on, like,
before
one
you
side
attack.
of an issue,
Get ready.
like also usually are part of like an entire group of people.
So, you commune with ancient gods once in a blue moon, right, Doc?
On occasion, but to serve as one's avatar must be exhausting.
Which was busted towards the end of last year. They didn't just sell on Amazon. They sold on pretty much every website, Facebook, Instagram, you name it. And they also sold things.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Well, a bunch of deadbeats. I can do this myself.
Without a license. And the sad reality is that New York is just such a big place with so many people living in it that anybody who's got that entrepreneurial spirit and zero morals and who also might not.
People do it. The reason why
Enemies.
Maximum pulse!
Looks like the mission area is disappear now.
Someone stop! Leave me, darkness! You're welcome!
Us against the world!
I purge the darkness! You're welcome!
Good medicine.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Don't drown in the darkness. By the eye of Agamotto! Mortal pain is no match. I'm opening a portal.
There was a quote-unquote cosmetic store that was selling stolen goods from stores like Macy's, and it existed around the globe. Macy's
Pentagram of Parala. Good medicine. I heard the darkness.
That's smart, yes, because if you put it right next to it, you just
Fantastic! I purge the darkness. I have unfinished business here.
Stuff like that. And then you go to a store like this and you see things like ice cream behind bars. And when you see the vans of products parked in middle-class neighborhoods that are like miniature shopping malls that can drive...
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
The Sorcerer Supreme lives once more.
It's still gonna have to lock things up. They know that if they wait long enough inside the door,
Good medicine.
This spot gives me a strange feeling.
people that are probably stealing shit are people. It's like
Us against the world!
By the eye.
Keep going.
I have unfinished business here.
They see that and they say, "Oh, all right, never mind." No, 300. Yeah, this is a I can come home.
I am strengthened.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Supernova! This problem would go down. And a brand new Walgreens and a brand new train station still has to lock everything up, even though it's surrounded by people in full military dress. Here's Amazon.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Somebody walks into a place like this and has to wait longer than you want to buy something that is already priced. But the reality here is that without new laws, that criminals crime once again in this city, more of our stores are going to shut down. More pharmacies this year will close just like they did last year, and there will be even less places for people to buy basic things. And the quality of life for New Yorkers is going to go down, while the costs to live here go up as the remaining stores do even more to crack down on crime because our laws won't. What do you think about that? Should people who steal go to jail, or should we do something else? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Yeah, obviously they should go to jail.